So hold on, Poobah. Good girl. Go, go.
You love?
Yeah, it's set up. Shh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome to our Men's Stories event. My video doesn't appear to be working from this end, so if you can see me, please let me know.
I can see. I'm going to mute now.
Okay,
Yeah,
wonderful. So for some reason, I'm not seeing me, but that's okay. I just want to start today's event. It's going to be going for 24 hours, and I just wanted to read something real briefly on the event itself, and then we will pass it over to Ankara, who is hosting our first hour. So I'll just go ahead and read what I'm going to read here. Okay, here we go. I don't know if we have the maturity as a civilization to hold men with tenderness. I think what we term civilization is based upon concepts of masculinity, which do not allow men to be vulnerable and require allegiance to the patriarchy and all its dysfunctional weirdness. As the Me Too movement gained traction, I wondered where the men's voices were to talk about sexual abuse. And as a therapist and a substance use professional, I observed that men are left on silent a lot. Like they are asked to be silent about a lot of hard stuff: abusive and neglectful mothers, incest, sexual harassment, emotional abuse in their relationships, loneliness. Men are supposed to be tough and protect us and be sexy and silent and wise and strong and make money, and we fail to see them collectively as human beings in our society. And as we look to creating this new psychedelic society together, I think we need to understand that our male friends and brothers and fathers and sons and lovers and husbands are not necessarily doing that great collectively. They are perhaps running towards answers from groups like the Proud Boys, and there is a quest for meaning there and a quest for identity and a searching that we do not honor collectively. Searching for what? They are searching for role models, new ways of finding identity and being accepted, culturally acceptable ways of having value, and new ways to show vulnerability, perhaps. And as a feminist, I want to acknowledge that I've been short-sighted because I have bought into this idea that men are the gatekeepers, they are the abusers, they are the kings that must be toppled for the female revolution. And I miss some critical markers of our collective society, which is composed of all genders. Men make up the most suicides in this country. Men make up the most addicts and overdoses in this country. Men treat their bodies rougher and die earlier in this society. Men are incarcerated more in this society. Men suffer from neglect and abuse by mothers that they can't openly talk about in this society. Men suffer from incest and childhood sexual abuse and rape that they can't talk about in this society. Men suffer from depression and loneliness that they can't verbalize in this society. Men are more likely to shoot up schools or movie theaters in this society. A society that tells them to compartmentalize their feelings and turn it into anger or the next over-the-top workout to show how tough they are. And wait, we are all contributing to this environment and these expectations for men. So today is not about how we women see men or how men affect us as women. Today is just about honoring males in our society by doing them the common human courtesy of creating a safe place for them to talk. As women, we can hold space for them and support them in their vulnerability, but we are not here to turn the conversation to our experiences. We are here to learn, to listen, and to be kind. Thank you. And I'll pass it over to Ankara.
Wow, Leo, thank you so much. That was so poignant and so powerful and potent. And I'm really grateful for you and what you're doing and how you put this event and many other events together, you know? And so I just wanted to start off by thanking you and congratulating you for, you know, how you create these containers, and particularly this one that's specifically for men, you know, and it's definitely much needed in our time. And I think that you hit so many crucial points about where we're at collectively as a man, and we're so you were really able to gather this information very, very clearly and share it with us, but through this, I would say, through the eyes of like the wholeness, the whole collective. It wasn't even from the feminine perspective or anything. It was like really something that I felt was like a collective universal voice that you shared. And it was almost like you downloaded that because it was just so clear in the message that you want to get across and that we want to get across today and for the next 24 hours. So thank you again so much, Leo, for putting this together and allowing us the space to speak. And I do want to go drop a little bit deeper into that. At first, I just wanted to quickly introduce myself. I know a few of us have connected. What's going on, Steve? I know we connected on IG. Thanks for sending out that link. And Jesse, good to see you. Thank you for your support and showing up today. We got Eric over here. I'm not quite sure if we connected previously, but Eric, appreciate you for being here. And Alima, my good sister, thank you for showing up on the spot really last minute and showing your support and love. I appreciate it. But, I wanted to, I guess, give a quick introduction to myself and then just drop right into this this space that we have a container for today. But if you don't know me already, my name's Ankara Akiru, and I'm also known as the Ankh Alchemist. And I am a loving father. I am a metaphysician. I'm a breathwork coach. And I'm also a psychedelic educator and facilitator. So I've spent a good portion of my adult life really exploring different realms and different cultures and different ways to deeply connect with myself and with nature through different teachers that not only just the plant teachers or a specific culture, but I've had a lot of mentors and a lot of key people in my life that have helped guide me. And so part of my story today that I wanted to share with you all to begin this event was a little bit of paying tribute, something that I learned along the way that's very important to show respect and honor those who came before us and our mentors, our teachers, our even our grandparents. And so I want to tell a story today about the birth of my daughter. And for me, it's a vulnerable story and maybe one that isn't heard so much through men's perspective. So, I thought of it for this event. I thought about all different things and stories that I could share because I have many. And I thought about a lot of the traumas and things, as Leo mentioned in the beginning, we've all experienced these traumas in life. And so, but I felt like in place of that, just to start things out, I really wanted to tell a story about fatherhood, because for me, that's like sort of the highlight of being a man. And it connects into the psychedelic realm as well and the breath. So, I wanted to share a little bit of that story of the birth of my daughter. But I was inspired by one of my mentors and good friends. His name is Ross Naeem Davis. And he's a man that has about 8 children, I believe. And each one of them was birthed at home, unassisted underneath a copper pyramid. And so he has been a good friend, inspiration to me. And he actually gave me a lot of the skill sets to start working with the Ankh technology that I create with my hands. So I began to work with this man and learn more about his story. And I learned that he had given birth, him and his wife had given birth to each one of their children completely unassisted. And this kind of like blew my mind. I was like, wow, people are really doing that. And but I started to see and learn how that actually affected his fatherhood and his family, and how significant and important that was. And because he was a man that I really admired, I felt like when I found out that I was going to have a child, that I wanted to begin, the process with having this, having the intention to have our child at home unassisted. And so I learned a lot from Ross Naim personally, but I also, took it unto myself to start learning about this process of birthing and pregnancy and the different trimesters, and how the female's body changes through these different trimesters. And I started studying books like Spiritual Midwifery, Ina May Gaskin, and because I knew that I was going to do this from the beginning, I had every intention to learn as much as I could to provide a really safe space during the birthing process. And so my former partner and the mother of my child was along with me in this intention, and she had a previous child who was birthed at home, so she had already understood that process of the birthing, birthing at home in water. So the journey began. I started doing a lot of my studies, and really feeling like playing an active role in that not only the birthing process, but learning about the different phases of the pregnancy and how I could best support that, and I feel like that's something as men that we don't really, this birthing process and building up to that is always like something that we don't really necessarily understand or a deep part. So learning more about the physiognomy of a woman and how that changes and what she goes through just gives you a so much better understanding of how everything is changing, hormonally, emotionally, and physically. So again, I studied emergency birthing, and I really prepared myself the best I could for this process. We were going to the hospital in the beginning, or not going to the hospital, but going to the doctor to get monthly checkups and just to ensure the health of the child. And we also we chose to not know the sex of the child before she was born, so it was a complete surprise to us. But anyhow, later on in the pregnancy, just before we were close, we stopped going to the hospital because our intention was to have it at home. And the issue with the pregnancy, though, was that she started going past her due date to have the baby. And what I learned in that pregnancy process is if you go beyond more than like 10 or 12 days past the due date, can create a lot of issues for the woman when in birth. So essentially it came down to like, okay, we have to have this child in the next 24 hours or we're going to have to go to the hospital, and we really didn't want that because our intention was to have the child at home. So August 5th, 2009, the night before the birth of my daughter, I stayed up late because it was pressing on me, like the importance of the child coming through in the next 24 hours. And I'm just like starting to get really worried because I'm like, we really don't want to go to the hospital. We didn't plan for that. And now it's just like a matter of calling her in. So I stayed up that evening. It was the night of a full moon, penumbral or partial lunar eclipse. And I just sat under that moon, and the moon, there was a full ring, like a silver moon bow around the moon. And it was just so glorious. And I just prayed under the moon that, that our child would come through safely, and, that she would be in a safe container and everything was protected. And I just, continued to pray for about an hour or so for her safe birthing, And then, so I went to bed that night, and the next morning when we woke up, my ex-partner was like shaking my shoulder. She's like, "Hey, my water broke. We're having the baby." So it was it was like, all right, time for action. And we had prepared to have her in the bathtub. So we had a large kind of jacuzzi tub. And the only person that was there aside from my partner's first child was my mother. So my mother had come to be a part of the experience and help us give birth, Excuse me. So during that process, the birthing process, when her water broke, we prepared the bathtub, and she got in the tub. Within probably about 4 hours, the baby, started to come. And I remember there was one point where she began to like slip into the water, and she couldn't hold herself up because her energy was completely depleted. But she was doing the breath work, right? The breath work techniques. And so I started breathing with her, and we started doing these, I guess, the Lamaze breathing. And just as the baby was crowning and came through the portal, my mother was there to catch her. I was supporting my partner from behind, holding her up by her arms because she was completely depleted. And so I was supporting her from behind, holding her, and I had 2 crystals in my hand, I remember. And then my mother was there to actually catch the baby. And that's, I remember like being the father and being like, I envisioned catching my child as she came through, but just the circumstances didn't work out like that. And I was on the other side, essentially. So as my child came through, my first realization is she's not breathing, like that was the first instinct, was like, she's not breathing. And I guess I didn't really know, like, how it takes some time or something. But I remember doing these breathing techniques and then holding my breath and retaining my breath, because it was almost as if I couldn't breathe until she was breathing. Right. So I did this breath retention, and the moment slipped into timelessness, essentially. What happened. And I slipped into this very non-ordinary state where, as I was holding my breath, I became aware that there was a light inside of the womb of the mother. And this light had a thread or a strand that was connected to it. And this light was connected to my mother, who was before, the portal. And then that light continued back and connected to my grandmother and my great grandmother. And this light kept going. I know you've seen it in those ancient Hindu paintings where they depict that the thread of life or the cord of life. And this was what appeared to me in my vision in this moment of breathlessness and timelessness. And I just I was so awestruck. I remember just understanding the connection of this divine feminine and the life bearing and life birthing process, you know. And I just had this really, really deep awareness in that moment, which was very, described as very psychedelic because of the breath work that we were doing, and then the breath retention. I never really realized it before, but that was what really, kicked in this non-ordinary psychedelic state, where I was able to actually see this light thread connecting the generations all the way back to the matrilineal, cord. And then my daughter breathed for her first time, and I was able to take a breath. But the morning she was born, it started raining, and we had been in a drought in California. So we got blessed with the rains for the first time in like months and months and months, like 120-degree weather. And it came down that morning. So I gave her middle name. Her name is Josiah Rain, but we named her middle name Rain after the rainfall. But I wanted to share this a little bit about the story, because I wanted to remember the man's role in the family and the birthing process, right? Because it's a part that we've really been left out of. And especially during, the birthing portal, it's like, yeah, men can be there to hold the hand or whatever in the hospital, but to actually go in with this intention to birth your child at home with no midwife, no doula, like, and have the courage, the faith, and the strength, and the knowledge to go into that, that yes, I can bear this life with my partner. And that just, it really gives so much power back to the man and to the father. So that was my birthing, and my initial experience with becoming a father. And it was directly associated with this with the breath work and the non-ordinary state that essentially revealed to me how truly like powerful women are in that life birthing process. So yeah, this story is also to pay homage and respect to the divine feminine, and remember that, how powerful she is, and that we all were born from the womb of our mothers, so yeah, I wanted to share a little bit of that vulnerable story, because I feel like it, reveals a little bit more about who I am, and then helps us remember who we are as men and as fathers. And so what I would like to do is I would like to hear if there's any, questions or remarks, or some of the men want to chime in and share something. I'm not sure. So Leo, this is strictly men, right? So it's only the men speaking?
No, I think the idea is that we are upholding men's stories, and upholding a space for men to speak. And that I think if women decide to share, that that the emphasis not be on their interpretations of men in relationship to their like lives or experiences, but that that it's not like women can't contribute, but just the idea that that we're really focused on men's experiences and their stories, and that we're trying to create a safe space for them to talk. And that as women, we are here to learn and to listen and to express kindness. So, it's not that women can't speak. I don't know if that makes sense, but just that a lot of times I feel like when we talk about men's issues in a multi-gendered environment, it tends to kind of flip back to maybe women talking about their experiences with men and the patriarchy and things like that. But that's not really the focus of today's discussion. Today's 24-hour discussion is about holding up men's voices and encouraging them to feel safe to share things that may not be easy to share. Are you still there, or did you get knocked off, Ankara? So Ankara may have gotten knocked off, but I think he was asking for men to share their experiences, maybe relating to birth or relating to relationships, relating to women or divine feminine. Just go on and jump in.
Is nobody there? There's some people there. Look at this person. It's chewing and smacking.
Eric, do you want to jump in? Are you here? Steve, do you want to jump in?
Sorry, I just had a Zoom crisis, but I can certainly jump in. Has anyone ever had it when at a crucial moment, it kind of slides off to the right? Whenever you press it on the dock, it comes back in and then swipes away again, and you're sort of trying to catch it like that. No? All right, well, that was what happened.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ankara, for sharing that. I think it's a bit early in the morning for my my stories about along those lines. But I can certainly say that, like yourself, it moved along my own appreciation, respect, awe, not just for the process, and all those who go through it, but anyone who's even got the apparatus, really. Maybe as the night draws on and the lamps are turned down, I'll be able to share a bit more. But it's all quite I haven't quite mastered. I mean, it's probably wrong time to say. I haven't quite mastered the art of sharing, which is probably why I like moderating instead. I'm the kind of guy. I'm the kind of I am that guy who they say, "Oh, tell us your feelings." I go, "Okay," and they go, "No, don't, not that kind of thing." And I'm like, "Well, where's the happy medium?" Be a bit of a jerk about it. So I haven't quite nailed sharing. I did 2 years in Al-Anon for friends and relatives, where I tried to hone it. So it's a bit unfair, isn't it, to say it's too early in the morning for my childbirth stories. Here's one. All right. And I love this format, by the way, where it's okay for someone to just kind of storytell for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and everyone's happy just to kind of sit back, take it in. I'm on a psychedelic training course called Vital at the moment. And I'm one of those people who puts their hand up at the beginning of the Q&A for the lecture. And the facilitator will say, and it's all, it's all kind of therapy sector speak. Yeah, if you're one of those who always steps forward, maybe take a step back and let everyone else say, "I'll go hand down." And then, of course, nobody steps up. So you put your hand back up. More Zoom awkwardness on my own part. Talking of Zoom awkwardness, I am aware that I look like a Latin American paramilitary right now. When I worked in Ibiza, everyone thought I was Russian. I've just got back from having a sauna, and I promise I'll look a bit less like one of your psychedelic nightmares. But once I go and change into evening garb. So here's one story. I work a little bit with artists, as in fine artists, visual artists, and one of them got in touch with the gallery I was working for. So can I come and show you my new tapestry? It's like the Bayer tapestry. It's like super long, and it's about, you know, my wife's miscarriages. She's had 3, and I thought to myself, oh goodness, my wife's had 3 miscarriages. You know, I meet this guy, and so he comes, got a huge great thing, and you know, we look at it in the office, go through the whole tapestry where he's kind of gone, he's done the whole, you know, the story, and at the end, you know, he had a, you know, when I say picture, a bit of embroidery. Yeah, no, these kids when they grown up, it's very affecting, and these other, you know, there weren't just sort of 3 kids in the picture, and I was like, you know, and who are these? Is that them when they were younger? And he goes, oh no, that's my 3 kids that I've got anyway. I have actually got 3 kids. You know, I did have 3 miscarriages as well. I have actually got 3 kids. I was thinking that I haven't got any fucking kids, but I've had 3 miscarriages. so that's so there it is. So the chap had at least had, you know, had 3 kids, and my wife, bless her, has 2 children of her own. And of course, it's not too late for me. It certainly is, as far as my friends are concerned. In fact, I've noticed it's a taboo for men to have children a bit later, and the shaming is along the lines of, oh, he won't be able to play football. He'll be far too tired. He'll be far too tired. And to be fair, I am sort of far too tired already without any children. So I should think it would be, you know, it would be terribly difficult. I should think, yeah. Leo, thank you very much for putting this on. That was one of the things Ankara mentioned in his reel. And that was what I was thinking actually last time, how good it was of you to put all this together. Because I think, you know, we do these things, don't we? And then we realize, oh, did we, you know, we got the time. And it's a grind, isn't it? I work a bit with small business people, and they subscribe to, you know, all the crap. About how, oh, you just put it on the internet, and you know, the money just sort of like is printed at the bottom of your mobile phone. And it's always involves grinding, doesn't it? Promote or die, as they say around the avant-garde nightclubs in the Shoreditch area of London, where I'm based right now. I'm moderating tomorrow at 11 a.m. UK time, which is 3 a.m. Your time, or I hope it is, because I think we're about to enter the sort of 2-week window where the time difference is actually an hour less. And that could just be the East Coast. I've been caught off guard by aggressive New Yorkers a number of times by turning up late to Zoom meetings because of this. And I'm sure you guys won't shame me, but you might have been up late. Sorry, dude.
That's all right. I was just saying I'm on the East Coast time zone right now, and it's 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
We're good. I noticed my lectures for Vital on the Google Calendar are suddenly 4 o'clock rather than 5 o'clock next week.
Where are you located?
I am in central London, in Shoreditch, which like used to be the hipster bit and has been completely colonized in the small C sense, or gentrified. And it's on the way. I can never remember what the word is, but when bands get famous, or they start getting famous, and the record companies say, "Oh, what you got to do is water it down a little, and you'll sell more records." And eventually, by the fifth album, they just sound like everyone else, and no one likes them anymore. And that's what's kind of happened to our hipster district here. So think Williamsburg, think Venice Beach. But now it's just, there's none of us left. People stare. I'm like a punk in Camden. People stare and point. A punk in the 70s, and they go, "Oh, look, a genuine hipster person." I haven't asked for photos, but I'm leaving here. I'm leaving here. I'm going to try and get out of London again. I'd actually taken a job in Ibiza before lockdown.
Okay, that's in Spain.
Yeah. It's a giant crystal, the island, and it was also supposedly the location of Odysseus and the Sirens, seeing as we're on a men's Zoom. The story in the Odyssey about Ulysses, Odysseus, same guy. They're approaching the island of the Sirens, and the Sirens, their song is so beautiful that it lures the sailors towards their island, where they are dashed to death on the rocks that surround it.
Sounds like a familiar story.
Yeah, this is it. And Odysseus gets the crew to lash him to the mast and they all put wax in their ears so he can hear. And no matter how much he begs, they must not sail towards the island.
Steve, man, I appreciate your energy and your story. You have a great
vibe. I'll let you have your show back now.
No, it's not my show, man. It's our thing, and I love that you had the gumption to come through and share your story. My phone died, actually. Sorry, I wasn't fully prepared and plugged in and everything, but my phone dropped off, and it was one of those things I was supposed to plug it in before we went on, and then I forgot, and next thing you know, it's not there anymore. So anyways, I am plugged in and charged, and I'm not sure what I missed. If anybody had comments or wanted to share anything from my previous, because I kind of just like dropped off unexpectedly. So I wanted to be available if there's any questions or curiosities around that, and then maybe we can move forward. We still got another about 20 minutes to the top of the hour, so I'll be holding space here, and hopefully hearing from some of you as well, because I don't, it's not like a lecture or a presentation. It's really a conversation and a story. So if there's any other men in the room that also want to share something, I'd love to hear from you. So you can raise your hand, or we could just move on.
Cara, we have a little background noise here, but I just wanted to share that when you were sharing, I hadn't really given much thought to men and childbirth as one of the issues coming up. And then when you dropped off, Steve started to share about miscarriages, and I've had some miscarriages, and I haven't really thought about like men's perspective on miscarriages. Like I haven't really put a lot of time and energy into that and thinking about that grief. And I started tearing up when Steve was speaking about it from his experience and his perspective. And I think by going into this experience of fatherhood and birth, I thought that was a beautiful way to begin our 24 hours, because it's so symbolic to be talking about birth. And when you talked about men being kind of shut out from that experience, or being like sidelined, or are there the experience not necessarily being honored in the same way for men, I just, a lot of that was very profound for me, but I feel like it has to sit for a while. Like it's not necessarily something you have an immediate reaction to. You're just like digesting this story, and you maybe haven't heard stories, that kind of vulnerable story of men talking about how birth has transformed them it's just not a story I've heard for a while in mainstream culture. So I appreciate your sharing.
Yeah, truly, you know, and I think when we get, you know, get right with our intentions, like intention is everything, you know. So in that birthing process, it was really crucial. And that's, you know, that's where men work well, you know. It's like, yeah, we can come up with clear directives and intentionality, and like, hey, this is how we're going to do it, you know. And that creates a supportive environment for the woman to get behind that, you know. And so I don't know that my former partner would have ever, you know, requested or asked that we do that unless I gave the directive or the intention, hey, you know, I want to have this child unassisted at home. And so that that aspect of intentionality is really, really crucial. And I feel like that in that birthing process, again, like what you shared, you know, men have been, you know, almost sidelined, and it's such a the aspect of birthing and bringing life and even conceiving life is, there has to be a balance there, right? I mean, there has to be the two energies, they have to coexist together, you know. And I feel like that it's important for men to speak more into their birthing experiences and the processes. And especially, you know, it's not a story that you hear real commonly, and a majority of people are not intending to have an unassisted birth at home. You know what I mean? That's really scary to a lot of people. And we even had a lot of, you know, pushback from family members and people who, you know, were like doctors and nurses that were in our family that were like directly advising against it. But it really took that intention from the beginning, setting that and pushing all the way through that, even though it looked different in the end than what our initial, you know, thoughts and intentions were. It still came out really amazing, you know. And my daughter came through in a really healthy and good way. So you know, just bringing more light to that, bringing more recognition about men's role and how important that is, and how that makes a man feel when he's a part of that process and can be, you know, and every, like, be supportive and be there for every part. To me, that means a lot. So thanks for listening, you know, I appreciate it.
I think at the beginning of the call, Leo mentioned, oh, men are supposed to be wise and strong. It's like, yeah, I don't think you'll get any argument out of men about that. I think they'd prefer, to, like, you know, be that and aspire to that than they would something you know, than tend towards an over vulnerability. And I don't think you'll get any, no man's ever going to say he wasn't afraid during childbirth. There's the trope, isn't there? The old-fashioned trope of the guy pacing up and down outside the waiting room. And that, you know, and that's, you know, that's from a far less enlightened era, or a less enlightened era. So it's what I'm getting at is men have always been fine with being brave and afraid at the same time. And I think that's what their instinct is towards. And for ages, and I still am, I was confused about express your feelings, because I thought that meant whine, bitch. Like, you know, let off steam in the most, like, you know, unproductive way. Whereas actually it means please draw boundaries with me, from what I can tell. And yeah, that is This, of course, is a fluid topic. What does society want from men? What do men want from society? It's ever evolving. It's ever changing. I don't have the answers, but I just wanted to say that I appreciated what you were saying there about how you could bring something to the table. And certainly after my wife's miscarriages, there was only one job for me, and I did think on occasion, there's not much room for my feelings or my mourning here, but in a way it kind of didn't matter because I could be there, for her when she really needed me in that way. And so, men's, our feelings, I think, are about more than just needing sometimes to feel grief, loneliness, or express loneliness. And I suppose, is it like a golden shadow thing? And is it like a divine masculine thing?
Well, I want to explore that, man. And what I wanted to say, though, to support what you're sharing is that I feel like, just like in this container, it's so crucial for men to hear each other's stories. And traditionally, we don't have like this connecting point where you see, especially nowadays, you see all these women's circles, all these healing circles that women are holding, and they've come back into that awareness of doing that work, whereas men has only almost got left in the dust. And to be vulnerable and to share your story, it doesn't even really work if you try to break it down for a woman, because then after a while it just becomes like you're just like airing out your laundry and she doesn't get it. So it's so important to have men who can understand and support your story, because if you're like wanting to be vulnerable and tell your story, it's important that the woman can be there to listen and hear that. But more importantly, it's important to have that the masculine support behind that, because women will truly never know or understand what it's like. So just like I could never understand what it's like to give birth, for a life to come through this womb is beyond me, So what I'm calling for and what I'm putting into the space is a call to action, and we see it happening, but we need more of it, is men's circles, men's retreats, support for the masculine in the space. And it takes leaders like Steve, like yourself, like myself, and many other men that are going to be speaking on this platform for the next 24 hours. I'm so to me, that's the most that we get to see all and hear all these men's stories, and they're really shining. And we have like a concentrated container for 24 full hours. That's a spray across the whole world, right? It's just 24 hours. We covered it all. It's a full day and night. So we went around the globe, spreading this energy and this vibes. But what I want to see more of is men coming together in like intentional containers to help heal each other. And so, that's what I'm personally creating and getting involved in is helping support other men, and how we can do that together, and not be like, it's not just all about being vulnerable and being able to cry on another man's shoulders. Is like, yo, let's do martial arts together, let's do breath work, let's go through these emotions, but let's create some outlets and some actionables, and an actual call to action where we can have that release. So talking about it is only one aspect of it. We need to, as men, we need to be able to punch some shit, we need to be able to physically, even aggressively act out, to have a physical release of these emotions, because that shit is stuck in our body. We store all these traumas and all this, these emotions, especially in the body because we don't release them or have a space to talk about them safely. They get pent up, and then it's just like we're completely bound by this shit. So having that space to not only talk about your story, but to, you know, to have some physicality in the space, and to even like explore nature together as men. That's one thing that I feel like is another thing that we can focus on, is like we have this natural attraction to the feminine, right? We want to be around women and stuff, but nature is the ultimate, like she's the divine feminine, she's the mother. So feminine is not a female, it's an energy, it's an actual frequency that's moving through creation. And when we connect with that, it doesn't have to be physically, you know, intimacy with a female. It can be a deep connection with nature, you know, mother nature, right? So this divine feminine energy is so important for us to tap into, but we take it directly, physically, like we want to bang one out, you know what I mean? But it's like, go out, you know, when these times when you're frustrated or you feel like you need to release in that way, like go out into nature and connect with the ocean, you know what I mean? Connect with the mountains and the animals and things, the rocks. So this is, you know, this is my call to action. My time is just about up as a moderator in a few minutes, but I just wanted to say that, you know, like, let's take something out of this. It's not just like tell stories, but at the end of this, I would like to compile, you know, actionables. Even what I would like to see, Leo, it would be amazing. We see like an actual men's group come out of this space right here. You know, the men that are in here connecting and telling stories. Let's create some type of way that we can keep this going, get it together for the men, and like for us to have that space to support each other. What do y'all think?
I obviously think it's awesome. I think so. What you said there, yeah, does culture really want men's emotions? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Express your emotions. No, no, no. I mean, you actually do it, and it's you know, it's horrific, isn't it? It's and the classic example is the sports match. You know, I don't know what it was like in your guys like team sports audiences back in the 1970s, but over here it's like that bit in Rollerball, the original movie, you know, where they're shaking the cage, the fans and stuff, or it certainly used to get like that. And I think that was where all these kind of toxic emotions and probably not toxic under all circumstances, but maybe sometimes that used to get out. And we don't have it so much anymore, do we? Dude, thank you so much for your moderation. You were awesome. I aspire to moderate like you tomorrow. I'm going to go and put some more psychedelic clothes on. You'll be glad to know. Thanks very, very much. Fantastic.
Yeah. Thanks, Ankar. That was great.
Thank you.
I'm going to be back to check out your outfit, bro. Yeah. I'm coming back just for that. Eric or anybody else, I saw you pop on the screen. Did you have anything you want to connect on before I scoot out as far as a moderator? We can't hear you, bro.
You're muted, Eric. Oh.
You just got to unmute yourself, my man.
I think you might.
Then there's a problem with my computer.
Oh, you're good now.
Okay. Well, no, thank you for your presentation, but I don't have anything to add or multiply.
All right. Appreciate it, Eric.
Yeah.
All right. So wrapping up my moderation, you know, next 3 minutes, we're going to have the next moderator who I'm not
I'm not exactly sure who
It's gonna be Ray Christian. And it
Ray.
looks like he's on right here in the center of the screen. How's it going, Ray?
Hey guys, great. Thanks for having me.
What's going on, Ray? Good to have you here, my bro. I don't think we've had an opportunity to meet and connect, but grateful to have you on board. And the men's story is here, and looking forward to hear what you have to offer, my bro. So, did you have any questions or anything? I know you probably came in a little late there on the line, but just want to give you a space.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, what worked well for you the last hour as moderator?
Well, I can tell you what didn't work well is I didn't have my phone charged, and the phone died in the middle of my story. But what did work well for me is just being in the flow, like tapping into my natural state of who I am, and just like not even, I don't know, I guess I have a natural way of presenting myself, but I think just tapping into that, being your true self and speaking from your heart is most crucial.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Yeah, man. So why don't we go ahead and, give your introduction, tell us a little bit about who you are, and then tell us more about what your topic is today before you dive in fully, man.
That's gonna fucking.
Of course. Thank you, Ankara. So my name is Ray Christian, and I am currently in Los Angeles, but I'm refreshing my visa. I actually live in Colombia, Medellin. And the reason I live there is because I had a 9-gram dose of magic mushrooms. I asked the universe, what should I do next? And I was hoping for some career advice, maybe advice on, what to do with my ex-girlfriend. Instead, I got, moved to Medellin. And so here I am now doing that life, 6 months. And I'm in LA, refreshing the visa, seeing friends. But so I'll tell a little bit, I'll give a high level about my story and my psychedelic journey. And then I'll kick it to you guys just to see if you have any questions, if any topics you'd like me to touch on or kind of queue up. And I have some experiences, some really specific experiences that the psychedelic journey taught me about the gender roles and dealing, being a man in a society with some strong females, because I grew up with some strong females in my family. So that's kind of a little rough itinerary, and then we can kind of take it from there. Hopefully that suits the crowd. So quick background. Grew up in DC, was a CPA for years, did business development, and then made this crazy leap into technology and launched a tech company, built a mental health app, got it to a significant chunk of users and sold it. And I took the proceeds of that, built this AI therapist, and from there just had a crazy ride. Got published in a scientific journal, and got approved for health insurance, ran a trial of 750 people. This AI therapist could watch you talk and assess your mental health. And then that company came crashing down. And the reason I bring up kind of the career side of it was because my career was okay, pretty good, but wasn't a world beater. And when I discovered psychedelics, specifically for me, magic mushrooms was my ally. As I engaged in a monthly practice of large doses primarily and a little bit of microdosing, I saw my career change drastically. And I went from this like CPA and sales guy to all of a sudden building technology products and published papers. I credit that to the mushrooms. And so then as that company came crashing down, and I can tell you one of the really male mistakes I made was part of the reason it crashed. And I'll put a button on that for now. But when I was like, well, what would I do next? What would if I could wave a magic wand? And for me, it was obvious, it was psychedelics. And I didn't really see much of an industry yet. So I was like, let me just do what I can. And so I started this podcast got all these guys on the show, Jim Fadiman, Dennis McKenna, turned into a thing. Took that to a TikTok, and that turned into a thing. And I started interacting with a lot of active psychonauts. And I kept hearing over and over, they just want to connect with others and talk about it, kind of like we're doing here today. And then I also kept hearing they want advice on how to get it. I can't help with that part, but I did try to help with the first. And so we built this community called Soiree. And essentially it's community for the bold. And we connect all these psychedelic explorers around the world and just share all about the experience. And we have a how-to course on how to do solo work, because that was my work, solo. And so just got deeper and deeper in the community, and have felt this incredible joy at seeing a true psychedelic industry grow and seeing people get more comfortable about talking about their journeys and the challenges. So that's a little bit about me. A couple of things about, I know we're talking about kind of the men's concept. And so I'll say two things that will kind of feed perhaps maybe a larger story or two. So one is, I had an experience on a very deep trip where when I came back and I landed, I felt completely and utterly genderless. And it's tough to describe that, but it was almost like I felt like a tree or a bush. I was like a walking plant where there was no gender. It was just, I'm a thing that's walking in this world. And I can kind of dive into this concept of what that felt like and how it impacted me. And the second thing is, I had a somewhat unique upbringing in that I was in a house with 3 women as I grew up: a mother, 2 little sisters, and my father was not there. And so it also just so happened that all 3 women were and are brilliant and shrewd. And I spent basically 30 years playing checkers while they were playing chess. And I didn't really feel like I caught up to their genius until my 30s. And I started to see, finally, thanks to a lot of the psychedelic work, what it means to be, at least striving towards this divine male, to be firm, to be strong, to be able to check people when it's needed, but at the same time, have this yin yang balance of being that man, and at the same time, having a little bit of that feminine, just the right amount to balance it. And those two concepts, this experience of being completely and utterly genderless, and in the evolution of trying to find my way in a very tight world of very strong and brilliant women, it was really kind of changed me in a lot of beautiful ways. So I'll stop there and just want to open it up to the crew. Is there anything that I can answer? Anything you want me to hit on? Anything that any burning desires from the group I can touch on?
Yeah, I got lots of questions for you. You seem pretty interesting. My name's Sean. I'm Leo's husband. So,
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you. You said you had done a journey, and then you decided to move to Colombia. Like, what exactly was in Colombia that made you want to go there? Was it opportunity, or was it just kind of like moving on a whim?
The short answer is I had no idea what I was getting into.
Yeah.
But I trusted the mushrooms.
Yeah.
And since I did, I usually like to wait 5 days before making any big decisions after a big dose. But after 2 days, I could see myself trying to talk my way out of it and rationalizing, no, this is crazy. This is a bad idea. And I said, no, I'm booking this. I'm going to trust that message. And so the short answer is I didn't have a lot of reasons to go, except for I was told very clearly on the biggest journey I've ever done on mushrooms, move there. As I, a little bit more layered to that, as I kind of explored, like, why does this make sense? When I had a company crashing, when I had a 3-year relationship with my ex-girlfriend crashing, I said, it just seemed that a new, refresh, a new finding myself and like really getting the fuck out of Dodge was the move. Yeah. And I have a passion for the Latin culture, a chance to learn Spanish. I had one friend that was down there. And so that it all just kind of, the stars aligned. And as soon as I booked the trip, Sean, all this incredible stuff started happening. I found out, oh, by the way, it's the city of eternal spring. It's 72 degrees year round. It's
Wow.
80% less expensive than every other city in America. And it's got beautiful people. It's got incredible views and jungle and mountains. All this fun stuff started happening. And that I didn't even know before I booked the trip.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love traveling and love going all over to new places. I'll let Ankara go. I'll come back to me because I got some more questions. But go ahead, Ankara.
Man, you might as well finish off your questions. I can go next.
Okay, yeah. If you don't mind, I was gonna ask, do you feel safe there in Colombia? You know, you hear a lot of like, I don't know, I've heard people say like China's horrible and dangerous, but I love China. You know, I have a work visa in China, but for the most part, do you feel pretty good when you're there as far as your, you know, safety and
I feel physically very safe. And but there is a little bit of juju in the air around pickpocketing.
sure.
And you've got, you know, wallet needs to be in the front pocket, and you can't really be willy-nilly with your phone. And so that kind of wears on you. And there is, I don't know if it's specific to Medellin, but there is just a sense of like, no, I'm an immigrant. And, you know, plenty of people are wonderful to me, but there are some where it's like, I get some vibe. And even on TikTok, I've got a little bit of direct messages of like, go the fuck home. And so there is some of that, but overall um, it's incredibly safe. I haven't seen any violence. It's really a wonderful place.
Cool. That's awesome. Maybe you could post your TikTok in the chat, you know, so I can check it out, or anyone else can check it out if you want to.
Of course. Thank you for
Cool.
asking. I'll do that
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. Thank you.
Ray,
Ankara?
yeah, man. Wanted to just say congratulations on your journey and what you started there in the psychedelic community. You know, it sounds like it's something cool. I would love to be a part of it. So if you could put the link or however we can get involved in that in the chat, that would be real dope. I think you said it was called Soiree. Is that correct?
So I just put the TikTok in there. That funnels to the soiree, and I just added the soiree.com link as well.
Okay, great. That's excellent, man. And
Actually,
you know, I kind of did something a little bit similar in 2020. I started utilizing an app called Clubhouse. It's actually how Leo and I met. But there's a pretty massive like underground psychedelic community across the globe, and it's just, you know, previous to recent times, we haven't really had that sort of connection or intercommunication between us across, you know, different time zones, and so to have a space where that can all come together is just like really cool. But yo, man, I wanted to ask you about the, because I think you brought up a great, you know, point and with your story about this genderless aspect, you know, and I wanted to like maybe ask a little bit more about that and share more about my understanding of that, my understanding, if you will. But I had an experience as a young man. One of my mentors and spiritual teachers actually ended up like basically physically abusing me, molesting me. And you know, I didn't realize in the moment at that time, but it was like extremely traumatic. And so what it caused me to do from a very young, you know, from the teenage years was I became very homophobic. I was like super anti-gay, especially gay men. You know, I had issues. And I remember specifically there was like one event. I went to this outdoor music festival, and I took a really high dose of mushrooms, and I didn't even really know exactly what I was getting into, but I was getting into a lot. And essentially there was one moment during the experience where I laid down on my back in this big open field. It was an outdoor venue and at the Spirit of the Swanee Music Park here in Florida. And I just remember being in this phase, like in this visionary state, looking up at the sky and closing my eyes, and then I felt something on my feet, and I opened my eyes, and there was this this man started talking to me, but he was very, you know, he was very obviously homosexual in how he spoke and how he dressed and everything. And it was like this, the first time I had been in like this direct, you know, connection like that. And I was like, whoa. And I was in the state where it was like, it was not instantly reactionary. I had a moment to actually like feel it and understand more about what it was. And I became in that moment, I like almost was instantly healed of this, like, you know, this issue that I had with gay men, because I was molested by a gay man, you know what I mean? And so I think it's important for us to understand as men that there's actually a third point that you're mentioning, which, you know, you're identifying as genderless, and this can be like androgen even, but it's a neutral point. So we have the masculine, you know, maybe positive charge, the feminine, the negative charge on the poles of electricity, but that energy has to be grounded with the neutral, right? And so we forget about that a lot of times. We, you know, bounce back and forth and have these polarities between the polarity gaps between masculine and feminine. But to have this middle point of neutrality of the genderless, the androgen, is a really important like energetic space to understand as embodied man, you know. So I appreciate you bringing up that point, and just curious like how you feel like maybe other men could embody that, or like really tap into that energetic. Like how does one, because as a man we're like, nah, that's female, that's gay, that's, you know, that's whatever, but it's not manly. So how do we as men and masculine, you know, energetics tap it more into that neutral genderless space?
Thank you, Arkara, for the share, the vulnerability. That was beautiful, and sounds like a really formative part of your journey. And heart goes out to you for that one. I also appreciate this concept of finding, the way you put it, this middle point of neutrality. And it's so hard to be in that balanced middle. It's constant work. And so, to your question, how to tap into that energy? That's a really good question. I don't have a great answer for that. But what I would say is that for me, sometimes I try to avoid being a one-trick pony where all answers go back to, hey, do a big dose of mushrooms. At the same time, I think the transformative power, even microdoses, and obviously other different psychedelics, are there for us anytime we want. And so for me, it's setting the clear intention of like, if that's something you want, if you want to find this neutrality, if you want to find this middle ground, make that an intention and make that a consistent focus for a meditative practice, a yoga practice, any kind of energy healing, or your microdosing, or your big doses. And if you make that the focus, the universe will show it to you. It will reveal it to you at some point. For my money, it tends to be a lot more accelerated with psychedelics, because I mean, it can happen in an afternoon. And so I would lean towards that as like a very clear intention of like, I want to feel the other side of the gender spectrum. I want to feel the other side of the sexuality spectrum, and have that be an intention for a meditation or a microdose or a big one. And I think that can be a good place to get there. I don't have a really good scientific answer because I just stumbled into it. I think it was about 3.5 grams on the money. And at this point, I was probably midway through my journey. So I've done about 100 large trips. It's probably around 40 or 50. And I didn't set the intention to feel this, but I as I was kind of landing when the trip merges with reality, hour 3, 4, 5, I was like, I don't identify. It was even further of Yuri entered the room. Do I admit this? I'll admit it. Not only did I not identify as male or female or gay or straight, I almost didn't even, I had trouble identifying as a human. I felt like, no, I'm just like some sort of like moving bush or tree. And I don't even feel like I'm a human anymore, or I'm just some ball of energy. And it was really liberating to get through that and to feel that, to say, okay, all the stuff that we think and we feel about genders, about sexuality, all of that, it's really just a story. It's all these stories that have been layered on each other from what we heard as children, from what we read, what we think, and it all kind of compounds like interest. It becomes this really clear story that we feel like is ours at any given moment. But really, it's just this like wave, this oceanic, million different stories and bits of information that in this moment we say, no, I think this and I feel this because that's me. But it's not. It's just some story of ideas that we've gotten pounded into us since birth. And so to have that stripped away, it was like all the Google Chrome tabs got wiped on my browser. And I was just like, okay, I just see the physics of reality right now. And there is no gender, there is no sexuality, there is nothing. It's just, it is. I'm just this thing that, has some physical properties. And if you can make that intention, if you can get to that point and feel that sense of like, basically all of this, whether it's gender or sexuality, all of it is just completely and utterly arbitrary. When you get to that point, it's liberating. It takes the pressure off all of it in a way. Does that answer your question a little bit? That's kind of a tough one.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that for sure. I think it's, for both of us, it sounds like, some of those inner revelations came through the mushrooms and, I consider them the teachers, right? So in a lot of ways, that breakthrough moment sometimes takes, being shoved into that or pushed into that through, or even invited gently into that portal of realization through psychedelics and through mushrooms. And so it's interesting that we can do some of that healing work around our sexuality, our gender identity, and all that through the mushrooms. And I think that the most important part is like the integration piece. And I think you kind of in your response, you kind of summarize, what that integration looks like for you. So how you've been able to like bring that into your daily life and make that, make that kind of fit and land for you. And that can be like a real gem, to hold on to. So just wanted to encourage you and support you on your journey, man. And excited to, hear more and learn more about you, Ray. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ankar. That means a lot. And thank you to Alima and Jesse for the kind words. I appreciate that. I can go on and
Ray,
slap my gums, but anyone other?
Yeah, we have a
questions?
question. We have a question from someone on YouTube Live. And what they were asking is, how did you choose mushrooms, or how did they choose you as your specific psychedelic you like to use?
And also, do you see them spinning it?
How did I choose mushrooms? Or I like how you framed that question. It's very apropos because they kind of chose me. So also more kind of fodder for this gender concept. So the story goes like this. I sometimes joke with people, like most great stories, this one starts with a girl. And so her name was Melanie. And I mean, she was a knockout, just smart, funny, beautiful, charming, the whole thing. And I had been kind of planning on finally making a move. I had a crush on her for a while, and 36,000 genders. And finally, I was like ginning up the courage. Like, this weekend, this is my sister's birthday. There's going to be a club. Melanie's going to be there. I'm going to finally make my move and just put my, balls on the table. And I was ready to. And so the night comes, and she walks in the door, and she's just looking stunning as usual. And right behind her is her brand new boyfriend. And I'm crestfallen, and I go up to him, And I instantly realized at that point, I'm still like, no, I could take this guy. I could heal him or whatever kind of devious, dumb plan I had at 29 years old, 30, 30 years old. And I started talking with him, and I instantly realized I'm like, I am completely and utterly outclassed. I have no chance versus this guy. He's genuine, he's successful, and handsome, the whole thing. And before I could even really process the hit to my ego, this guy, 2 minutes into a conversation in a posh lounge in Los Angeles, in the middle of a bunch of people, reaches in his pocket and hands me a bunch of magic mushrooms. And I'm like, shocked, incredulous. Who does this in public? Who is this guy? What a weird gesture. I had touched, I'd done recreational mushrooms maybe 3-4 times in college, high school, and really went about a decade plus without touching it. And then this guy just hands them to me. And in an effort to kind of keep up with the Joneses, because I still hadn't fully given up on winning Melanie over, because I found out then she was also engaging with him, I went on a hunt to try to keep up with her and be part of the crew. And so I finally found some. And it was really just sheer luck, because I kind of did it. I didn't know about, setting and structure and all this important stuff and setting intentions. And instead, I took it with a few friends. It just so happened it was a very big dose. It was 3.5 grams of like almost all caps, which a lot of you might know that's just a little bit stronger. And so just by sheer luck, I'm with 2 friends and we're doing the normal stuff, just giggling, laughing, looking at, fractals and paintings and stuff. For some reason, I can't explain it, I peeled off and went into a room by myself. And for the first time, I went inward on a psychedelic. And a bunch of things happened. One, I met God. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm sure a bunch of you will understand. You get that. 2, I realized that I'm not religious anymore, but my religion is gratitude. It's just it. 3, I experienced, this is actually kind of tied to the gender stuff. I experienced this like paradoxical and instantaneous toggle between being a homeless, insane vagrant and being this rock star. And I realized I'm both. I could have been both, but for just some chance events and genetic surprises and environmental surprises, I realized that strange paradox of being both. And that experience changed everything. And so for me, I realized there's something here. And I started experimenting on myself, like Sasha Shulgin. And I started a once-a-month practice of somewhere between 1.75 grams and 5 grams at the last Saturday of every month. And really, so it was just this guy handed it to me. And the other part was I didn't even know there was this whole cornucopia of other psychedelics at the time. Knew a little bit about LSD. It was just easier to get the mushrooms. Didn't know about ketamine, San Pedro, ayahuasca. Didn't know about any of that at that time. So it was it felt like the universe kind of took my hand and was like, come here, slugger. Here's what we're going to do. And that's how I kind of stumbled into my ally.
Awesome. Thank you. That's a great answer. And I just posted another question in the chat from another viewer on YouTube Live. So,
of course.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good question. Do I feel? Great. Of course. Thank you for that cue. Do I feel the mushroom spirit is feminine or masculine? I've never really spent time noodling on this question. But I just kind of tapped into my intuition, and the answer I got back was masculine. Somewhere on the gradient scale, not quite, the most. It's not like the far end of the spectrum, but skews masculine is the sense I get.
Hey Ray, could I put in my 2 cents? I'd love to share my perspective on this.
Please do.
All right, cool. Well, that's a great question. I think that with most of these, plant and fungi teachers, we have a tendency to understand them and interpret them as like different masculine and feminine energies, of course, classically with the ayahuasca, you know, the grandmother, feminine spirit, and, you know, peyote, and then the mescaline can tend to be, you know, masculine type of energy. But the interesting part, and I've thought about this a lot with mushrooms, and I know there's 3,600 genders, and there's also the positive and the negative hyphae. And if you understand the life cycle of mushrooms, you understand the mycelial network and that underground. So this is in the womb of the earth, in the soil, and total darkness. So if we could say that the mushroom is masculine, of course it, you know, highly resembles penises. We could say that could be the masculine aspect or manifestation of the mushroom, and that the mycelial network, which grows underground in the darkness and the depths of the earth, is that divine feminine energy. What do you think about that?
So you're saying there's basically a little bit of both in there?
Yeah, truly. And even if you understand, like I mentioned, the hyphae, right? The hyphae are like these sport when the mushroom releases its spores. The mushroom is actually the end phase of the whole cycle. That's when the mycelium runs out of food and it can't grow anymore. It knows that it's going to end its cycle. It sprouts the mushroom to release the spores to carry on its life cycle so it can spread and go into new places, right? But that mushroom, you're just seeing the end cycle, the end of the phase, right? That's the masculine, you know, the projector, the progenitor, the phallus, the directive ray, right? That's the penis envy that we know so well. And that, for me, that's the masculine aspect. But you have to remember that's just one part of the cycle. Right. The very beginning of the cycle is the spore release, and those spores have either a positive or a negative hyphae. So here, these two have to connect, positive to negative. The two hyphae have to connect to sporulate, if you will, and to continue to the growth cycle. These two energetics, which we're talking about today, the positive and the negative poles, the masculine and feminine, they have to come together to respawn the mushrooms, you know. So that's my personal perspective and take on it, but I just wanted to share that, to give another, you know, another voice to the mushroom.
I like it. I like how the mushroom, which is so central to what we're doing and loving and trying to spread, encompasses both. I like what you've done there, Ankara.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, Ankara, outstanding. I hadn't thought of it that way. This hyphae concept, that's really compelling. And so to your point, also, you mentioned PE. I've grown B+, and I grew Golden Teacher a few times, and I took the leap with Penis Envy. And that is a well-earned name. Those mushrooms, I started thinking like, wow, we really are just like grown, walking, talking mushrooms. And pardon me for being uncouth, but at one point, so I was growing it with my then partner that I kind of alluded to. And when we were growing it, the third or fourth batch, it's almost like it gets better at growing and gets bigger once the cake gets kind of experienced, perhaps. And some of them got pretty sizable. And I, at one point, again, forgive me for being untoured, but I pulled down my pants in my home and I plucked one and I kind of compared the two. And I was like, which one is mine and which one is the mushroom? Because it looks pretty, it's some twins here. And I think you're right. And I think this idea of the mycelium maybe being the more feminine side and just the balance of the two, I think there's something really there.
If you think about the mycelium network too, it's basically what's providing food, information, nutrients to all the roots of the trees. So if you think about the mother and the feminine as the, you know, she is the caretaker. She provides the nutrients, right? She's like the provider in that sense of like
making sure that we have sustenance and nutrients. So this mycelial network is like connecting everything and all the roots and everywhere. So I think of it as a very, feminine thing, and that's up for interpretation, I imagine. But I appreciate your views as well, Ray, and thanks for
That's
sharing.
it. Of course, thank you for bringing that up. And I think I've read recently that essentially even nature views men as a little bit more disposable in the way that our genetic profile shakes out. So for instance, the way this article, this concept was written was basically that men actually are smarter than women, but we're also dumber. Like on the bell curve distribution, men have a higher percentage of geniuses, but men also have a higher percentage of mental retardation. And it's almost like nature is saying, yeah, let's take some risks with the men. And in the mycelium, in a way, you're right. It's like the mycelium is this safe, encouraging, nutrient-based network. But it's like, okay, fruiting bodies, we're just going to kind of spit you out into the earth and see what happens to you. And good luck. And I'd wonder sometimes if that manifests in our species as well.
Oh, fully.
So-
We're fully exposed, right? So yeah, I love the way you said that, because it's like the mycelium is underground, so it's like, in the earth, and then pop out the mushrooms. It's like, yo, here we are, the defenders. We're the progenities. We're gonna carry on this spawn, and we're gonna like sporulate, but we're the ones that kind of get pushed out into the open, if you will.
Yeah, go forth and conquer. Good luck and see what happens. Steve Beal, you raise your hand. You have a question?
Ray, hey, I'm Steve. I'm moderating tomorrow at 3 a.m. in the morning. Everyone else's time, 11 a.m. my time. But thanks very much for your crisp energy. I mean, screw psychedelics. Why don't you just bottle what you've got? I mean, I'll have that instead. I mean, just some blood, maybe. Or do it the old-fashioned way. Just out of what am I going to say? Firstly, I did have a more classically psychedelic outfit planned, Ankara, but I thought halfway through I'd come back dressed as the psychedelic neutral, given everything else that had been said. But I was just thinking of disposability and men. Is that kind of a hero's journey thing where so many of us will be dashed again on the rocks of our dreams and our hopes and chasing glory, whereas some will survive and thrive.
Yeah, exactly. I love that you just mentioned the hero's journey. I think you're right. There's something to that where it's like we're encouraged to go take these massive risks. We're encouraged to go into the Joseph Campbell hero's journey void, and some might not make it out. But the ones that do tend to come out as the true shapers of the world. So absolutely, I think that's a great call.
And I squirmed on your behalf when you got hit with is the mushroom masculine or feminine? I got psychiatrists, and obviously they don't do talk therapy. But he's got me through some incredible breakthroughs, because he has a style where he just interrogates you like kind of bad cop policeman. And I think if he'd barked at me like, "What gender is the mushroom?" I'd have said masculine like this. So yeah, well done you for stepping up there.
I know.
Yeah, it's the doozy. I've heard that obviously the grandmother ayahuasca. I had an experience, a very masculine experience on San Pedro, and yet I haven't really ever pinned down what is the mushroom, what gender is it. So I appreciate it getting put on the spot. Thank you for saying that, Steve.
Yeah, well, when I found out the 36,000 genders thing, I was glad I could reel that out instead.
Yeah, that helps soften my answer a bit, kind of lower expectations. There's 36,000 other options. I've got this other topic I can touch on about just the evolution of the male in a world, specifically my world was kind of skewing towards, was female heavy with my family. But before I do that, any other questions? I know we got some new people jumping in. Any questions? Anyone want to throw something at me before we keep it moving?
I'll just say hello. I saw a post in the Indian group, so I hopped on.
Hey, Henry, good to have you. So, is anybody else raising their hand? Okay. So, a quick thought that I'll share about. So, I alluded to it. So, I grew up with two little sisters, single mother, a heavy feminine household, and they also happen to be, all three of them, just brilliant and shrewd, and quite frankly, they just mind fucked me quite a bit. And I realize now it was a gift. It took years, decades to get through it, but I realize now it was a gift. And one takeaway, I have a couple takeaways, but one of them is that sometimes the right masculine energy, the right masculine move or decision for me isn't altogether obvious at first, especially when there's a strong feminine presence. For instance, a sister's, a mother, some of the women I've dated, sometimes I've found that they have pushed me, and in a moment they'll want something. They'll want some boundary to be crossed or some goalpost to be moved. And in that moment, they do truly want it. And maybe they don't even subconsciously know why they're doing it. Maybe it's just kind of ingrained, but they'll push, and they actually don't want you to give in. And that to be the true masculine for me is the hard boundaries and saying no and looking at a crying face and saying, no, I don't care if there's some emotions involved right now. The answer is still no. And that in the long run, that feminine energy will respect you more for it, for drawing that hard line in the sand, even though you didn't give them what they wanted and what they may have wanted dearly in that moment. And so that's one kind of thought I'll just throw at the crew. And then the second thought is this idea that, so I had two younger sisters. One was 2 years younger, the other was 4. The 2 years younger sister is just, she's beautiful. She's just a smarter, cooler, funnier version of me. And to be 14 and 16 and 18 and have this younger sister that everybody cared about, was interested in more than me, was tough at the time. And so sometimes she had this shtick, and it was good, and it was compelling, and she was funny, and then her and my other sister would, kind of get together and rap and have this rapport. And it was funny, and I found myself at times, even into my 20s, in some senses, and early 30s, trying to emulate it. And it's a style of jokes. It's a style of shtick, if you want to call it that. And it took me a long time to realize, just because it works for them, it might even get a couple chuckles, that ain't it. Sometimes you need to just come in with surgical strikes as the divine male, divine masculine. It's not about kind of yapping with them in the same shtick, the same kind of jokes and conversational type rapport. It's just a different energy, and that's okay. And it took me a long time to realize that, and to really get comfortable and letting them chat and talk, and then occasionally pipe in with something, and to not try to emulate their style. Instead, just be comfortable in my masculine, while at the same time taking just that a little bit of that dot from the yin and yang, and balancing some of their feminine energy when it's right, and understanding how they feel, and using some of the concepts that they use. For instance, like when things get on my nerves, instead of like browbeating and waving the hand, just saying something like, hey, you did that and that hurt my feelings. And to kind of speak their language a little bit more, and kind of balance. So those are kind of two quick thoughts and concepts. I know they're very particular to my experience, but kick it to the crew, see if anybody has any questions or thoughts about that.
Yeah, I grew up in a a very similar family. I had 3 older sisters and a mother. My father, he was a surgeon, so he was busy all the time. He wasn't home that often. And then he passed away when I was 15. But, I was talking to my wife last night, how I have a huge problem with hurting people, especially like you were talking about, like women, telling them no, or, worrying about them, or just someone crying really like makes me want to fix it. And I never really put 2 and 2 together, but I think a lot of that did come from being raised in that environment. And, so it's just, I can relate to that.
Thank you, Leo. I had another realization. Raise your hand if anyone wants to chime in, but that this masculine energy in me, in some respects, when it doesn't have a leash on it, when it doesn't have the constraints on it, it's a fucking monster. And for me, that monster comes out generally if I have 2, 3 straight nights of drinking, which is why I stopped drinking. But I don't tell a lot of people this, but I had this really fun AI company. We're doing a lot of cool things. And as things got to a point where we might have made the leap and like really helped, excuse me, a lot of people and made a lot of money, we were also running out of money. And at that time, I made the unconscionable and indefensible decision to sleep with my business partner's girlfriend. And as you can imagine, that led to just an absolute shit show. And it all came crashing down as a result. And it took me a long time to forgive myself for that. And to also acknowledge that monster in there is a good servant, but a bad master. And there are benefits to being this, at times shrewd, ruthless bastard, in some meetings, in some opportunities, in some competitive situations. That's a good thing. To want to just do the Michael Jordan, I'm going to slit this person's throat kind of vibe, but that when left unchecked, that guy can do some serious damage and do some bad things and with some really awful consequences. And coming to grips with that was difficult and took a lot of practice. And I think I had to go through that and to see that, no, there's a monster in there. And it's not evil, but it's a monster and it can do some stuff that can cause some damage. And yet there's still value to that monster. iPhone. Someone raise their hand, iPhone. You have a question?
Okay, am I coming through? I'm really sort of still new to all of this.
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Well, there you go. So I keep having things to say, and I've missed a few because of my technological inefficiency here. But right now, I'm thinking of the sort of the archetype of what we're talking about now, that masculine energy monstering out and sort of messing up your life and succeeding in your life at the same time would be Mike Tyson always talks about it. He's who is really a psychedelic user participator now, that his youthful masculine aggression got him the success, but it also destroyed him. The prison term for rape and making hot-headed, bad, rational from your biological position as an organism, like I'm going to be as aggressive and strong and dominating as I can, and therefore I will win, and you win. But the win is a temporary win because, the life we exist in is as humans with our higher circuitry goes way beyond our sex. We're sexual for a season. You start out, you're a baby, and people will mistake you if you put on the wrong color clothes. Like, oh, that's a cute little girl. And the parent has to say, oh, no, that's a boy. He's just wearing a pink hat today, And then as we get older, those hormones fade. It's kind of this hormonal tide that we're riding. And to surf it psychedelically is kind of a pleasure for me, because you can jump into the to the oceanic boundless and really lose yourself in your sexuality, depending on the dose. And that brings me back to another topic of discussion that we had there, where the psychedelics kind of do bring you into that boundless state, the non-sexual state, but that happens at a certain dose. At a certain dose, you become sort of sexually enhanced, which is why I like taking the mushrooms and other psychedelics with men alone, because nobody gets that like super enhanced ability to game a girl, you know, like you're all of a sudden like, man, I'm tapped into the universal wow, and let me look you right in the eyes and get you all fascinated, and you're going to jump in bed with me above all these other dudes because I'm tapped in, baby, you know, like, and you can really misuse that psychedelic power. I found, not that I have done it, but certainly I think I've fascinated women when, you know, I would go on first dates in my 20s all the time and take a massive dose of mushrooms, just to the point where, and not tell anybody, you know, like not really disclose that I was in that state. So I don't know if anybody else has had that experience where, you know, it enhances the ego. I think the guru rise and fall situation that we have, like, I know I had a guru. Is everybody following me? It's really, I don't hear any.
Still with you.
Okay. You know, I had a teacher at one time who I followed super obediently in my teens, because he laid down these ground rules of like, don't sexually flirt with anyone in the group, and don't have sexual relationships with people in this group. But then I saw him one night at more of a social gathering grabbing one of his students' butts, you know, and then I just couldn't do it anymore. It's like, at one point, that guru was like my football coach and could tell me to run 100 laps, and I could do it and somehow just overcome all physical limitations. And I think that's the power of the teacher. You know, they can push you beyond what you normally could do. But as soon as they fall, it's very difficult. Like, you know, the guys like run around the block, and I couldn't do it. So anyway, I just wanted to chime in. My name is also Ray, and I just wanted to say hello and throw in.
Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that. And I like the Mike Tyson reference and just kind of the full scope of it. And it's fairly apropos for me because I was at a conference last night and I did a fairly small dose, 0.75 grams, and a social kind of lubricant because I'm trying to stop drinking. And I know what you mean. I felt like I was more locked in. Like I could really look in. I met a girl that I was actually quite taken by, and I felt like I was like, I could lock in and look into her soul because of that microdose. So I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
Appreciate
absolutely.
it. I think we had a couple other people raising their hand. Anybody else have questions, comments?
Yeah, we got Yuri. Yuri, do you want to go ahead and speak?
Yes, I really appreciate the content so far, and something that's been on my mind about men and women in society that I would like to use psychedelics to address is these questions I have about how I think that the condition of relations between the sexes is not good quality now, is because you can talk about the power that men have that women don't, but you cannot talk about the opposite way without being without breaking some kind of political rules. And also we should be able to be proud to be men, and that's also not allowed. And so that shows me that both sides are wrong, and that there's a lot of work to do. And I think I'd like to use psychedelics to think about these questions.
Thank you, Yuri. I don't know if I misheard you, but I think you might have meant the other way around, that it's okay for women to be proud, but not men. I think you might have said the other, but either way, yeah, I think there is a strange
politically,
dissonance.
at least, like in my exposure to like what people are willing to say out loud. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. It is an interesting. I've got a couple comments on that. First, I'll keep it moving here with. So Henry, you had a question.
What's the topic of this meeting?
Leo,
Just
I guess psychedelics and men.
We're
Gender
talking about just men's issues and men. It's a men's meeting.
Can I see a show of
24
hands?
hours.
Can I see a show of hands of people who've been in men's groups? How about read any of the men's movement books? Bly or whatever, what was that other guy's name? Wrote the Fire in the Belly book. Nobody? So in the 90s, you did iPhone? In the 90s, we read these books. One was by Robert Bly. It was called Iron John. And the other one was called Fire in the Belly. I can't think of what the guy's name is. And it was about masculine energy, retaking your energy, and a journey of understanding what has transpired historically between men and women, kind of bringing us together and up to date through like this massive change, starting with the typewriter, the Industrial Revolution, whatever you want to call it, and how it affected the whole family. So pretty interesting read. That would be from a point from where I would share from my experience with the group of fellas in recovery that I read those books with and took that journey with all those decades ago. I'd have to think about it for a minute. Glad to be here.
Good to have you, Henry. Thanks for the shares. I think I saw one other hand. Does anybody else have a question, comment? So, a couple thoughts apropos to the gentleman before Henry. This idea of, can we be proud? Can we be confident and vocal about our skills and our abilities? I thought about this a lot. And in fact, I had a dose. So I did 150 mics of LSD and combined it with 1.5 grams of magic mushrooms a couple months ago. And it was a whole story of what happened there. But one of the takeaways was I got some sort of download, like, you know, for those of you that have done big trips, it's like sometimes you get a download. It's like you're Neo in the Matrix, and it's like, I know Kung Fu now. And I got some download where it said, get vocal and just call out this finger wagging and talk about this idea that we are all one. And it's time for us to connect again. And the fighting has gone far enough. And for me, there was two issues. One was race, the other was gender. And the gender one for me really stuck out, and I ended up getting a little bit vocal about it on LinkedIn, my TikTok. But the idea is, it seems like at the end of the day, you got the Harvey Weinsteins, you got all these, there are some legit monsters out there that have done some despicable things, and they needed to get checked. And they did, a lot of them. And maybe it's, you know, more than just the last few years, maybe decades, maybe it's, you know, centuries of perhaps some bad behavior by men, and that there needed to be a blowback. At the same time, it feels like that blowback has gone far enough. And the pendulum has swung, and now it's time for the pendulum to kind of swing back into a healthy equilibrium and a healthy medium where we all acknowledge that we need each other. Like, the men, yes, we can be adventurous and bold, and we can do incredible things and go out and be the Christopher Columbus, be the Magellan, etc. But we need women badly. I know I do. I'm powerless without them. And I think it goes both ways. Like, we are not all equal. I don't have a jump shot like Steph Curry. And, you know, there's certain things I can't do that women can, and vice versa. And that's okay. And that's actually that balance is what I think makes our growth special. And I know we're kind of coming up a little light on our time, a couple minutes of me moderating, but what I will say is I get the sense that pendulum balancing, swinging back is in process, and that we are approaching potentially a really beautiful time where we are connected, where everyone got out all the, you know, women said the things they needed to do, they needed to say, and that it's okay to be masculine. It's okay to be feminine. It's okay to be different, and to be both. And that I get the sense that we are headed towards an age of abundance, a global enlightenment, and a lot of cool stuff's happening soon. And it's because of people like you. And I think a fun time is happening, and that all this, toxic masculinity and the patriarchy stuff, for me, it's grating, and it's kind of painful to see and hear. But now that we're kind of on the tail end of it, I think it's good that we got through it. I think it's good that got out of the system, and now we're headed towards what feels like a really fun time for humanity. I want to just thank you guys for letting me do this and come and flap my gums a little bit here. It's been a lot of fun.
Thanks for flapping them, Ray.
So, am I still? Is my mic on now?
I can hear you.
Okay, let me get this thing. So yeah, I'm glad to hear you talk about the maybe men and women can do that Magellan thing and explore and sort of shut out the noise. I know that men can do it because I'm a man and that's what I want to do. I'm like, hey, there's a bunch of crap going on and it's boring. I'm kind of done with this and I'm going exploring. I want to, and I don't know if it's a man thing or a woman thing. And at this point, I don't care, because once you go to the depths and once you rise to the heights, all of that becomes irrelevant anyway. And you're just like people and beings, consciousnesses vibrating with each other and tossing balls back and forth. That real fun thing is what I'm after. And however that works out. And I do think you mentioned it. We're in sort of the explosion already. I mean, I don't think Terrence McKenna was wrong. I have friends who are like, Terrence McKenna said the world was going to end in 2012. And if you really listen to a lot of his raps, which I have, he didn't say it was going to end. It was going to transform completely. And it was about 2012, the 2008 crisis where, things really just started locking up. And then the transformation came. The YouTube blew up and the internet started getting really cool and interesting. And you didn't have to wait for the screen to edge down for your baud rates to it all just started wow, man, we have real connectivity of this international nervous system. This global hyphal threads have really locked in and connected. Now we're one consciousness and we're rolling. Nobody really was aware of it because we're biological units and we're still one hyphal thread in the old substrate, and we're making that hyphal leap into the new substrate. So we don't really recognize that we're in that leap, but the new generation, they do. And I am super stoked and excited to have not just universal basic income, but universal basic intelligence, where I can get my chat GPT-3 to open up about what I really meant. This is what I can have a conversation with an augmentation, and it's all about augmenting, sex is augmenting, our sexuality is augmented hormones. We're basic biology that augments with these internal or external hormones. You can jack up, we can jack up with steroids injected, or you get them on your own. Don't really matter. We're augmented. Everything is relationship, and it should be a joy and not a pain. And that's what I think that you were saying, Ray, is let's get on to the good times and let them roll.
Absolutely, Ray. Thank you for that. That was cool.
Yeah, I'm all feeling it now. I had a jug of coffee here. I'm augmented. Well, how much more time do you have? Where are we at in your hour now?
So we're at the end of the hour right now, and Julian's going to be up next. Ray, is there anything you want to say to close, or?
Just thanks, man. This is cool. I tried to do. I organized a men's retreat with a guy, and here's the funny thing. Here's how it all works. You're trying to blast through and go forward and then backwards. The guy that I organized this a men's retreat group, psychedelic, we were going to take mushrooms together. He brings a woman. Can you believe it? And which was great. We ended up having we had a nice time of relating, but I'm really interested in this hanging out with men. So the and I don't want to call it a distraction, but it's in a whole nother energy circuit can happen when women are around. And it's nice to not have that where all the guys are like throwing up peacock feathers, like especially with psychedelics. I mean, we're going to have enough colors blazing around if we eat these things together. Not that that's what we're doing now. I think we're just, hopefully we will all get together sometime, all of us, and it'll be at a beautiful estate where we can relax and open up and melt on the beach and like look at each other and be like, wow, together. But thanks for leading this hour and kicking this off. It's kind of hard to position. First and last is always hard, and the first people up are really taking a big risk to set the tone. Like, it's a big responsibility. I'm thanking that you did it.
Well, thanks. Thank you. And Ray Christian, is there anything else you got?
Thank you, Leo. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. It's been awesome. It's been a great hour. A lot of stuff was talked about. Pretty awesome, man. Thank you.
Yeah. It's been fun. Thank you for having me. And for any of you guys, if you want to, it would mean a lot. We have this community called Soiree, and I'll put a little link in the thing. And if you guys want to join, it's a little membership to connect other explorers, and it would mean a lot if you thought about joining Community for the Bold, as we call it. But I appreciate this conversation, chance to share some thoughts, and I think it's an important conversation, and this feels like we're headed in a good direction. So thank you, Leo, for organizing it. Thank you all for just being here. It meant a lot. It's been nourishing.
Yeah, and just to add, Ray's TikTok is also in the chat. I've been checking it out kind of through this. It's pretty awesome. So if you guys want to get on there and follow him and entertain yourself, feel free. So thanks again. Have a great day.
Thanks, guys.
And next up is going to be Julian. Julian's going to be our moderator for the next hour. Julian, how are you?
Hey everyone, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for having me on. So I guess a brief introduction. My name is Julian Zier. I'm a writer. I'm a Kriya Yoga teacher based in New York, and I'm also a software engineer. I have a long history of both teaching inner work, healing, transformational modalities, as well as participating in them. For a number of years, for about 5 years in Manhattan, I led a men's group where people were talking about all things related to masculinity, but also a framework around shifting our relationship to patriarchy, deconstructing patriarchy, and coming out from a more holistically whole, healed, and well space. It was a space that was inclusive of people of all genders, including and especially men who identified as queer or trans men, things like that. Psychedelics has also played a role within my own personal transformational process, and how I came to understand myself. And it's been a supplement to things like having a daily meditation practice, to psychotherapy, through with intentional movement, body work, and things like that. I'm here to just talk a little bit about the role that personal development work plays in your relationship to masculinity as you navigate your lives, and how that personal development work and that kind of mindset reprogramming work can act as a tool to assist with reprogramming our narratives around like other genders of people and how we move through the world. I guess I'll just start as like kind of an open or kind of blanket question. What are some ways that personal development work has been integral to your relationship to your masculinity? We can do it kind of popcorn style, like anybody could just come in and talk.
Yes.
Oh,
go ahead, Doug Z. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted a repeat of what you invited us to talk about.
Me too. I wanted to ask.
Yeah, so talking about personal development work, masculinity, and mindset reprogramming with the aid of psychedelics, as kind of a broad topic, and then also with a caveat around relationship between masculinity and patriarchy, and how these tools can assist with creating whole, healthy versions of masculinity.
Well, psychedelic, according to the traditional definition, mind manifesting, right? How masculine is a mind? Because
Yeah,
a lot
I
of people think of a mind as that part of us that is, above the body. And sure, there's sensuality, but a lot of it is sapiosexual, right? You're attracted to another being, another personality.
I think I want to try to answer a little bit. And my use in psychedelics, I had been looking at some material called Adult Children of Alcoholics Recovery. And it was talking about reparenting the self. So looking at elements and the way that we're communicating with ourselves compassionately as so-called like father, like refathering ourselves or remothering ourselves as we would want to be treated compassionately with our inner child and stuff. And so that got me thinking about masculinity somewhat.
One of the things that I found helpful was learning about the Jungian archetypes, the anima and the animus, and how we project a persona that's not entirely integrated early in our path when we're attached to the myths of our identity. And so there's this process through psychedelic integration that's very helpful. It's called shadow work, where we identify aspects of our personality that we repress or are uncomfortable with. And in regard to what you said about the mind not having a gender, I just think that sexuality is so basic to our psyche. And it's like if we have a strong soul connection, we're going to have something from that. It's just part of the murky sort of roots of our being come as a very primal part of our identity.
Doc, you're muted. Doxy, you're muted.
I'll jump in here if I may, just very briefly. Julian, thank you for the prompt and for doing this. I think this idea of how has personal development helped me expose and come to grips with my masculinity. One of the things I've found is that psychedelics have, especially post big trip, have given me this sense of resonance where I'm able to kind of see myself and my own psyche as if, moment to moment, there's a little mirror showing me, what thought is popping up, what sensation is popping up, and why that might be. And it's almost as if it showed me where my leanings are, and that those can be some of my weaknesses. So if I lean towards like wanting to call someone out and be an asshole, that it's like a segue where you're just kind of leaning there. My default state is leaning towards being a little bit more aggressive than I need to be. And the psychedelics and the personal work and kind of being mindful and aware of who I am, where I am in any given moment has really helped me put a governor on those default reactions and just kind of constrain them a little bit in a lot more healthy way. They still pop out at times, but it's been really fun to be able to see them faster and to kind of correct myself in real time. And I thank the psychedelics and that personal work for that.
Yeah, those were all really great answers so far. I heard a lot about, Doc Z was questioning as to whether or not the mind even has a gender. What is gender to the mind? And I heard stuff about working with Jungian archetypes and the ways in which psychedelic integration can help shift and kind of deepen our awareness of the constellation of archetypes that make up our masculine personas in the world. And similarly, Ray, I heard a lot about also developing a kind of mindful awareness where you're no longer kind of reactive or just acting on these kind of habituated conditioned responses, but gaining more power, agency, and control over how you receive experiences and respond to it. I guess on the first point about like whether or not the mind is gendered, I think for me, I don't think that the mind has a gender, but I think that gender conditioning exists within the mind. And similar to what Ron was saying, you know, a lot of these archetypes that exist within our subconscious mind, a lot of gender conditioning kind of lives at a subconscious level. And we talk a lot about, you know, some people view gender as something that's totally a byproduct of biology or nature, and others view it as something that's totally socially constructed. That's kind of this nature-nurture divide. But a lot of what we consider to be gender that is socially constructed and nurtured into us, you know, is a byproduct of history and a byproduct of, you know, culture and a byproduct of the people around us, you know, and a lot of these ideas about, you know, how masculine strength is supposed to express itself, or the gendered roles between men, between women, about, you know, a lot of these other things that we take to be just an aspect of nature. A lot of it is taught. So a lot of those things are shiftable and moldable through mindset reprogramming practices, through psychedelic journeying, through things like meditation and body work and all these other things. And a lot of these ideas, to me, emerged as responses to life conditions in earlier stages of history that no longer apply to the world that we're living in now. So start to become maladaptive. And so, you know, I guess as a second kind of prompt question, building off the first, you know, what are some behaviors or what are some mindsets or ways of thinking and viewing women, non-men, ways of seeing yourself or seeing other men in your relationships with other men? What are some things you've observed about yourself that you saw like, oh, I don't want to carry this anymore. I don't want to continue to move this way. And what are some tools or psychedelic experiences that you've had that have assisted you in shifting that?
Well, I had this experience with ayahuasca, and I was trying to understand why I would say snarky things about my in-laws. It seemed like a fairly small intention to take it to the medicine, but my wife has reminded me that I, from time to time, would say dismissive things or critical things about her family, and that it was painful for her to hear it and irritating. So what I did is I got, you know, sometimes the medicine will give you this download. And so what it showed me on the first night was that when I was a child, I thought of myself as weak and cowardly. And that because I had conceived of myself in that way, it made me find fault with other people because, you know, you're uncomfortable with yourself. So you're just going to find something wrong with everybody else. So, but that's, you know, as a Christian, it's just this terrible way to live, because it does eventually bring back recriminations on yourself, which you do all the time. And then I wanted to know, well, was it true? Was I really cowardly and weak as a child? And I realized, no, I was not. I was just a kid, and I was having normal feelings of a child. But nevertheless, that was the dynamic that caused me, or causes me, to constantly try to find fault with other people. And it doesn't help that I'm a litigation attorney. But anyway, that was it was uplifting to know that I don't have to do that. And if I do that, and if I see someone who's angry, that person might be sad because that person might feel inadequate about himself or herself. And maybe I should act with compassion when I hear that and try to understand what it is that's really making this person so uncomfortable.
Yeah, thank you. That was a really great example. And yeah, I definitely can resonate and relate to that experience of carrying these old beliefs from childhood around weakness, and how that shapes the way that you perceive others and the ways in which those beliefs get buried so that you can move through the world and then show up in all these other ways. And I think that that's really interesting because, for me, speaking about like my own personal experience, these narratives around weakness, some of it I inherited from like family members, some of it I inherited from like other kids at school. And, I kind of internalized those narratives about myself, like from my environment, right? And as a boy, like strength was seen as this virtue. So the opposite of strength is necessarily a type of failure or a kind of like personal kind of shortcoming. And so it makes me really wonder, like, how do we go about kind of raising young boys in a way where their attitude to this concept of weakness is different and their attitude to this concept of strength doesn't rely upon this notion that weakness is something to be kind of trampled underfoot or like dominated or destroyed.
That's almost exactly what I was hoping to talk about. I had been doing some work with psychedelics related to trauma, and reading about trauma responses, one of them being fight, and then fight, like as opposed to flight or freeze or fawn, and then fight being like aggressive and associated with like dominance, aggression, violence, and that will be lumped in with masculinity with the strength aspect, and just like the interrupting these trauma modes and to learn about like surrender and allowing and like sitting with the moment, and then so much fighting doesn't come through because we're not stuck in that emotional mode anymore after we've had some experience with psychedelics.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. How like there's this kind of trauma response of like fight or flight, and we've normalized which trauma response is the right one to act on all of the time. There's like a whole spectrum of different responses that other people can be having to a difficult moment. And some of those responses are seen as better or worse than others, and they're all just trauma responses. So yeah, thank you for that input. And I also see there's a question in the chat. How has your progress in your own work around masculinity and looking at misogyny affected your relationships with women and the roles, what you do differently now in your dating relationships? How do you care for yourself in ways that differ from your father's generation in terms of your health? Yeah, I can talk about that. I would also like to open that up to the room as well to discuss more. But yeah, definitely my work looking at my own kind of misogyny has impacted my relationships in profound ways. I think one of the biggest and first and foremost, it like put me in a position where I realized that I had to listen to the feedback that I was receiving about my behavior rather than immediately responding with defense. And that was both on like an interpersonal level, but also like on a societal level. Like, what are the things that are being said around how masculinity is being performed? Like notions of, toxic masculinity and things like that, that cause a lot of resistance to a lot of men when they hear it at first. But it's like, all right, like in the same way that if I'm engaging in a conversation with a partner and I understand that they're saying certain words and underlying those words are feelings and underlying those feelings are fundamental needs, how do I come to a place where I listen deeply to hear what the feelings and needs underlying the words are? How do I do that on a societal level? How do I do that on a personal level? Then how do I actually respond in a way that I'm aware of the needs underlying my own problematic behavior? How do I go about meeting those needs differently? And how do I show up to the needs of my partner in a way that doesn't replicate the same harm, right? And I think that ultimately a lot of what I see in so-called like culture wars around the question of masculinity is just a matter of like one group or multiple groups saying, we feel hurt and this is how and this is why, and men receiving it as you're saying that I'm bad and not listening to the underlying feelings and needs. And then there's like a standstill in the conversation. And, I think that like doing that work on myself, first and foremost, helps me to listen more deeply and to listen to more fully. And to, as far as the second part of the question, like, how do I care for myself in ways that are different from my father's generation? First and foremost, like going to therapy is something that my father's generation didn't know about or didn't have access to. Doing my daily meditation, journaling on a regular basis, being very in touch with what's going on in my internal world, rather than seeing that as something that's less important or less real or doesn't matter in the face of my external like actions, especially with other people, or the idea that just because I'm a man, that it's like okay for children or women or queer people or whoever to just take whatever I'm dishing out because that's just an expression of strength, you know. So like emotional intelligence is one thing, self-care in an internal sense is another thing. You know, I think that like listening is another thing. I think on very concrete physical levels, like, you know, I'm a vegetarian, my parents don't come from that view of caring for the body using plants, but that's another thing that is kind of a distinction. And I do relate that to all these different types of kind of personal transformation and work around misogyny, because shifting my relationship to nature, also shifting my relationship to myself, to women, to queer folks, to trans folks, etc., is kind of part of that whole kind of process. But I open the same question for everyone else. How has your relationships changed based off you doing this kind of work, or looking at, or not looking at? Like, what is your relationship to this idea that men should be looking at their misogyny and trying to shift their mindsets and behavior based on this?
Could we talk first about, like, I guess there's a, you know, like if we could get with the first principle, that would help me on that. Like, what are we defining as misogyny? Like, what if you could sum up misogyny in one paragraph, how would that roll?
Yeah, I would define misogyny as beliefs or behaviors that view people gendered as women or feminine things as inferior, as bad, as, you know, weak, as lesser than in any which way, and that justify behaviors that, seen outside of a gendered lens, are just abusive or, you know, degrading or, you know, disrespectful. So I think in a nutshell, misogyny, I mean, the kind of dictionary definition is misogyny is the hatred of women or feminine things. And even, and I've heard many people say like, oh, well, I don't identify as a misogynist because I don't hate women, but it's not just as simple as just plain hatred. It's also just disrespect, it's diminution, it's viewing femininity as lesser than, and not holding space for the full personhood of people identified with femininity.
Right. Well, I mean, for me, it seems that the psychedelic experience, just to get rid of any of the otherness in that you experience, everything you experience is you. I mean, that's my main lesson from all the psychedelic, all roads lead to Rome, and all psychedelics used in large quantities, even like dissociatives, you know, you go to this oneness, like it can be a oneness of the numbness, you know, which is really a valid thing. I don't know if you've taken nitrous oxide at a high dose, you just get to like, yes, I understand, but it's really, you just, because there's nothing there. And then with the more fractal inducing, you know, cosmic consciousness agents like LSD and mushrooms, you sort of, it's numbness or super awareness, you get to oneness. Like I see the interconnectivity of all roving electrons and all the particles, and I see the waves, and it's all just one ocean of existence, and I'm it and you're it, and if I'm talking to you, you're me. And as soon as the psychedelics can get rid of that otherness, like I don't see a man or a woman, I don't see a gender person or a person. I feel and understand that you're a being, you know, you're a consciousness in this oneness with me, much in the same way in a dream. Like when you catch the joke, right? You're in a dream and you're having a conversation with somebody, and by God, they're saying surprising stuff and doing surprising stuff, and they seem like a totally individuated otherness. And then you're angry or you're running from them, but then you realize in the dream, like, oh my God, I'm dreaming. You're just me. Like that, you're not even a you're a me talking to me. And you sort of can have that unified experience. And then I think you spend the rest of your life integrating that and trying to balance that surfboard in that ocean of oneness. You've got to ride this wave that is not a real individual, right? You're a wave. You're just riding that wave, and you have to integrate that. And how you do it, I mean, for me, I think it's just staying out of, and I don't ever do it right. I wreck the wave every time. Great surfers always fall off the wave. The wave crashes. The greatest surfer in the world, the wave crashes. You got to get back up. You got to swim out there. You got to catch it again. You got to ride your individuality one more time. And it should be a thrill. Like for me, it's just the most wonderful thing to catch myself in an old world reaction from my parents or from my school or from my abusers. And it integrated me right there, like forced integration of a pattern. Like now I'm going to be afraid of whatever. You know, if you were molested by your babysitter, you're going to be afraid to let someone babysit your kid. You're not going to look at that person as a real other person that didn't do that to you, or the things you're going to react. And when you can witness your reaction, which is a great reason, meditation, like you were talking about, is such a good thing, because it gives us self-awareness of our patterns, so that we're in an accelerated psychedelic state, we can interrupt those patterns. And microdosing kind of helps you with that. You know, it gives you that space between the moments to make a reaction that's beyond your primary, your programmed reaction. The more conscious we stay with psychedelics, meditation, singing, whatever it is, you know, prayer, whatever it is, you know, remaining in the moment where you can react is I think that's the main thing I've taken away from psychedelics. Long way around to say that.
I just wanted to know what the parameters of the space is and if it's okay for me to speak.
Yeah, definitely. It's okay for you to speak. Yeah, totally.
Okay,
Go
cool.
ahead. Yeah.
I kind of wanted to kind of piggyback off of what was just shared. I don't see your name. It says iPhone.
Oh, I'm Ray. Ray.
Hi,
I'll
Ray.
have to figure that out, man. I'll get some help figuring out how to do that.
Hi, Ray. Yeah,
Sorry.
Nandini. Yeah, I really wanted to share, especially since the topic has gone to integration. And also going back to the original thing about masculinity. And I think the reason why I felt so called to share is because in the last, like, I would say 5 years or so, I started to identify as non-binary, and I took that language because of like queer community and was able to like get some sense of that. But I'm a first and foremost like very spiritual person. Psychedelics and specifically mushrooms like have integrated into my life for the last, I think I would say since I was 18. I'm 36 now, so like a good number of years of just full on tripping and then microdosing. Um and I found that it wasn't just like gender that I was experiencing, but like the reality of like multiple experiences of gender. And that's really what I came out about. So it made me think of like, okay, if when we have psychedelic experiences, and this is a question I've been thinking about a lot through the years, is that like, how come other people that are experiencing the oneness and vastness of the universe and integration aren't also feeling called to kind of not like label themselves, but explore what it looks like to be all genders? And because I see it happening from like a lot of young people having the verbiage for gender in this way, and it's considered queer community stuff. But for me, spiritual experience, like I started coming out this way because I acknowledge that I'm having a spiritual experience of masculinity and femininity. And I remember you shared at the beginning of this call too, I think it was at the ending of the last portion, that you had a friend show up with their wife and that it changed the dynamics within the space. Which, and then in this time you said, oh yeah, like actually everything happening in the world is a reflection of me. So it made me think about like I navigate the world with that thought too, that everything in the world is a reflection of me, and I don't have time to navigate each reflection every time fully, right? Like in that trip you were having, like could you face what this woman meant in the space? Like maybe not, maybe you were facing something else. Every trip is its own experience. But when I've had trips where I'm facing like what masculinity is, like it's actually shown up in music. So like I'll be drawn to like hearing someone who's male identified like playing music or singing, and I noticed that I incorporate music and masculinity as one thing. Like it's been so much so that in my life, I don't really feel capable of playing music because I am assigned female at birth, right? I came into this world and was assigned female. So I have this block saying that music belongs to masculinity. I was raised within a culture where music was taught by men and passed down in the lineage to other men. So as a person who's creative, struggling to like play music, I have a guitar in my room. I've had it for a very long time and it's around. I'll play with it sometimes, but I'll never take it very far out. And so in psychedelic integration, and integrating my sides and coming out into the world, like saying I'm non-binary, actually gave me an opportunity to not just bring out that integration from its margins and like the space where people look at psychedelics and it's like psychedelic use is still heavily marginalized thing. It's still something that like we're not able to, yeah, sure, we're talking about it on some framework, but it's not really something that everyone's talking about in the public and what it really does. And the conversation really was like, for myself, was like, how am I bringing that to heal masculinity and femininity in me so that I can bring music into my world. And I saw that happening more once I came out. Once I said, oh, I'm non-binary. It was also me saying, I'm a psychedelic experience. I'm embodying all those sides. And I wonder if people in here have experienced that. Like, have you been afraid to say, oh, the parts about me that want to dance in a feminine way and want to experience the world in that way also comes up when you're having a psychedelic experience of your masculinity?
I would love to jump in here if I may.
Sure, come in.
Thank you. Yeah, Nandani, I really appreciate you presencing that in the conversation. Not necessarily during my psychedelic trips, but since I have started my psychedelic healing path, I have definitely been exploring deeper into things, I guess, that would traditionally be considered feminine. Although I'm not necessarily, like, I'm kind of coming to this place more of like appreciating the non-binary perspective, because I don't necessarily think, like, so for instance, getting into ecstatic dance and just like you were just saying, like dancing in a more feminine way, or wearing makeup or wearing clothes that are more feminine, traditionally considered more feminine at least. I've been exploring these things, and I feel like the freedom that I've come to through my psychedelic healing journey is I'm giving myself that permission to explore these things that, you know, in previous incarnations of my current self, I would have felt like I'm going to be judged for this, or you know, honestly, there was some childhood trauma as well. I was shamed as a child for wearing makeup and things like that by my parents. I mean, they were trying to be compassionate about it, but I could feel their anxiety. I guess him having some kind of anxiety about me being gay if I was wearing makeup as a little boy. And you know, they tried to be compassionate about it, but there definitely was like a shaming. I received the message of this is not, you're not supposed to be doing this. And I think that I kind of carried that filter for a long time. And now, as I'm on the psychedelic path, it's helping break down those filters that are a result of those experiences of like other people projecting their you know, kind of the same way we assign gender at birth, I guess, right? Like other people projecting things onto us, and then we internalize those things. So I definitely resonate with a lot of what you shared, and I think, yeah, at our core, as a spiritual energy having a human experience, we all are kind of non-binary in our spirit or our soul, or however you wanted to describe it. Thank you for allowing me to share. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nandini and Danny, for sharing. And yeah, that's a really fascinating question to continue to kind of explore. Like, what do gender expansive experiences induced or shaped by psychedelics look like? Have other people in the room had such experiences, and how has it shaped your relationship to yourself? after you come back down and integrate it. I see, Steve, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Julian. I'm Steve. I'm moderating tomorrow. Well done yourself right now. I just had a really quick one to add to the last person's share, and yeah, you're very welcome here, and a very interesting share, by the way, as far as I'm concerned, on both those counts. Yeah, very quick one and slightly rambling as well. If an anecdote can be quick and rambling at the same time. I work a bit with mixed martial arts, and quite famously, those guys, I should say, I work with mixed martial arts and fashion simultaneously, and you'll get the fighters in like the craziest gear, the fur coats, things like that. And I have a bit of a theory that was seconded by a transvestite artist called Grayson Perry, who did a TV documentary about masculinity over here. And he looked at gang members and financiers and mixed martial artists, cage fighters, and concluded that the mixed martial artists were the most comfortable with their sexuality, perhaps because they had so many chances to explore their traditional masculinity at the same time. However, I do think there is context as well, and we got to think about intersections. And to give you a demonstration of said context, my sister-in-law found old photo of me dressed as a club kid in the 1990s and put it on Facebook, and my mixed martial arts friends had a fucking field day. So I think it's down to context, maybe. When you're expressing yourself in that way, as much as it can be about biases.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that's also an interesting kind of caveat too. Does having the space to fully explore things associated with traditional gender give you the space or fulfillment to then explore things outside of what you associate with your traditional gender? Would anyone else like to add to the ongoing kind of conversation about gender expansiveness and psychedelic experiences?
This is kind of mild compared to what I've heard. And I went through a period where I was studying Buddhism, and when I came out of it, I realized I'd lost all interest in sports, and I think it has something to do with there's something non-competitive about Buddhism. The other thing that I realized, so I live in the South, I live in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm from a Southern tradition. I have no interest in drinking alcohol. I'm vegetarian. I don't care that much about cars. And so the National Geographic came out with an article about non-binary stuff. So I am heterosexual, but I identify myself as gender non-conforming. So I'm not going to explain to a lot of people that, when they start talking to me about football, assuming I care about football, I really don't. I mean, my sons are really gung-ho about sports and everything. But so that, that came at a time very late, it was after decades and decades of psychedelic experience. And, I did have the Jungian framework about the anima and the animus, but I just thought it was interesting to be able to say, yeah, okay, I'm gender nonconforming. I don't have to pretend to be interested in these traits of American male culture, but I love men.
Thank you, Ron. Henry, I see your hand is up. Henry, you're muted.
Hey, Julian, thanks. Hey, everybody. Is there I got a link in the Enthean group about a 24-hour marathon. Is there a host schedule link topic set up somewhere?
Yeah, if you go to the entheosociety.net website, I believe the schedule is there. It's all just this room. Just every hour, a different moderator comes in and they moderate a different discussion.
I
Did you
can
say it
post
was?
something in the chat too.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
Zach, do you see your hands up?
Oxy.
Yeah, so back to your original question about psychedelics and you know, whether or not they're related to gender or sex, or whether the mind is is connected to that part of the body. Um, um, if you think about a psychedelic like psilocybin, and you think about a normal dose, and at the molecular level, what it's doing after, filtering bioavailability, if you just calculate the amount of psilocybin that actually makes its way into the brain fluid where it's accessible to the receptors, the number of interactions in a normal dose is, I've calculated in the past, something around 6.2 times 10 to the power of 18. Now that's a very large number. It isn't anywhere as large as the number of synapses that and it takes a number of receptors to be agonized in order to get a synapse excited enough to raise its the neuron to which it's feeding to actually fire. But it's a large enough number for that psychedelic to actually be mind manifesting. And every psychedelic will really skew the function of the brain, and therefore the experience of the mind, because the mind is an emergent property of the functioning of the brain. That's why they are mind manifesting, just because of the sheer number of interactions that are very, very specific. It is not a normal day situation in which so many of your 5-HT2A receptors are going to be sending a second messenger into the neuron that they're connected to, and probably getting that neuron to fire, right? And every psychedelic with its own special receptor binding profile gives its own special feel, but all of them are different from what we from this the smorgasbord of various experiences that we encounter during our normal life. With as a roller coaster of a life that you can have, it never gets to the extremes that you get to, or to those special places that you get to when under the experience of a mind manifesting compound, or mind manifesting experience. It doesn't have to be a chemical. And then why should it be connected really to sex or gender, which are a very important part of the run of the mill way of being as a human? That Is my point clear?
So correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm hearing you correctly, but basically what I'm hearing is, the psychedelic experience is an experience that's very different from the ordinary state of consciousness because of the ways in which the chemical compound of the psychedelic interacts with the brain and how different that is from everyday kind of brain functioning. And that, that mind manifesting experience also doesn't necessarily relate to the aspects of our biochemistry that are connected to like gendered characteristics or sexual characteristics. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
So basically, like, I guess the question is like, why would the psychedelic experience take us down avenues related to gender and sexuality? Because if I'm understanding you correctly, biochemically, the psychedelic doesn't like relate to those parts of our like anatomy, basically.
Yeah. I mean, think about art and then think about modern art. Okay. Along comes an artist and says, well, let me expose you to the experience of red, just pure red, puts you into a room where everything is red. Okay. That's like a kind of metaphor for how to do with art what psychedelics do with experience, right? They accentuate everything in a very, very specific direction. Of course, the experience of color isn't quite as rich as the experience of being, but still, this is a biased exaggeration, and so is this. So I think the metaphor works, in a sense, right?
Yeah, I would also open this up for other folks to come in and discuss too. One thing that came up in the chat, which also came up for me while you were speaking, is that we can also have like different interpretations of psychedelic experience in the sense of like, is the mind an emergent property of isn't the mind an emergent function of the brain? Does the mind precede the brain? I think that depends on your ontological and like philosophical outlook. If you're looking at it from more of like a Buddhist perspective, you'd say like the mind comes first, the mind emanates the body. From a more scientific materialist standpoint, the mind is a kind of byproduct of the body, right? So I think depending on your outlook, then, is there a biological basis for all the things that come up within our psychedelic trips? From a scientific materialist standpoint, perhaps yes. From a more like idealist approach, whether it's Eastern or from some other culture, then I'm not so sure that what comes up for me in psychedelic trips is solely determined by like the effect of the chemical on my brain. I think there are other forces or other factors too. But what do other people like? What do other people think about this? Thank you for bringing up a very fascinating and kind of way of viewing this experience.
I've had experiences where I would be in a mystical state. When I was very young, I had a mystical experience with psilocybin. And then more recently, been having experiences with ayahuasca, which is a new psychedelic for me. And there was one time I had a particularly profound and intense experience where I visualized these two sort of infinite strata of the unmanifest, unchanging spiritual presence. And then parallel to it was the world of the manifest. And, your tendency is to say, well, the affairs of this world are not important. That's my tendency. And then what I learned subsequently, and maybe that was the reason it was so difficult, was because I encountered that resistance in myself. But I've lived a life fully being engaged in affairs of the world. I haven't learned a lot of aspects about it. But I do think that there is this understanding in the deep level of the unconscious that it's unmanifest. And for those of us who have experience in that reality, it can be a struggle to re-enter the world of affairs. But the world of affairs is very important. And another thing that the medicine has taught me is that, you know, you start to say it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. Everything matters. And whatever we're called upon to do and interact with is vitally important, because it's the other half of the unmanifest.
Yeah, thank you, Ron, for adding that perspective and sharing from your experiences with ayahuasca and how it kind of taught you about valuing both these manifest and unmanifest dimensions of our experience. I see in the chat, Doxy corrected saying, I said that the mind is an emergent property or the function of the brain. And yeah, I throw this question out again, and also connected to the broader topic that we're discussing. You know, there's this view, you know, as Doxy presented, that the mind is an emergent function of the brain, emergent property of the function of the brain. And similarly, there's a, I guess, gender essentialist view that like gender is also a byproduct of our biochemical functioning. And I kind of want to kind of throw that into the space. I think that there are alternate perspectives on that. I think for me, based off of my own kind of personal reflection and also my own psychedelic experiences, I've kind of grown to see the mind as preceding the brain to a certain capacity. And similarly, I've seen, you know, gender, or we consider to be gender, as being kind of psychological constructs that we've like kind of woven and created these stories about, you know, the different characteristics of our bodies, but that these stories and the conditioning and the roles associated with it are not really rooted in the body, but they're stories that the mind generates about the body. Yeah, I'm just kind of throwing that out for discussion, and I see Henry also has his hand up too.
Oh, hey, I was gonna say I tingle all over when I'm taking psilocybin mushrooms. So I mean, I go in a few different directions. I've had some weird experiences with my partner where I get through the Voldemort impression. Everything's very exciting, and then all of a sudden I'm broken. And it turned out to be contaminant. So I'm looking forward to another experience with something that's not contaminated. So, anyways, that was my, I don't know, whatever. Glad to be here. Cool.
Thanks, Henry.
Also, I wanted to go back to what Steve brought up about activities that are about embodying masculinity and psychedelics. I was wondering if anyone has engaged while microdosing or experiencing a trip, if you've engaged in an activity like mixed martial arts or something that you would consider a masculine activity, and how it allowed you to embody your masculinity. Because I liked that topic of like, yeah, there are safe spaces to, you know, get in touch with that deep like part of yourself, that masculine lineage, right? Because not to discredit that there were years and generations of, you know, having to use your body a certain way or having to hunt, or those things that did come up. And I think regardless of the gender born into now, that we all have like human DNA from times where we were doing really extreme things, which is considered a part of masculinity. So I was wondering, yeah, like if anyone has found like safe and like containers for experiencing masculinity in its fullness that way.
It's what I'm going to be researching for my psychology master's starting in September, is fighting on psychedelics. But sorry, please, guys with hands up.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Anthony. Adam, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thank you so much. I personally, can you guys hear me okay? All right, perfect. So that's a beautiful question. And from my personal journey, I found that microdosing and doing yoga has been just profoundly beneficial for me, both as a student and as a teacher. One of the biggest breakthroughs that I found during COVID was microdosing and researching my practice to be able to be a better teacher for my students. And the level of empathy that I was able to receive while constructing these flows to really find the energy that I wanted to that I wanted to get across, and how I want to make to allow people to feel safe in their bodies, but also feel the flow of energy that naturally kind of moves through us through practices like yoga or these body movement practices. So for me personally, that was one of the things that it was like that last little, not last, but it was one of those things that made so much sense as soon as it happened, that I can't not imagine not doing it without it. But it's such a beautiful, just uplifting experience to both teach and to take within the microdose kind of atmosphere.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Also, heavy resonate. My kind of core psychedelic practice has been for years, psychedelics with yoga or various Kundalini meditations. So it's very awesome. I see Henry, your hand is up too.
Yeah, I was going to answer the question about psilocybin and masculine activities. I don't know if frisbee golf or swimming in the ocean is a masculine activity, but for almost 60 days, 75 days, I was at the beach a couple years ago, and I microdose 2-3 times a week, sometimes 4 times a week. I wasn't sharing them with anybody. I was visiting my family every day. I'd go out and I would swim in the ocean or hit another frisbee golf course and take the mushrooms before I got there, just to open up to the experience and see what would happen. It was really cool. My writing that I've done since being there, and the people that I met at the frisbee golf places seemed like they had 2 questions for me: who are you, or what do you have? What do you? Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, not hey, do you like the course here? Is this your first time here? What brought you out to this course? Or what do are you from the area? No, what do you have? What do you represent? What do you, person Henry, how can I rate you as a person with your value to economic, capitalist, venture, and gain? Yeah. And I just was like, oh my goodness gracious. So I don't live there. It's not a big deal. It's a small town, but there's only a few frisbee golf courses. I guess they saw me goofing off for days, weeks at a time. And I didn't tell them that I was just there visiting my family and I live somewhere else. I just let them show me what they were doing. The other funny thing is I forgot how cold it was the first time I went in the ocean, and it was in June, and the wax in my ears got so damn cold. And when I finally got out and got in the car, I was freezing at you drive to the beach and you got to find a place to park. And I was just glad the car was warm, because my whole brain and everything, it took a long time to get my inner ears warm again. So for the rest of the summer, I didn't really get my head under the water, but not very many people swim in the ocean. In fact, all the shark stories seem to have worked for the people that own the oceanfront property, because there's no one there. And the few people that were there must have been renting a house or living there. I had the whole place to myself. It was that's what the mushroom said. Anyways, I'm glad to be here.
Thanks, Henry.
Cool. All right. Julian, do you have anything else to close?
No, it was great talking to you all. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you guys, let's thank Julian. He was our first person of color in this meeting, and it was just awesome to have him, and we're very happy. Thank you.
I think I'm supposed to help facilitate the next segment. I don't know if
I think we have Adam is up next.
Okay,
Adam hosts the Journey of the Modern Soul podcast.
awesome. Okay. I must have messed up the time zones, and I apologize.
No worries. Thank you so much for that intro. I appreciate being here. So my name's Adam. I am coming from you from Texas right now, but my original home is actually, this is my original home, but I'm originally from Washington. I have a very interesting kind of situation right now with, you know, being a part of this this beautiful event and the atmosphere that I'm in and what I want to talk about. And it's finding ways to conquer our stories that we have inside our heads to help us lead to our dharmas. And the reason that is kind of interesting for me where I'm at right now is that I'm in my mom's house. My mom passed away in September, and we're here with my brothers and family to help clear out the house and to, you know, get it ready for sale and all that stuff. And the amount of work that I've been doing on myself, let's say for the past probably 15 years consciously, has been a lot to do with unraveling those stories of scarcity, of falsity, of not enough, of I'm not deserving of whatever it is. And a lot of that. Hey, Johnny, do you mind muting yourself, brother? Thank you, sir. And I'm realizing that, you know, how much work sometimes, okay, so sometimes we don't realize how much work we've actually done, how far we've progressed in whatever work we're doing, whether it's plant medicine work, our own personal journey work, our unraveling of our past stories, until we have some kind of moment. And this is one of those moments for me where I'm back at my mom's house. I'm in the atmosphere where all of my, you know, all my traumas more or less happened, you know, not inflicted by family. My family is very loving. So no abuse or sexual traumas, but our childhood traumas, right? And those traumas of like getting a bad grade on a test and going and hiding under your bed so your mom wouldn't come yell at you, or, you know, those traumas of like, you know, when we were young and discovering our sexualities and masturbating in different places and finding these, you know, all these different just floods of emotions are coming back into this place and making me understand that you've made a lot of progress in life and all these stories that you've been telling yourself. And I think that we need that sometimes. We get so caught up in our journeys and our work, and we sometimes forget how much work we've done, and we can give ourselves that pat on the back to give us that energy to continue to do the work. Right. And so for me, what I want to talk about is just how we can find ways to conquer these stories so that we can really find our dharma. And as we conquer these stories, we really find the true path that's in front of us instead of the egoic path that we force ourselves to follow because of societal pressures or family pressures or just misunderstood ideas that we think that we have. And so I'm going to start just with my story a little bit and just go through that and kind of go through some of the steps that have gotten me to where I'm at now, a much more healthy human being than I was. So growing up in Texas, we're very in the 80s and 90s. It was a very religious based area and very ignorant as far as culture, sexual acceptance, race acceptance in those times. And so it was very hard for me to discern why some people were getting so bent out of shape because of the color of somebody's skin. But my mom and dad were like, everybody's the same, you know? And so to have that dichotomy growing up of all this different, you know, very strong Southern Baptist kind of religion, Catholic Christianity, but also the hypocrisy that goes with that. So, you know, we start to find how some of these stories land with us in those origin point stories of feeling like you're not enough. Because, you know, the times I would go to church, I would always be told that I'm actually, you know, the first time I remember not being enough is I wasn't fully Catholic, but my mom was. And so when I got up to go get the first blood of Christ, I wasn't able, the priest told me I was not able to accept the blood of Christ because I wasn't the right kind of person. And as a child, I'm like, well, what the hell is that? Right? What kind of person do I need to be? I thought I was one of God's creatures and everybody's all the same, but now you're telling me I'm not. Right. And so that was one of those first division points of like, okay, so you're not part of the divine because you're not good enough. You're not the right kind of person. Right. And so there's these stories that keep landing in us in these different ways, which led me to a lot of disconfusion about who I was as a person, a lot of sexuality questions at a young age that I wasn't comfortable asking because of the atmosphere that I was in. which led me to a lot of drug experimentation. And so at a very young age, about 15, 16, I started experimenting with drugs, mainly with marijuana, started using mushrooms and LSD. Never really got too much into alcohol, but the experimentations with cannabis and LSD definitely opened me up into this idea that there was something bigger than me out there that was more accepting, even though I had no idea what it was. But there was like this idea that it was something there. But looking back, I can see how strong that masculine side of the story of me was ingrained at that cultural age. Because even though that plant medicine started to get into me and started to expose me to different ideas, there was still that very staunch ego that was like, no, you're not doing that. You're not going to go into this, quote unquote, woo-woo world. You're going to follow this path. Even though that path that I followed when I was on plant medicines explored all this different creativity in me, musically, poetically, we were writing songs, we were creating all this different beautiful music, but there was still that really strong ego in me that was like, no, you've got to do, you got to get a career. You've got to start a family. You can't just do all this shit. Right. And so there's that kind of that layer again of this story that's being like melded into this atmospheric understanding. And so that wounded masculine is what I, now know it as, would not let me move into this spiritual world, which that got me more into trouble, right? I started dealing drugs at that time, got really big into trouble, actually moved to Washington just because I wanted to get away from the trouble that I caused myself. So moving into Washington, I started going to school. I started going to music schools. I started pursuing these passions that I had, started a family, and basically stopped all my plant medicine usage and moved towards alcohol. So basically that showed my addiction, right? I wasn't utilizing plant medicines for the journey and the knowledge it was giving me. I was just using it as an escape. And once I started a family, the Western brain in me is like, okay, well, I can't do illegal substances. I got to switch to legal substances to escape. So I quit all the plant medicines and just started drinking my ass off, which became, that another layer of story that I found myself into. I was an absent father, but I thought I was doing right because I was working all the time and I was providing. I still had, food on the table. I paid all my bills. We had a house, all the dog, all the bullshit that we think that we need. But there was just so much misery wrapped up in all of that, and that relationship ended up dissolving, so now I got two kids that are, I didn't have a real good relationship with in the first place that I got to try to make a relationship with. I'm still drinking at that time. I'm still absorbed in my own self and my own ego. And it wasn't until, I mentioned this earlier when I was asked a question by Julian, it wasn't until then that I found yoga. And yoga was the very first thing in my early 30s that I finally found my way back into my body. And my body was like, dude, where the fuck have you been this whole time? Like, we could have done this together, but you've been on your own, living in your head. So get back into your body. So yoga gave me that first little glimpse of light, that understanding that I can go back and I can find myself again. And so yoga was my big push for about 5 years, and still no plant medicines, none of that, and just got back into my body in a very, very beautiful way through hot yoga, through movement practices, and all that fun stuff. And that gave me the understanding that I was not happy. I wasn't happy. I wasn't in a good place in my career, with my family, with my alcoholism, any of that stuff. It finally allowed me to step back from my ego and say, dude, you're not fucking doing this right. There's something different that you need to try. And entered the opportunity for plant medicines, which is it was a very interesting way that it came back into my life. We had a good friend of ours pass away very, very unexpectedly. He was one of the most, healthy people I've ever met in my life. Was jogging on a beach in Hawaii and just had a heart attack and died. He was 35 years old. And it shook the shit out of me and all of our friends in this friend group that we had. And it was another layer of that. You're not fucking doing your life right. And this can happen at any point. Are you happy? Would you be happy if all of a sudden tomorrow you died? No, not at all. I'd be miserable because there's so much shit that I know I'm doing wrong. And so that was one of those impetus, those catalysts of like, okay, let's start figuring this stuff out. So we had a family that needed to move into our house to keep the family together. They couldn't afford anywhere else. And so we allowed them to move into our house, which pushed my fiance and us into the garage, which is like this dark, desolate place. But we gave, our house to the family that was there. During that time is when I explored plant medicines again. There was this voice that just kept coming at me and saying, you need to get back in touch with you, right? You got your body, now you need to link the two back together. And so I started doing plant medicine journeys on my own in the garage with this family of 4 living outside adjacent in the house, and just deeply exploring this side of me that at the point in time, the last I remembered was partying with this stuff, right? So it was a very interesting exploration entrance back into using psychedelics and using psilocybin as a medicine instead of as an escape. And the first couple times that I did, I watched dumb movies and I had like music on, like it was more of like this fun, get back into your body, have a release kind of atmosphere. And then we started upping the doses and getting into that work kind of atmosphere. And through that work, it made me change my entire life. I blew up my entire career, left my job, reconnected with my family, plunged completely into yoga, like went all into yoga, teaching yoga, experimenting with yoga. Through that, started working more with energy work, and have now developed a Reiki practice and sound healing, right? So melding the two together, sound healing and energy work. And so as I'm doing this work, I can look back through my life and see the sound work that I'm doing now, right? And back in the day, it was very egoic. I'm going to write songs for this band. This band is going to become popular. We're going to make money, and that's what I'm going to do. That was the egoic path. The Dharma path was, you're going to collect all this information about music that you're not going to understand how to do with until you put a crystal bowl and a Tibetan bowl in front of you. And then all of a sudden, it's all going to make sense. And it did. Right. And just like, trying to work so hard to provide for my family, that egoic path, the path that the Dharma wanted to take was the lesser path. I'm not going to make as much money, but I'm going to have more time to spend with my kids. I'm going to have more time to develop myself. I'm going to have more time to start the podcast that we talked about earlier. All these different things that once I release the understanding of what I need to do, the openness to where my path, my purpose for this life was put on here to do, right? To follow that path. So when we start to look at that path and we start to quiet down our mind, for me, that was another catalyst to do the deeper work. And the deeper work to me was the deep wounded male. And this escapes me for so long because, when I look at the archetypes, the Jungian archetypes, the main way I hear the wounded male talked about is the aggressive male, right? The male that is forceful, the dominant male, the do as I say kind of male. And that never resonated with me. I was much more passive. I was much more, released from that aggression, but there was still a wound in there. So when I was going to men's groups and I was going and doing my journey work, with the ideas of the men's groups that we talk about, it never really landed with me because I never felt the aggression. I never felt the desire to yell and to scream and to explore that side of my masculinity until about maybe almost a year ago. I was introduced to the understanding of the wounded male as the fixer and the people pleaser and the person that will do anything they can to make you happy because they're the problem solver. And that is 100% what I am and what I was. The person that will, if you start talking to me about something, I'm already coming up with 20 solutions for you, and not realizing how damaging that was to the person talking to, especially my fiance at the time. She didn't want a person to fix her. She just wanted somebody to talk to, to just dump the information out, just to vent, right? Not somebody to say, well, you're doing this wrong. You should try that. And you should try that. So giving us an understanding again to follow the path of the willingness of the soul, right, and not the staunch I know what's right of the ego, right. And so those big plant medicine journeys started to really take hold of me and give me a break from the perception of reality that was there, right. So there's an analogy I heard a while back about plant medicines and the Bible, and this one always really lands really beautifully with me. There's the idea of Adam and Eve, and the Eve coerced Adam to take the apple and eat the apple, and upon eating the apple, we were banished from the divine, right? So we were basically said, okay, you can't be part of nature anymore. You're on your own, humans. But the misconception that this person put to me was we were never separate from the divine, right? This was basically like a trick. But if you look at the way this world works, the world has been trying to reconnect with us since that perception of malice, right? It's been creating these different fruits, these different funguses, these different plants to reconnect us with the world, to reconnect us with the universe, to show that we're not separate, that we are one, that it was just a misunderstanding of some sort. And that was one of those little key things for me to get back into an understanding, even though I don't know what that divine is. I don't know if it's a God or a spirit or an almighty or whatever it is, whatever kind of word we want to put on it. But just the fact of knowing that it's there, right? Knowing that there's something out there that's bigger than me, that I can turn to, that I can talk to, that I can communicate with, was something that was very, very missed in my upbringing, and didn't realize it until we find it, So with releasing the male stereotypes, I kind of want to open this up, if everyone has any kind of feedback with this, but three things that really gravitate towards me and resonate with me with the male stereotypes are being the provider and making people feel safe, but when do we feel safe? When do we feel empowered? And so I want to kind of open this up to the group to ask the question, whether plant medicine involved or not, but how do you feel safe and how do you feel empowered? It could be a situation that we're in. It could be Henry, go ahead if you want to say something.
Well, I got nothing, man. I've been to meetings.
Oh, I didn't know if your hand was up, brother.
It was. I was just saying thanks for sharing. If you were sitting in the room with me, I'd be telling you thanks for sharing. And
thank you, brother.
Yeah, no,
I appreciate
it. I haven't met a woman yet that wanted to take on my role and take care of me. Maybe when I was a kid, and then it might just be a delusion, but women want to be safe, at least the ones that are around me. They want to be safe. They want to be protected. They want to know that I have their back, that I'll stand up for them. Yeah, and I walk on the outside of the sidewalk with them.
Right.
So, I mean, like if something splashed, right, it's going to get on me. If they stand out of the way, I open the door. If they walk to the door where I can't reach it, I try to find a way to sweetly explain to them that if they let me, I will open the doors for them. I'll open the doors for the cars. I'll open the doors to the places that we go. I will treat them like a lady if they let me.
Right.
I haven't found one that, I guess, maybe it's my face. I'm supposed to bring it. I'm not supposed to get it. I don't know. I'm glad to hear though.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And that Henry, you bring up a great point. In the perception of the masculine role, right? It's not a blanket statement. It's the perception of. There's that safety of the provider, but how has anybody ever been has anybody taken that step towards you to make you feel safe, to make you feel that you are provided for in your own kind of way? And I think there's these questions that start to come up when we experience that finally discernment from traditional culture of whatever culture that you're in. And it can be any kind of cultural stereotypes that we fall into. But when we start to experience plant medicines of some sort or psychedelics, entheogens of some sort, for me, it shook that perception open. And it gave me an option. And it's not like it said, hey, that's wrong. Right. But it gave me the opportunity to look at it and ask the question of, is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Is that even a question that I should be asking? Is there a supposed to in that, right? I think the supposed to is that perception of that cultural like kind of trap that we fall into. I'm supposed to be the provider. I'm supposed to sleep closest to the door so that if there's an intruder, I can get to them first and not to my fiance, right? And that can be in whatever kind of gender relationships that you're in, so, but letting us step back a minute and take a moment to look at these type of questions for us. Some of the somatic practices that I found that have been really, really helpful are like just finding ways to ground yourself in your environment. When we go into a new environment, especially like in this atmosphere we're in now, there's a lot of people that just look down. They're looking at their devices. There's all this different kind of things that are happening. But are we taking in the awareness of the room that we're in so that we can somatically feel comfortable, that we feel grounded, that we feel aware of where we're at? There's a lot of times where I walk into a space and I'm looking around and, accidentally, make eye contact with somebody and immediately the eyes dart to the ground. Like they did something wrong or I saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. Right. And so if we're constantly having that kind of reaction, are we not allowing ourselves to take in our surroundings? And if we're not taking in our surroundings, especially if you walk into like a mall or a big store or something, knowing where you're at and just getting a comfortable understanding of like, not looking for cameras, not looking for danger, but just familiarizing yourself with this area, is such a beautiful somatic practice to let us feel grounded, to let us feel safe, to let us feel that we're in our bodies, And so working with psilocybin, working with psychedelics, mainly psilocybin for myself and my clients, we were able to start to dial into some of these somatic practices to let the person feel more like, for lack of a better term, we're allowed to be in these spaces. We're allowed to be a human. We're allowed to feel our emotions. We're allowed to experience trauma and work on that stuff. So Kevin, yes, did you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about that and from my experience. I'll be moderating tomorrow, one of the hours, but almost 3 years ago, actually, in 2018, I lost my 6-year-old daughter, and for about a 2-year period, I was just incapable of providing. I was still working, but I was basically a drone, just coming and going. And my wife kind of pulled the slack up. Not even kind of, she really did, and she allowed me to be safe, to experience all of the different emotions, the different issues, and whether it had been trip sitting or making sure I got back and forth for travel to various ceremonies. She had my back in a way that I didn't have to worry about or plan things, and I could feel safe, and I could cry when I needed to. I could kind of feel all those emotions and not, which my typical response would have been shame or not allowing anybody see me in a vulnerable state where I have total and complete trust in her, and I know that, no matter how bad it is or whatever feeling I was having at the time, that she was going to be there to help see me through it. So it gave me something that I hadn't had that experience in my previous relationships, and I can't even say it's a fault of any of the women. It would have been me even feeling comfortable enough to be vulnerable, to let my guard down and experience those actual emotions.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for sharing that. Kevin, you bring up a really great point about that. Danny, I'll get to you in 2 seconds, but you bring up a really good point about that, not allowing the emotion to even come in, right? So sometimes we might be putting up so much guard that we don't even allow comfort and love to come in, and we don't even realize we're doing that, right? Danny, what's up, brother?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Kevin for sharing that. And absolutely, I've had a very similar experience. Prior to my psychedelic healing journey, I was somebody who, I thought I was very emotional, and I guess I was, but I was emotionally reactive. I wasn't being vulnerable. I was just kind of vomiting what my feelings on whoever would allow me to, right? And this caused a lot of toxic situations. My first marriage was dissolved because of partially due to that. And it caused a lot of problems in my current relationship because I was in a place where I was just kind of like vomiting out all of my thoughts and emotions without really considering how they affect other people. And that's not true vulnerability, right? Because vulnerability is when you can express yourself with compassion for yourself and for whoever you're expressing to, right? And I think a lot of men, I'm not going to speak for a lot of men. Before I started the journey, did not know that that was the case. I did not realize it. So here I'm believing for most of my life, yeah, I'm an emotional guy. I wear my heart on my sleeve. So, you know, I'm sensitive. And so I thought like I was like this really like emotionally intelligent person. And then I got on this journey, and MDMA really helped teach me how to empathize with other people so that I could understand how they were receiving what I was expressing. Where before it really didn't matter how they received it. Well, the only thing that mattered was that I was able to express something, right? It was a very egoic perspective. MDMA, I like to say, taught me the vibration of empathy. And that was really the beginning. And then psilocybin also really helped greatly expand my perspective. And I think in our culture, a lot of times, men, I don't know if we always see the distinction there. And I don't think we realize how much we actually need, to go back to what Kevin was saying, how much we need to be held space for emotionally as well. Kind of in the traditional idea of masculinity, you know, women are emotional and we're just going to hold space for their emotion. And I think that is true. That is true, right? We do need to hold space for their emotions, but I think we don't always recognize how much we need our space held for us as well. And so kind of going back to your question earlier about safety, you know, self-sourcing that safety when we can, and then also being vulnerable, whether it's with our partners or I'm a big fan of men's work, you know, having spaces like this where men can gather and share with each other in vulnerability. You know, maybe there are things that are if we're in heterosexual relationships, the other sex might not understand everything we're going through. They may not be able to empathize as deeply as other men can. So I think those are great ways to source safety, is finding people that you can trust to be vulnerable with. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. That was beautiful. I appreciate that. Steve, what you got, my friend?
If I may, sorry, Steve. I just wanted to say that I will be moderating tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, and we're going to be talking about conscious relating in relationships. Thank you for letting me plug that.
Of course. Thank you, Danny. Steve, what you got, my friend?
Thank you, guys. I'm Steve. I am also moderating at 3 a.m. So you guys look after the place while I'm gone. You all, you humble me with your emotional intelligence, guys. To thank you for sharing. Adam, I love yoga too. May I recommend Reiki and bodywork, which is also for freeing up emotion. But one of my clients, clinical psychologist called Stephen Blumenthal, the UK's #1 expert on toxic male behavior. And he says that men communicate through their actions. I know we're not supposed to be having too much male doing yang, etc. But it is true that we communicate in other ways other than talking. Of course, everyone does, but men especially, whether that's sex, sport, fighting, snarling, or building a business, playing music. So I think the embodiment part's hugely important here. Kevin, by the way, I'm very sorry about your daughter, and your missus sounds like a keeper.
Definitely.
So there was safety, wasn't there? And when we get to feel safe, and right at the beginning, we were talking about, well, I suppose sum it up as sort of men being given permission to rise to the occasion. And Sure, but you know, at the birth of his child, they did a home birth, and he felt scared, he felt the fear, he felt vulnerable, but he was also kind of delighted to be able to play a male part. And have we done it to ourselves? Do you think, is it like a kind of collective shadow thing that what we feel uncomfortable with, that sort of almost a sort of old-fashioned hero kind of way of conducting yourself? Has that image been so like kind of tarnished by historical smears, colonialization? You know, possibly correctly, but it's hardly a it's not unique to the colonial powers, is it? Traditional masculinity, hardly. So maybe we need to kind of find, if we do have to find kind of new ideologies to pin our hats on, I suppose we're already having slightly mixed results with that, aren't we?
Yeah.
If we can relearn to kind of love that kind of golden shadow bit where you can be a sort of productive, proactive, strong male and be comfortable with it, as opposed to feel like you're a people pleaser, but which I certainly am very guilty of, by the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to go soon because it's late over here, and I haven't done any notes for my. It sounds like I'll just be able to say my story again. Brilliant! It's like when you have to go to a new 12-step group and you can tell it all again.
There you go.
But thank you very much, guys. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you. Danny, do you have something else? Nope, saw your hand up still. Well, no, you're good. You're good. Steve actually brings up a really good point. I know you got to leave, Steve. Appreciate it. But the idea of traditional masculinity, right? And I think, in that context, we, maybe looking back at what we have as far as historical records that we know of, right? The whatever humanity has done that we can track. Maybe there really hasn't been a traditional masculine role that we understand as being what we're moving towards, because we've naturally, if we look at just the biologics of the body, the male body is generally bigger and more strong. So back in those days when we didn't really have discernment of consciousness, right, we were the ones that were protecting and making fires and doing all this stuff, right? As we start to get older, then we introduce, I love Terence McKenna's kind of roadmap through, the stoned ape kind of theory, but the understanding of fermented medicines being introduced into our atmosphere instead of plant medicines, and how fermented medicines bring out that external masculine role even stronger, right? And so now we're even stepping deeper into that traditional masculine role that we might not still understand, that we have a choice to not, right? Maybe we're just now getting to a point in our humanity where we can finally discern and say, I don't want to, right? I might be built for it, but I don't want to. I want to make a garden, right? I want to provide in a different way, right? So maybe we're in a place now in humanity where we're able to start writing the roadmap, or the freedom of the roadmap of what can be seen as traditional masculinity moving forward. I don't know if that lands in any way with somebody out there, but I mean, if we want to speak on that, I think that would be something very beautiful to kind of elaborate on, is like, what do we want masculinity to look like? Is there a traditional way of masculinity, or is it opening it up enough to where we can just, I can be okay wearing a skirt and a combat jacket and just be fine just wherever I want to go, right? So I want to maybe open that up to y'all. Is there a traditional masculinity that you kind of see us moving towards, or is it more just free flowing between all the sexes? Like, let's take traditional femininity out of it too,
Well, I grew up in the 1970s, and it seemed like in some ways our culture was trying to move away from the traditional sort of wooden, one-dimensional male. We had protagonists, who were like a detective in a wheelchair or a detective who was blind. And we had, James Garner. Actually, James Garner was dressed as a girl because his mother wanted a girl. And then we had Alan Alda and Woody Allen. So there were non-traditional archetypes coming forward. And it was the time of the Vietnam War and women's liberation. I grew up in Massachusetts, and women were really breaking out of the mold and wanting to go to traditionally male colleges. And it was very exciting for me. I really enjoyed it because women were more assertive. I got asked out by women, In fact, I think that's my only experience. It's like it was obvious to me that a woman would be interested. Now, she might dump me, she might throw me out and chew me up and make me feel really shitty. But and then they weren't wearing all this makeup and the high heels and the glittery clothes where I was, and so that gave me a feeling of greater freedom to be freer in myself. But when I moved down south and started going to law school, I realized how much of male banter is sort of like denigrating. It's like it's okay if you're friendly, if you're really, really close with someone, to say something that's funny, that's cutting. But if you don't know the person, and it's like, and I notice that people would sidle up and they're trying to size you up and find your weaknesses and stuff like that. So I guess that's a long way of saying, yeah, I think that we have made efforts at it, but we still have a way to go. But I think that we need to come at it from a place of understanding and compassion that and ownership, living from the inside out. If this is an authentic behavior, then I'm free to manifest it if my intentions are good. But if it's not an authentic behavior and it's something that's designed to please someone else, then I'm not being authentic with myself, and I'm probably not going to be healthy if I just act out of a way to please somebody else.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Ron, for that. And I think that's, that kind of carries into that there's no, like, if you're naturally inclined to be what we stereotypically call the traditional masculinity, and that's what you're naturally inclined to, you want to be a protector, you want to be, then please, do you, right? That I think what we're trying to say is like open it up to the option, right? Like I never knew that there was an option for me to not be a provider, to do something a little softer, to have an energy practice instead of a career that I work, 80 hours a week at and never see my family, so it's beautiful to release some of these stereotypical ideas of what we think we need to be, so then we can open it up to the ideas like maybe I want to embrace a little of this, maybe I want to embrace a little of that, but maybe make it malleable to who we are. Yes, hand up.
Hey there. My name is Ray. I know it says iPhone, but how's it going? So I think it is a few of the subjects. Hold on a second. I'm getting a call. There you go. Can you hear me?
Got you, brother. We got you.
Okay. It went away. Good. So, but freedom, and then the escape of tradition that's happening, everywhere. In all aspects, like there's nothing to hang on to anymore. Like, and we all, it's the common denominator in the psychedelic discussion is always Terrence McKenna. I don't know, that guy really, he pretty much, if you wanted to just mine some Terrence McKenna for almost everything you can come up with for a topic, like that dude was there. But he talked about there's this time waves here. We are literally in the midst of this such a massive change explosion that in the next 50 years we're going to look back and there's just not going to be much left, at least in the human world, that looks anything like it did, and we are in a painful
squeeze point between, you know, or stretching between these two states. It's like the slushy part of your, and it's kind of the perfect spot, really. You know, like the best time to get the drink out of the freezer is when it's all still slushy and it's like, ooh, I can taste water and I got ice. And it's like this perfect mix. And I just feel like this is probably it. And this is why we probably have, you know, people hypothesize about the UFO coming back, and maybe it's not aliens, maybe it's us coming back to check it out. Because this is the sweet spot. Like, I think we intuitively know, like, you can be timeless and boundless and experience that in your spirit probably for infinity. You know, you'll always be able to bounce in and out of, like, but to have this condensation of a soul into a body, and, like, you know, this persona, this individuality avatar thing for right now is kind of the pleasing state. And to be between the states, like to have one foot in and one foot out, where you can be like, I'm just gonna, like, and this is why I like the conversation the way it went, it's just doing what makes you feel good. Like, go for the freedom, like pursue the awesomeness of being your thing, you know, like, and just do it to the full hilt. And then learning the skills to really ride it, because doing it to the full hilt, unconstrained and uncontrolled, without the yoke, you know, without the yoga, without the harness, and to be able to rein in your ruha, you know, like without being able to rein that in, it's not quite as fun, because you slam into those constraints. But once you learn to, like, control your energy flows, and not control in that what we would view as a traditional masculine, like you're not, you know, what are we, because I came from the South too, and, like, you know, we would come up against the problem, like whether it was moving the washing machine into the house, we're gonna manhandle that thing. I'm gonna manhandle it, like, I'm gonna take control of this motherfucker. Do it, let's do it, boys. Yeah, posse on up. We're gonna take care of business. We're gonna shoot that guy. You know, like, that is not the only way to take control. Like, a lot of times control is more like that cool example that Bruce Lee gave us, like, be like water. Like, that's real control, when you can, like, find your level at any spot. Like, it doesn't matter what I get thrown at, man. What I throw myself into, or what throws itself at me, I'm gonna find my level and I'm gonna feel good. And that, twisting it back into a tie to what you said, oh, screw it, I can't remember, but it was good. Trust me on that. I'm going to retire out of this little participation. Thanks. This is pretty fun. I like you know what is nice, and I don't associate with masculinity, but I did grow up in the South, and I also grew up in Atlanta, in a very metropolitan area. And so I had the influences. I mean, you know, Atlanta was, I had Elton John lived up my street, for instance. You know, like, he had a penthouse. So there's a, you know, a wonderful example of a flamboyant man doing him, no matter if it crossed this gender or that gender. Like, it's like hard to, you know, and that was a beautiful example. But in Atlanta, you also were around those get her done boys, you know, and to be able to have access to both of those examples and not feel constrained by either one, because some days I want to get her done, you know, some days I want to, like, jump up on the roof and, you know, and act like a man and be with my bros. But I always had community that could mix that and not denigrate another sex or another race, you know, like, it was this, I grew up in a very blended area. You know, Atlanta had perfectly integrated schools where I was at, where it was, you know, in the South, growing up around Chinese people and Indian people and Black people, and just the whole melting pot was a real example. So I know that is not available to a lot of people in a lot of places, and a lot of psychedelics is about set and setting, and a lot about just life is setting. You got to really understand where people are coming from, even when their limitations and their smaller perspectives that might not match an expansiveness that you've achieved through luck of birth or taking psychedelics. You have to accept that too, in my view, or else you really run into some pain. Like, why won't they change? Why can't this be, you know? Anyway, I touched on a lot of stuff. I just appreciate you guys talk. And
thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate those words, man. And actually, you bring up a really interesting point that I love to talk about is the impetus of change. You know, and change is difficult, change is cumbersome, change is awkward. We're very resistant as human beings to change, even if we know that that change is in our benefit. You know, and that's part of that unconscious mind that we just love the pattern, even though we know it's detrimental to us. But I love the idea that, like, because the one of the reasons life is so awkward and crazy and just cumbersome right now is because we're in the midst of that change. Like, we've been changing for a while, and we're getting to that crux of the weirdness of the gender, gender identifications, the nitty gritties of like the change of the world. And it's fucking awkward and it's weird, but it's part of the process, right? We have to go through the process of, it's like when the caterpillar gets in the chrysalis, it becomes this gooey mush before it becomes the actual butterfly and comes back out. Like, maybe we're just in that gooey mush phase. Like, this is where we're identifying what we want traditional masculinity to look like. Maybe there's no traditional in general, right? But this is that change. This is that awkwardness that we're in. Yes, Ray, you're back.
Oh, well, I just thought I'd say that change is so like the exponentialists, what do you call the people preaching singularity, like the Ray Kurzweils of the world, like the singularity is coming, we're about to go through a change. And Terence McKenna also referenced this state. It was like, we are about to go through a time of change so wild and rambunctious and chaotic to us, patterned from a higher dimension probably, that we will not be able to predict what's going to happen. Not just sexual. I mean, we literally have the power with artificial intelligence, with cyborg, human machine integration, which when the nanotechnologists study biology, they see it in terms of machinery. Like, this is a machine. We are in a machine of proteins, and very complex. And the manipulation, good or bad, the ability to change our biology, which is why I think this gender thing is coming up. When you can shatter your biology, not just your genitals, but your appendages, your brain size, your looks, your feature, everything could be altered and will be. Whether we like it or not, the tendency is going to go towards more power and control over almost every aspect of what we're experiencing, whether it's metaverse or this verse, this universe, this segment. And you can be totally terrified by that because it's scary. It really means sort of a destruction of a certain sense, or you can be wide-eyed and wondered by it, like, just, this is totally amazing. Like, I can't believe I get to witness what's going down. And then you realize, like, you probably, if you have the ability to have that position where you can really enjoy that wow state, it's sort of like the Buddhist avatar, the what do they call it? The essence of the Buddha that lives in all the mission of the Buddha that comes up eternally.
Dharma.
It's like the Dharma is sort of your duty and your path, or the work you're doing in your life. But I'm thinking, like, when the Buddha hit enlightenment, he had to come back. It's like, I can't stay in this blissed out state. Like, I get it. I'm part of everything, whatever. This is amazing, but I have to go back and do this round of duty. And I guess it is the Dharma in that way, So I just think that that's a big part of staying in control, where you just don't fly off into a solipsistic, in other words, like, I am the whole universe, there's nothing else but me. It's recognized, like, there are other beings that aren't able to enjoy this process because of where they are, their set and setting, and we should all be building set and settings. The new term, I think, is the container. Like, you really can build a set and a setting, an expectation, and a real place, like real places, solid physical places. And I think it's funny that the Buddha did that and was a rich kid. I mean, basically, you can look at the Buddha story as like, he was a super wealthy, privileged military class of the upper class. So he had that masculinity, like, I'm going to go out and do it. I'm not going to sit here and laze around and enjoy my palace life. I'm going to, like, I'm going to do this thing. I've got this, this projecting, which the penis does, it projects and it emits and it goes out and forth and tries to seed. And that's what this dude did. a really good masculine example of someone who did not harm, but sort of, in one of the best examples we've had so far, a human being, not a deity, but a human being went out and created places with his rich friends, like he's, I'm going to make meditation centers all over that everyone, no matter what class, can come to and escape suffering. So there you go.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Danny, you got your hand up, my friend?
Yeah. Honestly, after all that, I think I forgot what I was going to say. No, what I was going to say was, like, I totally agree with what Ray was saying, because if this path is not about achieving greater freedom, right, and breaking through those barriers, whatever those barriers are, whether it's gender or whatever, then what are we doing? We're looking to achieve greater freedom. So yeah, I mean, I'm on that path, and I've been feeling into, like I shared in the last session, that as I continue this path, I've come to this kind of belief, not that I feel like I'm non-binary. I certainly express more in a masculine way, but I'm feeling more into feminine expression in terms of, like, dance, and sometimes I like to wear nail polish, or you can't see it, but I have tinsel woven into my hair, things that would traditionally be seen as something more feminine, but, like, I feel like on a spiritual level, as spiritual beings, we're non-binary, right? So yeah, that I just feel like the psychedelic healing journey is about breaking through barriers. It's about expansion, right?
Yeah.
And so
you mentioned dancing, and I don't know, like, because what the psychedelics too are, they embody the movement, the awakening of psychedelics in the greater thing. It's kind of a revolution. And there was that saying, and I can't remember who or what group said it, but I think it was the 60s little saying was, if you can't dance in your revolution, I don't want to be a part of it. Like, you got, like, all that anger, man, like, just let that go. Like, this thing is about, we are going to find the freedom, have some fun, and a lot of it is not just sitting still and holding your breath and watching your mind, like, but a lot of it is, like, the freedom to wiggle, to, like, to not only see those patterns and those fractals and those ways to become it, so, like, merge with the wiggles, and that is seen, like, wiggling for me was my father. I had a very strange upbringing. I'm not going to go into all the stories, but I will tell you this little anecdote. Like, if I wiggled in the car or sang to the radio, I would get the iciest death stare from my father, and a pop. Like, sometimes there would be a physical, like, stop that movement, like, do not wiggle at all. Like, the butt should be very stiff, and your spine should be erect, despite the fact that its natural strongest form is a curve, because of the shocks that we embrace and get and encounter in life. That curve helps you absorb the energies that are getting thrown at you. And to me, like, I think I always self-reflected to find my strength, and therefore, I guess, my masculinity. My assertiveness was always like, I will resist you trying to codify me into something so stagnant. Like, I am strong enough to wiggle. Like, like, yeah, you're the person who's going to hit me if I'm going to wiggle. And you can say that thing about the authoritarian control over the population too. Like, the population is like, stop wiggling so much and so randomly, because we need to be able to observe you and control you, like, so your wiggles should be in nice patterns that we program in, and don't wiggle any more than that, because it's hard to tax you if you don't stay still, like, please just. But anyway, no, I like that. Like, these are fun, for me, the best fun is, like, when the psychedelic topics get super heat. It's just so much fun to throw the ball back and forth.
Definitely. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you. I think so. I've got about like 5 minutes left in my time. I just kind of want to wrap things up and first just thank everybody for their contributions in this talk and for sharing your stories, being vulnerable for what you're sharing. It's for just self-serving. It really helps me on my personal journey to know that there are similar people out there going through, experiencing in their own ways. But these stories, they fuel us because we're all the same, right? We're all that human being. We're just living different lives and different versions of that humanity. And so to hear and to experience what I can't hear and experience is such a beautiful thing. So thank you for creating this safe space for allowing that conversation to happen. I think the last thing I want to really just end on is Leo mentioned earlier when I came on that I'm a host of a podcast called Journey of the Modern Soul. And one of the things that we do a lot with that podcast is talk about people's healing journeys, talk about journeys in general. But I give a big open door to plant medicines and the experiences that people have had with plant medicines of all different types. And so I just wanted to kind of share, a couple different stories in this last couple of minutes that I have from some of the guests that have been on my show. There's a gentleman that I interviewed about a year ago that lives in Spokane, Washington, that has had Parkinson's for about 5 years at the time that I talked to him. It riddled his body. He explained in the interview that he couldn't even use the bathroom without having to take a shower afterwards. It was that uncontrolled of his body. And he owned a cannabis shop back before it was still medical weed. And he decided to throw a party for his employees, and he brought in magic mushrooms, and everybody got their allotted amount. And he took what he said was an eighth of mushrooms. And he said 20 minutes after he ingested that eighth of mushrooms, his body relaxed. And it was the first deep breath that he'd taken in almost like 5 to 7 years. And he totally accidentally stumbled on psilocybin being a helpful alternative for his Parkinson's medicine. And so now this gentleman takes up to 4 grams of mushrooms every 6 hours, every single day, and has been doing that for almost a decade now. And it helps him manage his Parkinson's syndrome to where he can actually not shakingly write a letter or smoke his cannabis and do all these different things, exist in life, right? So beautiful. Love his story about that. There's a gentleman that I interviewed that has his microdosing compound, which is it's a psilocybin plus 8 different mushrooms and adaptogens in it that he now uses in clinical settings in Mexico in different types of things, anywhere from cancer research to dementia. That there's 8 different doctors that are using his specific microdosing compound for these type of helps. Right. So we're like barely scratching the surface with the understanding of what these medicines can do for us, because I think one of the tricks with this medicine or all these medicines is they're for you. Right. And once you learn how to accept and open yourself up to the idea of the medicine, that medicine can be the all-encompassing medicine for you, right? It doesn't have to be like, I'm going to go see peyote for this journey, I'm going to go see Aya for this journey, I'm going to go see Scylla for this journey. Once we understand the medicine on a deep level, I think that medicine can do anything that we need it to do within our own physiology. Right. I think that's the connection that we have with this earth, is that when you totally understand it, just like humans, right? I can get all the healing I need if I am vulnerable enough to open myself up to you. I can get all the healing I need. It doesn't have to be from a specific person. So I think that's one of those messages that I've received from my journey with plant medicines and continue to receive, is that open yourself up and all the opportunities are there. You just got to be vulnerable enough for it. So thank you so much. I'm about a minute left of my time. I'm deeply grateful to share the space, and I'm going to be popping back in through the rest of the day. Like I said, I was at my mom's house, so I'm kind of packing stuff up, but I'll be popping back on to support the other moderators and to just keep the conversation going. So Leo, thank you so much, love. Appreciate you.
Thanks
All
a lot.
right. Thank you. Oh, go ahead. What were you saying? Did someone say something? Sorry.
Oh, I just said I was just thanking the last speaker, and that was it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem. So our next speaker, let me look here. I don't think he's shown up yet. Yukateru, are you here?
I am here.
Okay, there you are. There you are. Okay. I was looking for you a different name. So that, yeah, this is our next moderator here. This is Yukateru. I hope I'm saying that right.
Oh yeah, or Yuki is good too.
Yuki, yeah, that's better. That's better for me, absolutely. And just wanted to thank Adam for everything and appreciate it. So yeah, Yuki, go ahead and take the floor.
Perfect. So yeah, basically, I wasn't sure if I need to prep or anything for this, but I was asked to talk and very excited to be here. And thank you all for being here as well. So yeah, actually, part of the things with working with what I call entheogens or psychedelics was something that I started when I was about 14. And a lot of that for me during that time was in collaboration with a lot of artwork and a lot of physical traumas that I had. And it's something that usually, went deep into areas of mysticism and spirituality was my main interest. And it was interesting to see that I had several injuries that, so I wind up with a lot of chronic pain and fatigue. But I mean, I guess a little bit about my background. My mother was really into mysticism and a lot of the occult things. She was into astrology, and even at my birth, before I was born, she cast an astrological chart, and my full name is actually based on Chinese numerology, and so she kind of set me up. A lot of the spiritual, I definitely love and thank my mother for exposing me to a lot of spiritual traditions. And when I was 4, I got put into a Buddhist school. And although it's kind of vague since I was so young, but I remember doing the meditation practices and trying to stay still. And not that they actually hit you, but they work with sticks so you can kind of keep yourself propped up and train you to be able to sit still. And I remember that. And, it's interesting because a year after, Buddhism is something that I think is culturally, I'm Japanese, so it connects really well. It's part of our tradition, and it makes sense. And my parents had this great idea at the age of 5 to put me into a Baptist school. And that was quite a culture shock, I think. But I don't know, I guess my parents at that time felt the place that we were growing up was not the safest. So they thought it's actually safe and it's spiritual. So to give that a go. And I had great experiences there. Basically, I just remember having great holidays and food. And I don't remember too much about the level of spirituality that was put in me. But it's interesting how in the childhood, little seeds are planted and you wind up having synchronicity happen in your life. So I wound up meeting a lot of people who have like Bible study groups and like these kind of Christian groups that teach about the Bible. And it seemed kind of like when you have something in your auric field or in your subconscious mind, people feel it. And so I wind up going to a lot of these Bible study groups. When I was after 5 going to school, I wind up going to these. But there was quite a bit of conflict in theology, So from my tradition, both my parents, they won't say they're of a specific tradition, but a lot of the philosophy is more towards Buddhist philosophy. And they put a lot of questions, where I think that they're quite heavy for for someone so young. But they ask questions simply like, "Where do you think you go when you die?" And that's like, well, I would have said, with knowing what I know, I'm only 5. But these kind of questions did come up, and a lot of that from a Christian tradition was geared towards the idea of being prepared to die, you know, and what do we do in this life for that preparation, which I think almost all spiritual traditions will talk about this. How do we live a life, and how does that impact our afterlife? And I took it very seriously. I don't know, like other people I went to school with, I think that they seem perfectly fine, but I was really even at that age, quite overwhelmed with that thought, and it really kind of took over, and I really felt like I needed to know. Yeah, and so my mother also introduced me to yoga, but that was a little later when I was about 12, and I went to a traditional Hindu temple and did some yoga there, and I really loved that. But I had a strong draw since I was young to India, and so I think those kind of two things were the strongest streams. Is this Eastern philosophy from a Buddhist Hindu tradition, and the basically living also, I think, in America, and Christianity is quite prevalent, that became, you know, after also going to the Baptist school and the Bible studies, those two were deeply ingrained in my psyche. And I wound up getting really interested in occult studies. So that kind of started when I was in after that, the yoga and things, I started getting books on Western mystic traditions and got into the occult studies. And at the age of 14, I got into a football injury. So I had multiple concussions, and these multiple concussions, it wound up eventually having a reverse curvature in my cervical spine. And that did a spin on me. So that's what really launched me into having chronic pain and fatigue. So at the same time, when I was 14, is also when I got introduced to cannabis. And about a year later, got into the psychedelic mushrooms and LSD. And from those injuries, although now it sounds like it was so awful, it was the thing that made me who I am, and created the trajectory for my existence. And I really got deep into the Western occult studies and combined it with psychedelics and art. And so at that time in my life, I thought I'm on the trajectory to be an artist. And a lot of the things that I did, I felt were like channeling. And I think a lot of that working with entheogens for me opens up, you know, for myself, essentially kind of like into the mystic realm, spirit realm very easily, and kind of gets you out of your head. And so I did a lot of work working with occult books, and then combining that with it's kind of like spell work, but they're very personal. It's not like I'm following instructions on a book, but trying to channel and speak to the spirits and see if they can guide me to do spiritual work. And so that was for many years kind of the way I work with spiritual practices, is with entheogens and a lot of art supplies. So I can, if I felt like, oh, there's something energetic, something like it feels like a spirit around. Since I worked at an art store, I would just kind of see what medium, and I like that word because I felt kind of like that role of being an intermediary or a medium, and looking for art supplies as a medium that expresses this feeling I'm feeling. And so I did wind up just getting things like, if it's something heavy, I might pick like art medium that is goopy, like maybe paints. If they felt kind of lighter, maybe something like dry pastel. if it's very in the mind or intellectual, I'd like to get something sharp. So I'd get like pens or something with a point. And so often I would just collect all these that I can feel. And when I go back home to my space where I can do art, I would just have music that went along with this feeling. And then I'd work with different entheogens, mainly a lot of cannabis, and then combined with either mushrooms or LSD was my favorite. And then I would just try to relax and kind of let my body flow automatically. So a lot of it kind of looks like surreal artwork, outsider artwork. And I would try to commune and have a conversation with whatever this energy is. And, you know, a lot of that time, I think sometimes a Western thought will want to question if it's, you know, we can explain it through a scientific lens. So I did go through that process, and you know, sometimes we do have that hesitation. I feel that for me to just say bluntly, like I'm talking to spirits, and then I'll say, but it could be my subconscious mind, and you know, just to sound sane. But to me, the experience was really I'm channeling and talking to spirits. That process is interesting, and that time in my life, the idea also of who I am and what I am. Like, am I an artist? You know, am I a medium? What am I? What am I doing in this life? Kept coming up, and especially when I have chronic pain and fatigue, I felt like I don't function so well. And where do I go from here? Like, what is my path in life? And the plant medicines have always been, interestingly, a guide without me knowing. And I wind up meeting people, obviously, on the same path, and opening up to, you know, a path where I wound up studying herbalism and also studying through different spiritual traditions to get answers to what I'm going through. And most of the lens that I liked for explanation were through the spiritual lens for me. And so I know we could go down like maybe the psychological path and things like that, which I do love the Jungian psychology, and I'd worked a little with the Jungian system, but my main focus has been definitely on the mystic side. And a lot of this, I'm kind of curious too, how other people might have experienced these things, but with the Western occult, they have things that techniques on how to channel spirits. And this has been something that I've been working with a lot. And without proper guidance, I think it's very difficult. And I wound up finding that the Western traditions, a lot of the people that might have answers, some of them seem for me specifically with what I was working on, the best channels would be these, I don't like to call them secret societies, but essentially they're basically that where you enter in, you take a vow of secrecy, and they teach you things. And so I didn't fully embrace that because I'm not sure like what this is all about. And I wind up eventually still doing this practice the way I was doing it, where I would take these books, read them myself, and then see if they work in my life if I try to use these prescriptions for communing with spirits. And it's hard to tell the difference, but since I had those injuries, they may have also been a portal to dark spaces. And I'm sure a lot of people feel the same. If all the traumas that we go through in life, physical, emotional, spiritual, it feels like these things lend to your experience sometimes as well. So I wasn't sure if I'm channeling dark forces or if my injuries caused these things. And so I had to try to find a lot of spiritual teachers. And since the West, a lot of them for me, I did join some covens and to try to practice a base in like a Wiccan tradition. But I wound up going to the East because I actually got, at one point, a low point was in 2001. I got very ill. And I wound up being bedridden for about 6 months. And that was kind of the point where I completely stopped my studies in the Western occult. And I found a turning point for me to go in and do a lot of meditation and kind of reconnect with some of my Buddhist traditions that my parents are part of. And I wound up seeking answers to the East. And so in 2001, I did go through that, where approximately like 6 hours a day, I was basically just chanting because I couldn't do much. And it seemed to lead to a trajectory where I was wandering and wound up finding myself in an ashram in Oakland. And it was connected to a tradition called the Siddhar. It's Siddha Yoga. And it was amazing just going there, meditating, every day, and experiencing the energy of the people, the room, the teacher. But I was doing some what they call seva, which is selfless service there. And so I was in the kitchen helping out, and a person there was like, I think you'd really like the Ayurvedic Institute. And so that basically set me in the trajectory to study Ayurveda. And I wound up going to New Mexico. It was only for 6 months, but at that time, I got really deep into the Hindu philosophy and the Hindu tradition, and that became my anchor. It was kind of interesting because I felt like working with the entheogens, I got very ungrounded at that time before that. And the spiritual practices I feel are a good anchor and became very useful when I got further, when I do more work with plant medicines. I found it to be a very helpful anchor. So I don't know if anyone's familiar with pujas, but yeah, I had a hard time, even though, I went to that Buddhist school when I'm 4. They try to teach you to sit, and my mother also tried to teach me meditation. But the tradition that my mother and that I grew up with is in silent meditation. And that is not easy. And so that I found it, these puja is basically worship. So I found that working with deities for me made the most sense. And so I started doing practices where they're more like an active meditation. And so for me, that was like very useful to be able to engage and not just sit in silence, and to work with these deities. And they are very symbolic. So the more you work with them, they encode so much information and wisdom and knowledge into even the visual representation of deities. And every part of it has a lot of information that you can actually, extract out, especially if you are under the guidance of a really good teacher. And so it became a good base, a good ground, and especially the idea of the question, who are you? And it was a big one. In the East, they just, constantly ask that question, who are you? And it became like essentially the mantra to the path, like, who am I? And looking for what I am and who I am. And it became very grounded in a strange way, where they say, like, none of this is you. There's this idea of Maya, or this concept of the illusory world. And at that time, I had no idea what that meant, but it was very, it helped so much with my work with entheogens, where the idea of dissolving the ego and the experience of dissolving the ego seem to be well recognized and understood in these Eastern mystic systems. They lay it out, and it became written out in a way that its practices were very helpful for the experience of dissolving the ego. And so I was very lucky to find that, and found that also that in theogens, interesting things for me is it feels like in a path of healing, it's very, very powerful. And I do think that the experience of having this mental construct, you know, we're stuck, and that question always came up, like, what am I stuck in? Like, why do I feel so stuck? How come I can't change? Like, what am I trying to change? And you know, sometimes we look at things that the law of attraction, and trying to see if I can just wish something and it comes, but it didn't seem so easy as just that. And so I found that the mind that I'm locked in, you know, how do we dissolve it? Can we rebuild something in there? And I found the entheogens are the most powerful for this, that really I get an opportunity to see something in a different light, a different view, a different perspective. And I do think that integration, though, is very important, since when you go through that dissolution process and you have a chance to have a different point of view, perspective, that I wanted to put it back in a context which is helpful and useful in my day-to-day existence. And so working with people who can help integrate these new ideas and thoughts and make it in a productive way was invaluable. So I think that basically, for me, it's the analogy of going into a fire. And if you're working with like a metalsmith, that my mind is the piece of metal that you go and melt. And then if you get some skills, then you can hammer it out and make it into something that's useful, that you like. And then when it cools down, you kind of got a new shape, you know, and it felt like that was the process, how I experienced the entheogens is the melting and going in the furnace, my whole body, mind, soul going into the furnace. And the teachers that I was learning from helps me to sculpt myself in a way that is reducing pain, reducing suffering, having a better outlook in existence that's helpful for joy and happiness. And I felt very good that and blessed to meet so many beautiful teachers that help with this process, and that the entheogens basically truly accelerated for me the ability to change the way my outlook is and the way I experience reality. And so since then, it's been just got a little smoother and smoother. And my spiritual practices were in alignment with working with plant medicines. And the teachers and the people that I met, I also didn't know there was such a thing like this path called the crooked path. And so I started to wind up going back into the Western mystic systems when I felt really stable, and I felt like, okay, I'm on a good track here. You know, I'm able to do these practices in a useful way and work with these plant medicines in a useful way. And I kind of got brave again to revisit my my past. And you know, I think that process, I started opening up the doors to the Western occult system again. And some of the traditions that I don't know if everyone's familiar, but the Golden Dawn system was one that I was really connected with, and it felt like something that was deep in my soul from a long time ago. And I don't know why, but I kept calling. So I went through that process of initiation and learning through that lens, the Western occult system, which has a lot of synergy with, if anyone's doing like Wicca, anything in a lot of the Western mystic systems seem to borrow from or use a lot of the techniques in this Golden Dawn system. And just recently, I got curious to see if it stems in and connects with Freemasons. And so I've been going to a Masonic lodge. It's brand new to me, but I just, in this exploration of Western mystic systems, starting with the Golden Dawn system and also working with some Wicca and some other pagan traditions, I wound up looking for some deeper roots to these traditions. And I wanted to see if Freemasonry might be connected as a kind of a root source maybe for some of these traditions. And that's kind of what I'm doing currently right now. And everything kind of got streamlined though with working with entheogens and especially psychedelic mushrooms. Like I have my girlfriend's Danish, and she took a trip actually we usually go every year together, but a couple of years ago during COVID, I couldn't make it. And I wound up just, taking some psilocybin, and it became so easy to also channel things into my life. And it's kind of also not only in my mind, but externally. So this altar behind me over here, it's kind of hard to see, but all of that while she was gone for a couple months, she came back and everything, manifested spontaneously. But it connected me to the Norse traditions, and it accelerated. So a lot of it seems to be, for me also, other thing that entheogens does, rather than just dissolving the ego or other experiences like that, to be able to tap in spiritually to different energies that come in. And I found a Nordic witch, and it was so amazing to just use this in a tool. It feels almost like a spiritual hack. I connect with her, and then I'm like, okay, now we have a connection. And then when I introduce entheogens, it just feels like it opens my field to receive, a lot of information that otherwise I wouldn't have access to. And that just kind of manifested into creating an altar, deities coming. And one of the most beautiful thing that came was actually in the mushroom field. I work with Amanita from that tradition. So it's amazing to see like the different traditions and the different medicines that people work from different traditions. And so it's been about a year and a half I've been working with this Amanita mushroom, and I do really love it. People work in different ways, and each plant spirit has different qualities, and we form relationships with. But this Amanita has been really dear to me. With working with my fatigue and pain, and with sleep related and anxiety related issues. And it's strange that so much over the world it's not illegal, but they really put scare tactics on this beautiful mushroom. Even in England, they had signs like saying like it's deadly poison. Don't take Amanita. But so many people work with this very safely, and I find that it's been benefiting so many people. I'm surprised that there's so much, I would say, misinformation about this beautiful sacrament. And so it's around that time I wound up taking an herbalism course, and I did finish 1 year of that, and been incorporating a lot of different types of plant medicines into my healing journey. And some of them I feel definitely might take some care. I mean, with every sacrament, I take good care, but I've also been working with kratom, and especially with some of my fatigue and pain. And it's been so helpful just between my treatments with my chiropractor, a very, very useful, powerful tool to get me through each treatment session. So I've been definitely weaving in the different herbs that help me through each of the day. Some of them feel like, I don't know if it gets to a root cause, but it definitely helps me on the journey to, while I work with different healing modalities. And Kratom, Amanita have been ones that I've been working very regularly when it relates to fatigue and pain and sleep cycles. And so I wound up getting into really, for myself, a good protocol and a kind of a rhythm that I work with these plant sacraments. And a lot of the other interests that I have is connecting the world's traditions. So ethnopharmacology is something I'm very interested in. And I found that for me, these altars kind of form around sacraments. So I have a tobacco altar, and then a lot of traditions that work with tobacco started to form around that. And with Egypt, I wound up having an Egyptian altar, but that, which I don't know how much they work with, but the acacia has DMT inside these acacia trees. And they have the also they called it the plant of Bes. So they have this deity in Egypt who is associated with taking care of children and protecting children and also birthing. And that is the Syrian rue. And that one is interesting because it's an MAOI. And so there's a lot of literature talking about the Syrian rue or plant of Bes, and it's in the Indo-Iranian tradition and all the way back. So from Egypt, they revered this, and even in Islam, which they speak highly of this plant as a sacrament. And if you combine those two, then basically you have an ayahuasca analog. So I can't imagine that they didn't give that a go. I haven't found literature on that specifically, but I can't imagine that they did not put those two things together since they revered them so much. And so I've also been working with the Syrian rue on its own and working with DMT on its own. And I think for me, with ayahuasca, it's interesting because I found that it's a little difficult when you can't control the ratio. So if you have something that's like a MAOI in there and then something that has a DMT component in there, the ratios are kind of predetermined. And so I had a lot of hard time where if you go and sit and then you take some sessions and then, after you're feeling really good and going into your space and then you go for a second round, sometimes I'm very sensitive to like the ayahuasca vine that has the MAOI for nausea, but I want more of the, maybe the chacruna. I just kind of want a little more of the DMT, but you can't order it that way. And I found that working with the two separate has been so helpful because they're their own spirits. And the Syrian rue specifically, when I took a high dose of that, it was so powerful on its own. And I know that before that, when I was sitting in ayahuasca circles, they never said too much about just the effects of using the ayahuasca vine on its own and what that experience is like. And I don't know if anyone might know if you took a high dose of
vanilla flavoring and milk and eggs, that's done.
Some cooking going on, it sounds like somewhere. But yeah, so I don't know if the experience would be similar to Syrian rue if you just took a high doses of the ayahuasca vine on its own. And I don't know if anyone in this group has tried that, but the Syrian rue, yeah.
In Colombia, there were various indigenous groups that would only use the vine. And some of them would steep it in cold water. And the one theory is that the vine has this purgative and emetic quality, and it also has been shown to have the ability to kill microbes and in the blood. So the idea is that on its own, it might have been taken before they figured out that if you combined it with DMT containing plants, it would be active. But yeah, I've read about it. I also I had some very strong. I had some ayahuasca one time that wasn't made that well, and it had almost all vine and very little leaf. But now there are two types. Well, there's harmine, harmaline, and tetrahydroharmine in the ayahuasca vine. And harmine is the primary monoamine oxidase inhibitor, but they have isolated harmaline. And Claudio Naranjo, the late psychiatrist from Chile, did a lot of experiments with harmaline. And Syrian rue has higher concentrations of harmaline in it. I find Syrian rue to be really hard on the stomach, but it has high doses of harmaline, and harmaline on its own is much more psychedelic than harmaline. Than harmine.
Harmaline. Oh yeah. Yasmin, did you have something you wanted to add? Oh, yeah. So it was interesting. So before I never knew what that effect was. We'd usually just took ayahuasca vine as a pre-dose on its own before going into ayahuasca ceremonies. But I never knew what the effects could possibly be. But the Syrian rue was super powerful, which I'll explain in a second. But yeah, Kevin, you have maybe a question here?
Yeah, I was going to say Syrian rue is part of my practice as well, but one of the things you have to watch with Syrian rue is it was used as an abortive back in the day. The Egyptians used it to do that. So I don't know what the gram level is. I think, a typical Syrian rue for my practice, I can only speak for me, is like 3 to 5 grams. But I think once you get in the 15 gram range, you could have really significant abdominal issues. And what I do to make the Syrian rue easier to digest, I just blend it into a powder. Sometimes I take it down the rough way. Other times I put it into a pill. But that 3 to 5 gram range of just Syrian rue puts you in a really nice state, that relaxed detachment for myself again. And I use it in a similar fashion to you. So I just want to chime in on that. And that also, breaking the materials down to a powder seems to be less hard on the stomach.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for sharing, Kevin. Yeah. Kevin, do you also combine that as an amplifier for any other sacraments?
I do. I use it as an amplifier. I actually use it in cleansing in some of my practice. It just depends on what the ritual or ceremony is for. But I've done the analog thing with mimosa, with different other DMT producing plants, because I was finding kind of the same thing with ayahuasca. You never really know how much content is in the products that you get. And even if you get just the ayahuasca pills, you kind of have that point where it's working or not. And the Syrian rue, I seem to always get the harmaline kind of feel, versus I can have ayahuasca and maybe I may get a download or something like that, but I don't feel that I'm in that trance or liminal space. But it's pretty simple to get there in a 3 to 5 gram range of Syrian rue. I kind of know you can dial it in. And again, as you were saying, if you want to have a heavier dose of mimosa or whatever plant you're working with, whatever spirit you're working with, you can control that a little more. Whereas, what you get in the glass and, in a cup ayahuasca can be vastly different from brew to brew, from 1 cup to 2 cups. I've been places where they haven't gone with a full brew, and it's been some of the strongest ayahuasca I've ever had in my life. And, I'm thinking it's not going to be very strong because they've only cooked for 4 hours instead of the traditional way that I was accustomed to. So with Syrian roux, I feel like you can dial it in, and it's also used, like I said, in cleansing in a similar fashion to tobacco. It the antimicrobial thing also works in a similar fashion if you burn it in the air. Now it's a harsher smoke for sure, but I feel like that spirit of it is a very cleansing place. I don't get the same Mama Ayahuasca kind of feel, although you're getting, the harmine harmaline. When I have ayahuasca, I feel like I get a kind of definite message. With Syrian roux, sometimes I know where I need to head, but it's not very clear, at least at the time. And then maybe some synchronicities will pop up or something else in my practice will kind of divine and give me a little more insight. Whereas with a traditional ayahuasca, I feel like I definitely get a certain message, and that could be anticipatory on my part. It could be because I've done it, and so many times, I have a certain expectation. Whereas sometimes with Syrian roux, if you mix Syrian roux and cannabis, you can have a really wild experience as well. Terrence McKenna talked about Syrian roux and mushrooms. So that's one I have not mixed it with my mushroom experience, but I've done various acacia, mimosa, Syrian roux alone with occult or esoteric practices. Syrian roux with some of with mandrake and some other things, but that puts you in a whole another space. It's not really the psychedelic space. You're in that watery kind of tropane, and I don't know what other interactions are in there. And that was just when I was finding my way and trying different things at what I felt was a safe level, but I wouldn't recommend experimenting like that.
I have used the Syrian roux with psilocybin mushrooms, and I found it was called Silowaska on the internet, and I found that it was like a much more magical mushroom trip than I would have had without the Syrian roux.
Wow. Did it seem to extend or amplify also the experience?
It sort of was like a mashup between shrooms and ayahuasca.
Wow.
And it was the first time that interdimensional entities attempted a magical attack on me while I was under the influence of psychedelics. And I had to literally like banish them. I was like, no, this is not okay. Not on my watch.
Wow.
Do you take the
visuals were spectacular. I had the lights off, and like with my eyes closed in the dark, I could see just like the most mysterious topologies.
Wow. Thank you, Yuri. Ron, did you have something you wanted to add to?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Do you use the Syrian roux in a tea, or do you always just eat the powder?
Is that just a question for anybody, Ron, or
Well,
Yuri?
I thought I was asking you because you said you take grams of it.
Yeah, actually, so my experience with working with Syrian roux, it started with mainly because I was working with chunga. So essentially, that's just a DMT soaked in MAOI plant material, and it could be other herbs. But what I wound up doing is something super simple in the beginning. I just take like 3 to 5 grams is good, like what Kevin said. And I basically just boil it down. So I would take the 5 grams, boil it in a pot, and everything I like normalizing in usually a cup. So as I boil it down, I spent about 20 minutes, 30 minutes just boiling it down. And then towards a little bit before then, I would add lemon. And the lemon seemed to help with extraction process. And also, so it potentiated the extraction. But it was quite mellow when I was working with the 3 grams or so. And then my friend came over and said, okay, well, let's extract this more. And so we did the same about dosage. So I had 5, he had 5, but And that one we made extra, and he wanted to do boil it down for 40 minutes. And then after that, pour it out and then do a second for 40 minutes and even a third extraction for 40 minutes. And it became a very thick, dark goop that we work with. And so that time I took the 5 grams of that. And so kind of going backwards experience wise though, when I did like the 3 to 5 grams with just 20 minutes or so, and we didn't crush the seeds. And with my friend, we crushed the seeds and then did that whole process. But the first time I would just throw the seeds in because maybe I'm lazy, and then that was it. But it was putting me definitely in a meditative state. Everything became really relaxed. And then when I was working with my friend with the Changa, without it, we'd have a very energizing launch into temporary netherworlds and then come back and feel really excited, brains intact, but very energized and energetic. And then when we tried it with the Syrian Rue, right after we came back, I wound up, we just sat in silence, and we would just go for a very long time. And it would also extend, it's like putting a reverb on the Changa for me. So with the Syrian Rue, it kind of put a reverb on the whole thing. I would go more closer to a dream state with the Syrian Rue. And between our sessions of the Changa, we basically wind up just meditating in silence between them. Whereas before we would do like chanting and more energized, active practices between our sessions with Changa. And so it definitely, you can feel that there is a hypnotic effect, a meditative effect. But when I did it with my friend and we did the 5 grams, I was blown away the difference. So when he did that extraction and I took 5 grams, it was too much for me at that time, but hey, it's okay. We went for it and did it. But that time in the first 10 minutes, we felt the big shift already happen. And so when I took that 5 grams, the big shift happened. It's almost like a muffling, and the senses, so my ears started sounding a little muffled, and I already started feeling very light. And I said, oh, wow, this is going to be strong. And within the hour, the energetics of the Syrian Rue were so intense, and that I started seeing tracers. And also all the sounds, the audios would have also this kind of like a reverb on it. So, and so I would experience this, but that dosage, it did affect my my stomach, and I started having nausea. And so it was difficult mainly for the nausea effect that I got. And so I felt like I had to purge. And I was like, okay, when I do the ayahuasca, okay, this is, the spirit, that spirit seems very familiar. And also when I would sit in ayahuasca ceremonies, there was some sound, a lot of times I would hear from myself and others, is the frequency that, and I don't know if that's something common with other people, but the guy sometimes sitting next to me would make that sound. I was sitting, I don't know if anyone knows Dr. John, but in his ayahuasca circle, and when he talks, he has that kind of vibration behind his voice when he talks. And so I was very surprised. I said, it's very, very familiar. And as that night went on, what wound up happening is that it was very difficult to keep focus on the external. And I definitely went into like memory spaces, internal spaces. And it kind of put me in touch with things that felt like beings, but they were terrestrial. They were like family, ancestral. These kind of things I felt very in tune, and they were communicating. And I see apparitions. It was very strange. I close my eyes and I can feel and see apparitions coming around. And so I would get these closed eye visuals on the Syrian Rue alone, and also have that strong vibrational frequency flowing through me which was very it was very strong for me. And so I was almost trembling. And which makes sense because it's the same sound as that I would notice when I did the ayahuascas, that whoa, 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 and they would come in waves. And it's during each wave, obviously, I would get nausea, and that's kind of that. It was difficult, but since my friend was there, and the main point was to test this out with his DMT, I had no way to back out of this one. I was like, okay, this is what we're here for. And so, later, when I was a little bit more stabilized, but still feeling the full effects, I tried his DMT, which we were working with before, and it launched me into the DMT realm, but in a way that it's very clear. It was very crisp, and it lasted longer. And so I would stay in this space where I can see dimensional portals, enter these portals, commune with entities, leave, go into other portals. And the last portal that I went to was very strange because I saw myself. And at that time, though, it felt like I had a chance to pass if I wanted to. Like, yeah, you can just stop breathing and come with us. And at first I'm like, is this like an ego death? Should I let go into this? But I felt like actually I was a little worried to not breathe. And that for better or worse, I did come back into my body at that point. But it was quite some time I was actually navigating and remembering and retaining the DMT space while I was working with the Syrian Rue, which otherwise I have a hard time holding as much information when I go into that realm. It's more when I enter, I could typically remember as I'm entering, and then things are going on and I'm navigating. And then when I come back, almost like a dream, I usually only can retain things that I go into and then come out of. But some of the in-betweens is blurry. I don't really remember. But with the Syrian Rue, it definitely felt, it was just really crisp, sharp, and I can retain what I was seeing. And so that was fascinating how it definitely made the DMT space just a lot more memorable in terms of literal memory. But that was kind of my experience specifically with that. And I also work with some extracts of the harmine. So I found that, and I'm working with that, and I really enjoy that one. It seemed for me that one was causing me less nausea. So that was something that I've enjoyed working with as well. But that's yeah, kind of my experience with Ron with the Syrian Rue. So I don't know if I know we're kind of running low on time. If there's something that anyone would want to discuss related to DMT, Syrian Rue, or anything actually.
I've only had a few breakthroughs with DMT, and I have been talking to a shaman about navigating the sort of the visual and experiential DMT experience during a trip using like mental projection. Have you heard about that?
No, how does that work? I'm interested.
Say I've taken NN-DMT, I've vaporized it with a electric vape or something, and then I'm having like a visual, like a mind's eye hallucination where I can see like graphics in my mind's eye. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then I would like do thought experiments to say, okay, I see what I'm witnessing now. I want to go witness it in another way, or I want to go see what else there is, and actually having a conscious navigation.
Yeah, wow.
Are you familiar with like people trying to sort of navigate their visualizations?
Yeah, I mean, my friend does that. I don't know if it's specifically through a technique, but he works with it very regularly. And yeah, and for me, typically though, I don't have, I just kind of let go. So it's a kind of different thing. but my friend does navigate, and I should ask him if he's actually trying to consciously. Are you saying that you would try to consciously direct where you go, or?
Well, just like the shaman said, that he had seen things that didn't seem to like really make meaning for him, like they were just sort of like gibberish, and that he would choose that point to say, now I'm going to go see what else I'm going to experience, to get away from the thing that he didn't think was serving him.
Wow, that's interesting. I feel like when I'm in DMT space, it's so fast that I typically won't have too much to say, except for when I did work with the Seer Naru. That was something that I felt like you have a lot more time to navigate that space. And other times, typically the only time I'm conscious is when I have something that a thought that takes me actually, unfortunately, out of the experience. And so I know that it's possible to direct and navigate your experience in that way. So it must work in other ways as well. But typically, like, one would be, oh, where's my body? Yeah. And unfortunately, when I had that thought, typically I'd go right back in my body, and it took me right out. And I don't know. So, yeah. So that's something I didn't really want to do, but that thought alone.
Both come. We'll swing it later.
Thanks so much for weighing in on that.
Like both.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, Yuri. Is there someone else that also was trying to speak right now, or? Yeah, so I think that's actually a very interesting topic, because with like, for me, when I was working with LSD and mushrooms, that the time span that we're in, I can really navigate for a very long time consciously, try to channel things. As far as my experience goes, try to channel things and work with things, and taking that information even as I'm during that journey, and working with that energies or things that come into my psyche. But yeah, I've only tried usually with if I work with DMT to see if music might have an impact in how I can navigate inside that space. But if there are ways to better navigate, I think that's something very useful. And I don't know if too many people have techniques on navigating that DMT space. And I know they're trying to get people to go on like a drip, and go on a DMT experience that can be prolonged for a very long time, to see if people learn to map out and the DMT space a little better.
I have a method for navigating in psychedelic space, but I don't think that it would quite work as well in DMT, because like you said, it's so short acting.
Yeah.
But what I do is have you heard of internal family systems?
No, what's that?
It's sort of like segmenting the personality, sort of like multiple personalities in a healthy way for analysis of consciousness. So like the parts of me which like, for example, I might ask my system that I now want to speak with my heart. I want to interface with the energetic part of me that is my heart reasoning. And or like I may be speaking to my inner child, or I may be speaking to the parts of me that wants to quit this job right now, like, so it's just sort of segmenting, compartmentalizing the personality and the psyche. And like in psychedelic space, like to navigate, like I would sort of call on like certain segments of my consciousness in order to like experience things through their lens.
Mm-hmm. So interesting. So you in that technique though, you would go through certain aspects of your own psyche and you would shift the lens that you're viewing things through.
Yeah, for example, I would say I now am thinking about the part of me that is not ready to forgive my dad. And so now the psychedelic experiences that I will have may be about how whatever feelings I have that are connected to the lack of forgiveness.
would this be something that you can start, since DMT is quite quick, that's something you would kind of meditate on that and try to get into that frame before going
I'm thinking
in?
that it would not quite work in the DMT
Okay.
space and in DMT, but it would work for me sort of in a DMT space, like with 4-ACO DMT, 4-ACO, which is sort of more like the duration of a psilocybin trip, or it would work with like Silawasca, like Syrian rue and magic mushrooms together. Or maybe a hippie flip or a candy flip.
I'm just a little conscious of time. I
Yeah.
don't mean to interrupt.
Okay, is there, there's one other hand up. Maybe this might be the last one, but I don't know your name. It just says iPhone, but
I'll change that on the next, so that keeps coming up. My name is Ray. So a very short, sort of a technical thing for using the DMT for me has been, I've always had a problem with the smoking of it, like, am I vaporizing it enough? And using a lighter after the first hit is kind of very difficult for me. And even sitting up, like, I don't like to be sitting, I want to immediately lay down. So rummaging around and looking for information on the internet, I found this really cool thing, doing it with a volcano vaporizer. And I happen to have one of those, and I've done that several times now, and it is just beautiful. You get one of the big giant bags and fill that sucker up and lay down, and it's pretty much the drip. You can lay there with the bag. You don't have anything burning. It's already pre-done. Everything is nice and cool and in the bag, and you just sip the bag. You can go very far or sort of bump along in that space. And I found, but if you want a breakthrough, breathe in deep and hold until you get broken through. I've never seen the little people until that, like, I'll say that, and they just came running at me, and that was pretty interesting. And that's all I had to say about that. There you go.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing that. I think we're out of time, aren't we?
Yes, we are. We're ready for our next moderator, but I just want to say thank you so much for your time and energy in moderating this hour.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here. I really enjoyed and I love being here. So thank you guys, and have a wonderful rest of the day.
Wonderful. Our next moderator is Daniel Pinchbeck. And I just want to kind of reset the room in terms of thanking everyone for their interaction and offerings thus far. This is an opportunity for both men and women to weigh in, but this is an opportunity to uphold men's voices in the psychedelic movement, in the psychedelic world, and creating a new space for men in our society and for women in our society. So this is just a focus on men's stories and what's going on for men in our world in the new psychedelic space. Sorry, just one moment.
Sorry.
I'm not sure. Does anyone see Daniel on here? I'm not sure. Let's see. Hold on one second. Okay, we're just gonna take we're taking in like a 5-minute intermission. I apologize, folks. Feel free to chat maybe amongst yourselves, but just a 5-minute intermission.
Thanks, Leo. I'll take a moment just to say, hi, my name is Jared. I'm working with Leo at the NPO Society in Adapwa, and I'm super grateful to be a part of this. Anytime there is a need for someone to hold space, I'm all about being a moderator. I don't have a specific spot this time around. I was in the last one about conflict and psilocybin industry, and it was really impactful as far as my experience. And I just taking a few minutes to just be grateful and be very thankful for all the work that Leo has been doing. This is a lot of work to put these things together, mixing up the bios, getting promoting it, setting up the Eventbrite space, and then also just being a host. It's a lot of work. I've seen her on the backside of things, just spending time and doing this, and it just brings so many people together. And it just, I love what's going on. It's a super cool vibe. And I came in and halfway through this last conversation, but I was really intrigued by the discussion. The mixtures and combinations of different plant medicines is intriguing to me. I've not gotten into that practice yet. I actually just tried ketamine for the first time yesterday, and that was a really amazing experience. Happy to share about that later when it's makes more sense. But yeah, thank you, Leo. And everyone else who's participating, listening, sharing.
Jared, I appreciate that. We're just having a delay as far as Daniel. So I was just hoping, do you mind just kind of carrying the conversation for a few minutes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Since I don't have my own hour, I'll just ask anybody if they would like to speak, have a burning desire to share, or I can just unmute and start talking and interrupt me. Or
I would love to hear your experience with ketamine yesterday.
Sweet. Well, my one of my good friends who I trust very much with as far as like obtaining certain plant medicines said that I would probably gain a lot from the experience. And lately I've been having the universe send me these signs that it's something I should I should have at least one experience with. And some of the research I was doing was talking about how the addictive potential for it. But I've done plenty of research and seen the therapeutic side of things, and it's legal, right? So there's a lot of different ways that I could have gone about it. I could have paid all the money and gone to a facilitation site and done the IV thing, but this was a safe place for me to go with my friend, and he's familiar with it. So he gave me a pretty decent dose. It was about, I think it was like a 0.1, like 5 gram, like a pretty big amount. But that was just ingestion, it wasn't IV. And within about 5 minutes, I got into I recognized the physical dissociative properties right away. So yeah, don't want to be jumping up and around and going anywhere. I usually like to be in nature and go on walks when I'm on my, taking psilocybin, or LSD. But this was definitely like, okay, we're going to spend most of this time sitting down. And I went into this with the intention of being exploratory and just open-minded. I wasn't trying to deal with any kind of trauma or depression issues. So it was a very kind of positive mind frame that I went into it. And the first like major breakthrough concept that came to me was like being really happy with myself, which I am normally without any kind of psychedelics. And I kind of I patted myself on the back. I was like, okay, don't let that ego build up or anything, because you're not all that. But that was one of like the first things. I was like, you know what, good for you, man. You're doing the right thing. You're doing you're on your path, and you're where you're supposed to be. Your clarity and the awareness of signs and things like that were it was apparent to me that this medicine was saying, hey man, you're good, you're doing great. And it kind of like took an analytical point of view for me, at least this first experience, because I was like, I'm open-minded. How am I going to feel? How is this going to go? And so I was just describing my experience to my friend, and I realized that the therapeutic properties of going into this kind of space is very, very prevalent. If you're with a therapist who can ask you the questions or direct the train of focus, then yes, dealing with something like depression or post-traumatic stress or anxiety, or whatever the intention is, if there is something that you're utilizing this medicine as a healing process, it's the idea of being vulnerable was very prevalent. So
Yeah, but we should do it as a healing thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've heard of some people doing microdoses, and I'm really glad that my friend gave me a little bit heavier dose, and he knows my background with experience in hallucinogens, so he was comfortable with giving me a heavier dose that I would get like a better understanding of the intensity that can be found. And so I'm going to bring it back to that vulnerability. If I was with someone who could guide or facilitate the direction of my experience, then yeah, that vulnerability and being open, I think, would probably be very beneficial to many people. And so it came up multiple times during this experience that set and setting was very, very important. I would not recommend doing this in a space where you have the potential influencers that would take advantage of you, because that is something that I would have a concern about. Not having very good motor skills, like you feel wobbly, like more so than being like drunk. That was a little bit uncomfortable. I did have to try to stand up and walk around a little bit just so that I could experience how bad that was. And it wasn't scary for me because I knew I was in a safe place, but it was, from the analytical point of view, I was definitely noticing that would be a concern for me if I wasn't in a safe place or I wasn't in the right proper set and setting with the proper guide. Let's see. I wrote down a couple other things, some notes. What did I do with that?
I have kind of a question.
Shoot. I haven't journaled on it yet, but I wrote down a page of notes that I wanted to revisit. I don't know where it is. But it was a really positive first time experience with ketamine. If I can see how a much heavier or repeated use could potentially, and I'm just speculating now, but a repeated use could potentially increase the resistance or the word I'm looking for, the tolerance, and then a potential extra heavy dose. I can see how it could potentially be something that would lead to like severe immobility, or what I've heard people call as the K-hole, which I think is kind of more of like closer to the idea of being in a bad trip. But some people think that there's no such thing as a bad trip. Kind of lean on that. But yeah, I can turn my camera on, Leo. Doc, you want to chime in? I'd love to hear from you. You're smart.
Yeah, I want to give you my 2 cents about the therapeutic aspects of ketamine. First of all, the reason that it's legal is because there have been ketamine clinics, and ketamine has been administered by a process called off-label use for many years by doctors. So off-label use is when a medicine has been approved for a certain use, and a doctor in the United States can decide to use it for something else. And they have free license to do that. And they have discovered, friends of mine have told me that if somebody walks into emergency and even so much as mentions depression, they get a ketamine injection, and they're happy for 3 weeks to 3 years. Okay. And that's very common. There aren't there are some stories with detrimental side effects, but they are the exception, not the norm. And so what is it about, heavy dissociation that is so that represents such a solution for problems? And I'll tell you, in technical terms, what ketamine does is it non-specifically reinforces dendritic spines. What that means is it kind of causes a process of unlearning. It kind of learning is taking some inputs and making them more substantial to how we react. Now, when you do the opposite of that by non-specifically just kind of leveling the playing field in terms of what dendrites are sensitive to input and what aren't, it's the opposite effect of learning. And what that does is it takes away the good things and the bad things that you've learned. And usually when people come back from the ketamine experience and they are in a good environment, they relearn the good things about their lives. And they don't have an opportunity because of the traumatic events, the negative things that they have been exposed to aren't there when they're coming back. Then those sensitivities are not reintroduced into their neural pathways. And that is why the effect is good, and that's why it's lasting. Is that interesting? Is that understood?
Yeah,
So,
no, I'm totally.
Awkward silence. Thank you.
I love an awkward silence every once in a while. Just, sometimes a moment of silence is a healthy thing. Sometimes doing nothing is actually doing something.
Well, I'll take it to mean that nobody was listening. Okay.
No, I was listening. And
okay.
I appreciate that input because, I wasn't trying to say that I have any negative. I've heard a couple of times, but you're right. Those are the outliers. Those are the exceptions of majority of ketamine use, especially in therapeutical situations, is as far as I can tell from research, it's producing tremendous amount of positive transitions and healing to many different types of issues that people are going through. And so that learning process that you're talking about, that makes me think a lot about how important integration
I was
is.
talking about the unlearning process.
Right. Well, but then when afterwards you're relearning, right?
Yeah.
And so the unlearning part of it, I relate to that. This is only my first time doing this, having a ketamine experience, but the unlearning part, I can relate to that because of that certain amount of vulnerability and open-mindedness that I had at the beginning was kind of just like that was kind of like a clearing the slate. You know, it was like an open canvas. Is kind of what I would like to describe it as. And then, yeah, and then going back into, you know, integrating yourself back into a normal state of mind, you may be able to release those things that we were holding on to.
And for everybody else listening, that's a crucial point. The fact, Jared, that you did it when you could come back to a safe environment with somebody that cared about you and made sure that there were no negatives coming back into your like reawakening. That could, if you're not in that situation, that could work against you when you're coming back from
the guy I was with, I've known him since grade school. I mean, I've known him for 30 plus years, so huge amount of trust there. It was a very loving space, and that and integration is that, like, in general, just for.
There's also confusion that can lead to panic, and there is a loss of motor function. All of those things can be circumvented when you try ketamine at any dose for the first time. Even a K-hole can be huge amounts of fun if somebody is looking after you, and but those are the pitfalls that people have to be careful of. Otherwise, there aren't really any detrimental side effects. All of those urinary problems and bad things that people tell you about ketamine, that's not a first dose kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, I do remember having being aware that there were a couple of glimpses during the experience where I was aware that it was almost like these moments, very short moments, where I came back to a normal mind state. Just very short little, like maybe 2-3 seconds of just like, all of a sudden, hey, wait, I'm sitting on this couch and I took a dose and I'm, completely and coherently aware in what I would normally think of as a normal, unaltered mind state. And then, oh yeah, but I did take a dose. And then that wave of influence, or whatever the chemicals are doing to me, went back into this different thought process. And that was kind of interesting, because I don't know if that's something I can attribute to my experiences with hallucinogens and being able to understand what's going on, and then also just let go and let whatever happens is going to happen. So some panic or some anxiety could potentially arise from that if you don't have a lot of experience with psilocybin, possibly. And then and you mentioned another thing about coming back out of it. And I noticed that it was a much slower process. Like the come down was a little bit more uncomfortable than what I'm typically used to with like psilocybin or LSD. And there was kind of like that. I mean, there was times of like very happy and pleasurable euphoria toward more in the center of the experience, but coming down off it was a little bit more uncomfortable. Something that I would akin to more like coming down off of MDMA or like that. I mean, and I was talking to my friend about it, and it was like, okay, well, there's this balance. There's usually a balance, which if you're going to go high, the wave is going to have a low, and then you're going to come back to baseline. And I understand that for myself. That's usually how most trips go for me, and I'm aware of that. And since I was in that safe place and I was with a loving person,
if most of the tripping that you're doing is on MDMA, all that oxytocin a full spectrum serotonin agonism, it's there with certain psychedelics, not others. Love doesn't have to be there at all.
Right. Yeah. And I don't usually have that downswing on psilocybin. I have had it like a long-term downswing after a heavier dose of LSD, but I don't take heavy doses of LSD anymore. But the MDMA for sure, I related it to. It was the most familiar thing that I could relate it to, having like that balance of like a high, and I'm sure it's serotonin, right? And then the lack of serotonin.
In general, most of the stronger downswings that people encounter when using psychedelics is when they are using reuptake inhibitors or psychedelics that have a reuptake inhibition component, because if you compare, a reuptake inhibitor will only have its effect when it's using your own endogenous neurotransmitter. And that by the end of the trip, that depletes your endogenous neurotransmitter. And that's why then you have a lack of it.
I love the way you the science behind it. It's like I understand it without having to know what the jargon is, but I love hearing the words, and so if I keep listening to you long enough, maybe it'll sink in and I'll be able to repeat the knowledge.
You're saying the limiting factor is what's in the metabolism already.
Let me give you an example, okay? Between two relatively well-known dopamine receptor, dopamine pathway psychedelics. One of them is 3-MMC, which is an agonist, and the other is cocaine, which is a reuptake inhibitor. Now, cocaine, in order to enjoy it, you have to adopt some kind of thrill-seeking behavior that gets you excreting or firing your own endogenous dopamine, which you will enjoy for longer because the cocaine is inhibiting the reuptake. On the other hand, if you use 3-MMC, it just pretends that it's dopamine and agonizes those same receptors. So at the end of the 3-MMC session, people say there's no come down, where everybody will tell you that at the end of a lot of cocaine, you feel depressed because you've used up all your dopamine.
Yeah. And I don't really enjoy cocaine anymore. It's one of those things that got me to a dark place, and I don't like to think of it as medicine, although it is derived from a plant. I'm not going to tell anybody not to do it because I've had fun with it
also
before.
make you poor?
Yeah.
There's a lot of healthy use of the cocoa plant in South America.
And I've heard chewing on leaves can be a much better experience, and yeah, I mean they've been utilizing that stuff for
chewing on leaves and bottle of tequila. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thousands of years. So I'm not knocking it, just not for me.
I would love to hear from you, Jared, in terms of if you can share your story or
I was just gonna say, Leo asked me to share a little bit more about myself, so I'm happy to do that. I'm a registered Native Alaskan, born and raised in Seattle. So I'm from the Tlingit tribe, the Nanya-Ai clan. It's out of Wrangell, Southeast Alaska. My father, Nusty, is kind of like the tribe. Well, I should say the family elder. Like he is very well known in at least this tribal community. He's also an artist. He does speeches up in Alaska, and I follow along with him and help him along with that. So I'm definitely following in his footsteps as an auto mechanic and as someone who's gonna continue to advocate for our tribe as far as that goes. There's not a lot of history with plant medicine in our tribe. I've tried to do a little bit of research, but hallucinogenic or psychoactive plant medicine. There is some, but it's not nearly as potent as what most people are thinking of as psychoactive. And the real plant medicine that my tribe utilizes, at least the knowledge is more like herbal and holistic and naturalized, hunter gatherer knowledge for that type of thing. And so I haven't quite really embraced that side of things. I'm definitely an artist in that regard, but I started using psilocybin cannabis early on, recreationally. I think it opened up a door for me to become spiritual in my own way. And I definitely have had my struggles with alcohol, cocaine. Thankfully, I don't smoke nicotine, anymore. But I don't want to knock tobacco. Tobacco can be considered a plant medicine. I have had my ups and downs as my battles with substance abuse. I went into a inpatient treatment program voluntarily a couple of years ago, and it was at the place called Turning Point, and it literally was a turning point for me. That was when I started to drastically improve my quality of life, changing my behaviors, giving a lot more energy and respect into my relationships with not only partners but my friendships and my family, and just having starting with that process of going through quote unquote rehab set me on a path of understanding recovery, 12-step process, AA, NA, PIR. That's psychedelics in recovery. If you guys don't know about that, it's a really great platform for anyone who's dealing with addiction recovery. And I got to a point where it was more about how I knew psilocybin was good as a medicine, and I utilized it to deal with some depression after a breakup successfully. And that was like 4 years ago before I ended up going into rehab. So like I already had this passion for psilocybin. And then when I did get into that dark spot because of alcohol and cocaine, and when I went through rehab, I found this path of just self-improvement and all this. Like it was really, really healing for me the last couple of years. And then in past June, a friend of mine linked me up with Leo, and Leo and I had a bunch of conversations, and we're just like, hey, our vibrations are pretty in sync, and we want to work with each other. So we've tried to do a couple different things down up here in Seattle, and one of them includes Yuri. We have a PIR group meeting that's for like addiction recovery support, and I've volunteered a couple different times in some of the events, the mushroom sit-in. I mentioned before, I held a spot in the last 24-hour event. It was at 2 a.m. in the morning, which is fine, but Doc Z was there and we had a really great conversation. And one of the other moderators was there, Rick Luna, and he's been pretty cool to get to know, and he does have a slot during this event, so I'd encourage you to listen in on him. He has some interesting things to say about psilocybin specifically. But my story, as far as like when it comes to being a man, I kind of I've had some struggles with that because I'm pretty much the only one left in my family who doesn't have a partner, doesn't have kids. And I've heard terms like adult child or lost one, or different things that have a negative connotation on them. And I'm 40 years old, man. If I need to man up and do something, I get it done. But there's a part of life that I do respect as far as being a father or having a significant other long term. And I had an 8-year relationship that didn't work out. We just grew apart. It is what it is. Tried to fix it up with therapy, and it just still didn't work. But as far as like my overall story, it's just I cannot stop being grateful. That is just like the one thing that I just keep going back to. Every morning, I'm grateful for all the blessings that I have, whether it's still having all my 10 fingers, 10 toes. I can see, I can hear. I've got no allergies. Loving parents that are both sober. My brother is sober. I've got a pretty tight like group of core network of support when I need it. My health is great. Like there's so many different things I can be grateful for, including chocolate and coffee, because sugar and caffeine can be considered, mind altering substances, but I'm okay with being addicted to those. The things that I want to help people with, if they are seeking it, is information, knowledge that I can share through my own experiences, and then also being communicative respectfully and acceptingly of whoever and wherever you come from. And we call that holding space, and that's what we're doing. We're having conversations, we're sharing our stories, and we're sharing our experiences. And wherever you come from, whatever background you are, you're a human being, and I'm going to respect you for that. You're part of my human race. And I think a lot of people need that. They just need that simplicity of being accepted for whatever and whoever they are, where they are at right now. And that's what I'm happy to be doing here. Like, I'm happy to volunteer my time, and I'm happy to share my experiences so that someone who's listening might be able to relate to me, or may be able to connect with me and have one-on-one conversations later, or hopefully in this discussion. And for the most part, like, that's kind of where I want to do long term. I'd like to eventually, I have a plan set in motion to have a piece of land where I could set up an Airbnb retreat, potentially have like a sweat lodge, a sauna. Whether or not you want to use substances for a healing process, we could do breath work, massage, exercise. I'll have a basketball court. I love basketball. And that's kind of where I see myself living the dream. It's like having my own space out there where people can come and get away from whatever it is that's ailing them, or maybe just enjoy some time off from the craziness that surrounds us in these cities. And that I'm manifesting it. It's going to take some time. It's a long-term goal. That's what I'm working towards. If anyone has a question, I'm open to talking about just about anything. There's still 22 minutes left in this hour, so I don't want to take up the whole time talking. Nikolai?
Yeah, Nikolai, how you doing, brother?
What's up, dude?
Appreciate the share. So it seems like psilocybin's been like the main teacher that you've worked with in your journey. And I'm, kind of in the same boat. It's the main teacher that I've worked with, have, some other experiences, but just like my yeah, I mean, that's it, just the main one. So I'm just curious about, how you access, that knowledge and your, ceremony, how you use that sacrament. And,
Awesome. That's a great question. It's a great question because some people don't give a lot of thought to the ceremony and sacrament of how they're utilizing plant medicine, because it's different from just going to the doctor and getting prescribed a thing that you take once or twice a day for however many weeks they say you're supposed to take it. So my first few experiences as a teenager, it was a recreational thing, and it definitely opened some doors for me to just be I think it solidified the mindset of being open-minded at an early age. Like, there's always, I kind of feel like I'm never going to know everything. And one of those first experiences was like a, I don't know if I want to say it's like a spiritual or mystical experience, in that, like, I was life-changing, but I definitely felt the connection to nature. So ever since then, I've preferred to have a ceremony, anything that's over half a gram. I will typically plan out, have an intent, have my journal with me, make sure I have proper hydration, proper eating procedures. I've never taken more than 5 grams, so that's a pretty heavy dose in my opinion, and I don't think I'll ever really need to take that much again. But the last time I took a heavier dose, it was a full 1/8, so like 3.5. And what I did actually was, it was in a chocolate bar because I make my own chocolate bars, and I broke it into, yeah, I broke it into 6 pieces, and I took 1 piece every 15 minutes. So it wasn't like slam the chocolate bar and then have a piece.
Yeah.
It was a procession of
Did
slowly
you
going
set a
through it.
timer or?
Yeah, I just set a timer for every 15 minutes, and it was really smooth. And I had some epiphanies about being okay with where I'm at. Like I had mentioned before, is like, I don't have, sometimes I'm a little lonely. I don't have a partner anymore. Sometimes I will, like, do I really, am I really supposed to have children? Does it matter? And those kind of thoughts are going to come and go, and they're like clouds, right? They might not be very comfortable, but they're going to happen. And then you have to watch them go away. And that's the healthiest way to deal with it. And that last heavy trip that I did really was like when I started to utilize that efficiently, that mindset efficiently of just letting things come and go. And it was month, it was 3 months after I got out of rehab. So that was just almost 2 years ago to the day. And other times when I do microdosing, it's more of I'm an Aries, so I'm a little spontaneous, a little impulsive at times. So when I have my microdose, it's usually because I like the buzz, if you will, the fuzzy, buzzy, happy kind of feeling. It's not, I less than half a gram for sure. So usually it's like 0.3 or 0.2. And, it's not, I'm not hallucinating. I'm not, it's more of just like that. That's what I would call an antidepressant, really. Well, another different friend of mine hit me to encapsulating my own pills because I actually don't like the taste of them. I still eat them. I still eat them once in a while, but I don't like the taste of them. So encapsulating, but grinding up about a half ounce at a time, and then encapsulating them in my own 00 capsules. I'll usually go for 0.3, and if I take one of those, it can set the day for some positivity. If I don't do that, I've been practicing staying in a positive mind state for quite a while now, and I don't feel like I need to do that. I'm not taking it as an antidepressant, but there's other beneficial factors for taking psilocybin besides the physical or interpretive effects. The neuroplasticity of what it can do for you is not something you're going to feel. But I learned from, I think it was Andrew Huberman's podcast, Huberman Lab. He was talking about it with another professional. I don't remember who it was, and he was saying that it could like a small dose like that could be utilized very well when you're trying to learn something new. So that makes sense, right? The neuroplasticity increase, is going to allow your memory to retain whatever your new subject is that you're learning. And I've found that it works. I feel like I'm retaining more information, either if I'm reading about something, or I'm doing some research, or going to some kind of conference, or watching like a documentary. I just feel like I retain more of the facts or the information. And so I don't do it a schedule. That can be like maybe once a week. I've gone more than that, but I don't think I've gone more than like probably 2 or 3 weeks without at least a microdose in the past 2 year, 24, 27, 28, 27 months. So yeah,
And
cubensis
I was,
is the strain.
yeah. Do you like, have you, like, do you find yourself like sometimes like I microdose as well for depression, and sometimes I find myself like slipping up, like a dip coming in, and that kind of like brings me back to the medicine. Is it like
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that many times too. And you know what? I didn't know that I was going to be talking about myself this hour. So, but I did have an intention to speak on my advocacy for non-substance abuse therapy. So yes, I'm an advocate for psilocybin, and yes, other plant medicines I'm not knocking any of that. But I think, in my personal opinion, one of the most important things to incorporate is non-substance abuse coping mechanisms. So if I feel myself going into that depression, like just a slight, like I've never really had severe depression as far as like in comparison to other people's stories, but we're all on our own path. We're all on our own thing. And if I do feel that little dip that you're talking about, I'll usually go exercise before I pick up a microdose, or I'll write what it is. I'll write in my journal. I journal almost every day.
that's
and
awesome.
Sometimes it's like a diary entry, and sometimes it's like I need to write down my emotions and figure out, process that, or sometimes it's just mind dump, brainstorm, just don't stop writing for 5 minutes type thing. And yeah, so breath work, both like Wim Hof. I haven't memorized all the terminology for it, but there's like the almost hyperventilation style of like increased heart rate and blood flow. You can get like tingly
Breath of fire.
feelings. Yeah, I think that's one of them for sure. There's a guy, Sam, who runs a breathwork class here in Seattle out of the space we have down at Pioneer Square, and it's a really cool class. He facilitates it, and I've been to it a couple of times and had some pretty good breakthroughs as far as the experience of having some mild altered mind state just from breathing hard. And I love to run and play basketball too, so I'm familiar with runner's high. And this is a little bit different from that, because when I go play basketball, I'm not thinking about the intention of you know, letting something resurface, or trying to process something that's been on my mind, or even just asking, my higher power to give me some guidance. When I go into a the breath of fire style breathwork practice, there's an intent. I go into that with an intent to have something come about, and it's not like I'm trying to fix something. I'm trying to be open to what might come to me, open to something, some kind of sign, some kind of epiphany. And yeah, the couple of classes I've been to, they've helped me, and that's free. And you could do it just about anywhere. Although if you're just starting to try out breath work, I would definitely suggest having some kind of facilitator. It can be more difficult for people with health issues, and there is some different techniques. Being an avid physical person, and I like hiking and all that, and basketball, I definitely know that there are techniques to just breathing in general, which can improve your mood. Like, one of the most important things I learned early on in my health class in grade school was that if you breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, which is what most people recommend you do when you're meditating, I think it's there's a part of your nasal cavity that is being utilized that don't know the science behind it, but there's a part of breathing in through your nose that is actually beneficial. Look it up. You can Google it. I just know it works. You should breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, or just breathe in through your nose and out through your nose. You know, mouth breathers are a thing. So when you talk about Nikolai, when you talk, Leo, you got a question?
It was more a comment after you guys are finishing this part.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to just like say, hey, you might try some of these free, or start practicing some of these free, easy to use techniques that once you start practicing them and you get the hang of it and you figure out what works for you, you know, writing in your journal, talking to a trusted friend about whatever it is, you know, that can keep things confidential, or even calling like a helpline that's completely stranger confidential. That's something I've utilized in far deep past. But before I go to pick up a substance, I want to be able to practice these non-substance abuse coping mechanisms. And, you know, some people have tried that, done that, and it's still not dealing with the issues that they have. And so, yeah, then maybe seek out some kind of facilitated, or if you've already practiced microdose psilocybin. Microdosing LSD is actually a pretty good technique that I've utilized a couple times as well. But I find to be much more creative as far as like when I do that. It's not something I would use to treat depression, more like a expansion of the mind.
Yeah. In my case, it's almost like you know, I know all the right things to do. Like I have done breath work. I'm a meditator, so you know, I try to meditate every day. But when that like flow starts to like, it just like messes up my, you know, willpower or like ability to just do the things that I know I'm supposed to be doing. So I wouldn't even call it willpower, because it's just like I really don't, when I'm aligned, I don't have to will myself to do it. I just do it because it's, you know, the right thing for me. And I think when I'm off, like if I'm like really down, like the full eighth, like just shows me everything that, you know, I need to be doing. And then also at the same time, like I'm able to forgive myself for not doing a thing. Cause it's almost just like a cycle of like coming down on yourself because you're not doing something. And then, you know, you just stop, you're not doing anything because you're coming down on yourself. So it just allows me to like take a step back, forgive myself, and then be like, all right, like, you know, just meditate today, or you know, do the little stuff that do some breath work, or to realign.
It's good. I'm glad to hear it. Thanks for chiming in.
Of course, thank you.
One of the other things that helps me is just remaining grateful. And I've learned that it can feel kind of dumb or weird or pointless when you write a gratitude list in the morning. But if you practice doing it over and over and over, not the same things, you find different things to be grateful for every morning, it gets easier and easier and easier to be appreciative of the little things and the good little things, and the bad little things don't even enter my mind as much anymore, you know. We got 6 minutes till Dougie Fresh is on.
Are you ready to have me jump in though?
What's up, Lenora?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, on. I just wanted to share my thoughts about Prince Harry for a moment, if you don't mind. I just wanted to make sure it worked for you. Chad, do you mind muting yourself just because I wanted to read something real quick? Basically, as I'm examining our current culture and looking at the way the Prince Harry and Prince William and Prince Charles kind of debacle is playing out, I'm seeing within the
I
Western.
can't mute myself, so I'm gonna have to listen to it.
Okay. So within the construct of our Western world, not the indigenous world, because Jared was just talking about being a Native American and how I know within Native American culture, there's a lot more diversity on like gender and gender stuff. But basically what I wanted to speak to was, as I'm examining, I don't know if anyone had observed Prince Harry going and doing an interview with Gabor Mate and talking openly about how psychedelics had changed his life. And he really brought some important things to the stage in terms of that conversation. And so I just wanted to mention it at some point in the 24-hour event that I was really observing these men kind of do this power play around, we exemplify or we hold up male bravery in our culture, like, Sir Galahad or what have you, or Oedipus or whoever, that we really have these like standards of male role models. And so it's really important to remember that as we are looking at these archetypes of men, that it's playing out right now on the cultural stage with the Prince Harry stuff, because he's talking about wanting to be vulnerable and he's talking about wanting to go back to his family and say, let's talk about secrets. Because I think a lot of times men in our culture are told that the family secrets need to stay within the family. And so a lot of like being brave is just keeping secrets or stuffing feelings or things like that. And hold those secrets in. And so I think it's very fascinating to see it play out on this national stage. And I wrote something about it, which I'm happy to read just real quickly, but it basically relates to the idea that here we are saying men are so brave, and look at this football player, he's so brave, and we're all about bravery and men and, go male bravery. But we're not really into male, like emotional bravery. Like we're not into men talking about incest in their families. We're not into men talking about sexual abuse or emotional abuse or insecurity or feeling like they can't pay, the bills, or feeling like they're not attractive to women, or talking about how they want to break down the patriarchy and they're sick of the misogyny and what it does to women and men. Like we're really not into that kind of male bravery. And that's what I kind of see Prince Harry exemplifying as he's going to the old guard. And he's like, hey guys, this old guard is not really serving us. Like, let's all engage in new ways of relating and talking about our feelings. And they're like, man, you're a nerd, or you're a pussy, or, whatever, or you're stop being such a whiner, right? So I just wrote this little piece because I wanted to see it published in the newspaper. And so far it hasn't been picked up, but I was just going to try to read it real quick. I went to bed last night after reading the transcript from Prince Harry's interview with Anderson Cooper. Several things stood out to me from the interview and the general cultural attitude of the firm, and by extension, the style or tone of media coverage in Great Britain of the royal family. My mother had a British nanny, although she grew up in Seattle in the 60s. Twice we went to visit her nanny, now a retiree, once in Brighton on our move to India when I was 8, and once in Margate on our way back from visiting India for the summer when I was 14. I would later travel to the UK alone as an adult, as I had friends there, and once rented a house with my German cousin in the beachside town of Folkestone. Like many, I have held a romanticized view of the UK. I did not always see the class warfare, the racism of the monarchy, or the deep, dark underbelly of what these institutions are capable of. I remember Princess Diana stood out to the world, yes, for her incredible bravery in confronting social issues, her mercy for victims of AIDS, but also eventually for her strength and gall in speaking to the ugly secrets, harassment, threats, and control of the monarchy on her life. Like many, I researched the details of her death and found the details and implications to be eye-opening in terms of where the firm's involvement started and ended. As a family therapist who has done ayahuasca regularly with one of the few legal ayahuasca churches in the United States, I too can relate to the power of plant medicine that Harry mentioned in his interview with Anderson Cooper. I previously led the decriminalization effort in Seattle, Washington for entheogens, psychedelic plants and fungi, and now lead a statewide effort for legalizing psilocybin. I know firsthand the peeling away layers of trauma which can happen with these medicines. Peeling which can exorcise family demons you didn't even know you had. Often those who do these medicines come back to their families and are finally ready to talk about the hard issues, unearth the buried skeletons, and often the family's dysfunction is invested or embedded in keeping those secrets buried. Time and time again, I see families turn on these members as if they are the problem. They shame or exclude the one family member who is challenging the status quo, which is why I wrote my book, The Black Sheep Manifesto. I too confronted my family's dark history of misogyny, classism, favoritism, racism, and harsh treatment of ostracized family members. Were they grateful? Did they applaud me for such bravery? No. I was told through the grapevine that I would need to formally apologize before I would be allowed back to family functions, which brings me to the concept of bravery. The British press seemed to be coming for Harry hard. They call him a whiner. They call him an opportunist. They imply he is weak and controlled by his evil wife, who they describe in language which smacks of racism and misogyny, and then they laugh openly and jeeringly at such criticisms, like they are untouchable and above reproach, like they are royalty in their castle, and the critics are just paupers in the field who they can throw things at and laugh at. Their cruel, aggressive articles never acknowledge the whole story. They don't remind us of where we have heard these claims before. They never hearken back to the warnings of Lady Diana, who beseeched her supporters to understand the seriousness of her situation and that she felt her life was threatened for standing up to the firm. The UK press has only harsh criticisms to dole out, criticisms that Harry is weak for not showing the inspiring strength William is perceived to show. This same scary, immovable resolve to bury the firm's secrets, the behind-the-scene unethical or illegal manipulation of power by the monarchy, and toe the party line for the sake of the country. How quickly they appear to have collectively forgotten that our precious Diana faced her own fear of death, her own fear of murder, to call out the same institution. She did not stuff it away. She did not bury the dirty truths to protect the image of the monarchy. And here her brave son has followed in his mother's footsteps, only to be called a traitor when his dear mother was our hero, warts and all. And so what I'll just say in ending is that as I've been observing the Harry and William and Charles kind of archetype playing out and really embodying kind of the psychedelic movement, if you will, I've really just been feeling like, man, like it's so interesting how we come for these men when they start to be vulnerable. Like we let them make mistakes if they like, I don't know, if they're Harvey Weinstein and they like molest some girl trying to get a job, right? Like we let them make these mistakes and kind of look the other way, but let them make a mistake like expose their feelings or share something and it's awkward. Like we're not very forgiving towards these men, right? We're coming for them hard. And it's very hard to see, but it's also very beautiful to see. Because I see men trying, like I see Harry trying, and for me that's a hero. And all the men here today, you know, are heroes for telling their stories and sharing their stories. So anyway, that was it. That was all that I wanted to share. Jared, I'll hand it back over to you for closing, and then Sean is going to be our next moderator.
Cool. Thanks for sharing that, Leo. That's definitely some political stuff that I had not heard anything about. I tried to stick away from that, but I actually don't really have much else to say. One thing that popped up in my head while you're reading that is I said the term "I can man up," and that is something that has been that mentality, that quote, you know, like that idea that I'm a man and a man is going to man up. That I don't have to feel like I need to do that. And I just kind of wanted to readdress that I made the mistake in saying I can do that. And it's a subconscious thing that I feel like I'm expected to do that. But I also wanted to remind or re-express that I'm showing some vulnerability, that I'm feeling like some things qualify. We think of things that qualify us as being a man, and that's also not okay. So anyways, thanks for listening. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for holding space. Appreciate all you. Who's next, Leo?
Thanks, Jared. Yeah, so it's good to see everyone.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
Yeah, not much. I'm up next, I guess. So, there's a couple things I want to talk about. And the first, I've watched this since this morning at 10. I've been watching everything. And the first thing I want to talk about is, expectations of men in the world, Often I've felt like I have to be a rock to lean on, or I have to be a provider. And I heard earlier, I forgot who was talking about it, but he was talking about how men are just looked at as they're supposed to be powerful people, they're supposed to be untouchable, and that's not who I am. The older I've gotten, I think I used to try and keep that facade up when I was younger, but the older I've gotten, it's become much harder and much more difficult to keep faking that, I guess. And I've become a person now who wants to accept help and is learning to accept help, because in the past I just wouldn't. And a good example of that is what landed me here with all of you guys, I guess, is I was addicted to drugs for a long time, several years. I would say probably a good 20 years of my life. I was addicted to everything, and finally it resulted in an opiate addiction that was just it was just out of control. And I finally, I was seeking help, and I went to rehab, and that didn't work. And I went to a Suboxone clinic, and that wasn't helpful, and a methadone clinic, and that wasn't helpful. And I kept going through all these things until finally I was able to have the resources to go to Mexico and use plant medicine to try and help myself and to try and get clean. And it is something that did finally work. And I can now say I'm truly, off drugs. I don't use anything recreationally. So without those, it's just, it wouldn't have happened. And, but the experience I want to share from that is when I was down in Mexico, the first time I had taken a trip down to Mexico. I think we flew to Los Angeles, then we rented a car, and we drove down to San Diego, and we parked at the Tijuana border crossing. And then Leo and I decided to walk across the border into Mexico, northern Mexico, Tijuana area. We walked across the border, and on the way, at this point, I was still using opiates. I wasn't going to carry opiates into Mexico. And the first thing I thought, when we crossed the border, was go into these pharmacies, because the streets are just littered with pharmacies in Mexico. So sure enough, I'm on my way to get help and to go, essentially try and change my life, but I'm still thinking about using, right? So I did. I stopped at the pharmacy, and I got, who knows what I bought, all sorts of shit I didn't need, and continued on my way. And that was kind of like my last experience with any type of opiate or benzos. I used to like to mix the two of those together, but one of the moderators who's going to be on later, Alan Christopher, is who I went down there to see, and we took a taxi after we walked across. Went into Tijuana a little bit, and we took a taxi from Tijuana down to Rosarita, and that's like 20 minutes south on the Baja Peninsula. We got into a hotel and kind of hung out, and the next day it was time to go and use the medicine. So we did, and I went to a hotel, and that's where I met Alan, and Alan had some other people there with him. They were finishing up a ibogaine detox, I guess. They were detoxing a few people with ibogaine there, and I was going to do the bufo, and that's what I did. And it literally took one session of using 5-MeO DMT to really change my outlook on things and change out my outlook on addiction. So I remember I went in there very hesitant and very nervous, and I didn't want to do it, or something was telling me not to do it. I guess me not wanting to do it is not the proper term, but something was telling me, don't do it, don't do it. Now I look back, and it was probably just, my desire to continue to use, and something in me knew that this would finally help. So I ingested the 5-MeO, and I laid back, and people say it's akin to like seeing God, or whatever you believe in, death after you die. And it was for sure. I definitely, when I laid back, you know I just saw white, and then I remember I got this overwhelming feeling of sadness, and then I heard like something in the back of my mind tell me that you don't have to live like this anymore. And it was just some voice or something. And so I came out of it, and I remember I kind of sat up, and I was just crying. I just continued to cry and cry and cry for probably like 15 minutes straight. And I feel like that was all the pain of years and years of covering things up, an abusive childhood, sexual abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse. It was crying all of those things out and just kind of letting them go, and having a fresh start. So after I finished that, I kind of sat up and came out of it, and going back was the most interesting thing to the hotel, because as I mentioned before, just a day earlier, I was so happy to go to these pharmacies and go buy all this medication, right? And literally in Mexico, there's pharmacies on every corner, especially in the area down there where a lot of Americans go to buy medication. And I was able to walk back to the hotel, and the pharmacies didn't like taunt me at that time, I guess, or invite me in like they had prior. So, I got back there, and from that point on, I came back. We had finished a road trip. We went from back from Rosarita back to San Diego, and then to Arizona and several other places, right? But as soon as I got back, I just never had those desires to use again. And it's just, I love plant medicine for that reason, and that's kind of why I have been active in legalizing, and supported the initiative and co-filed the initiative last year to legalize medical psilocybin in Washington. So I guess moving forward, though, in this topic, that's just kind of a little bit about me and my history. But moving forward, I also just wanted to talk a little bit about suicide in men. I had a cousin, and he was a person who was very like stoic, and he never really talked much, and he was just quiet. And eventually what had happened, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because no one has really ever honored my cousin, or he didn't even have a funeral. And so he was stoic, and he was a person who was very just quiet and picked on and bullied by people his whole life. And so what ended up happening is, when he was 13, he had went to his father's bedroom, and he grabbed a pistol out of his father's bed, a loaded gun, and he had shot himself, right? And the most like disturbing thing about it to me is that he knew where that gun was. His father was not the type of person who, like, I grew up in a family with what would be his father's brother was my dad, and we knew about weapons, and we knew gun safety and stuff, but his father wasn't the type of person who you would think to have a gun, right? And so for him to be able to find the gun and go and shoot himself it was horrible. But ever since then, I've just always wanted to help people who have committed suicide, and it's prevalent in men, unfortunately. And it goes back to, I believe, those high expectations that people have of us. So, it's good moving forward. I think the world's changing, and, we're allowed to hurt and allowed to feel now. but it's just it's hard. I've had a hard time. I had a marriage before my current marriage, and I felt like it was just a lot of high expectations. So I got kind of, if you guys want to fill in with anything, I got kind of put on the spot when someone canceled. So if you guys have any questions, or feel free to ask, or whatever. Chad? Are you there, Chad? Oh yeah, there he is. Can you talk, Chad? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you can't hear me or something.
He's still on.
Sorry, go ahead.
He's talking, but he's on mute.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Chad. I think you're muted, buddy. Can you unmute yourself? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now we can hear you, Chad.
Hell yeah, there we go. Now you can hear me. Yeah, like I said, dude, me and Sean have had a lot of friends who have committed suicide through drugs and all of that. They were all through childhood sexual trauma and all that stuff, and they didn't know what to do. Their last way out was the dope. And next thing you know, they ended up dead. And it fucking hurt us. And we didn't know what to do. It's not like, dude, Sean has he let a girl that was straight up homeless stay at his house because she didn't know where to go. Like, we've seen people fucking straight up commit suicide because of that fucking shit. And I'm gonna be honest with the men's stories. Just like I tell Sean or Lenora, I should have be in the ER right now. Even a couple of days ago, I should be in the ER. But this like kratom shit that they sell at the stores, it fucking helped me. Like, I have stayed out of the ER for over. I was going, and Sean and them could even say, like, dude, I was making videos of it every time I was in the hospital. I was going to the ER multiple times a week. And like, with mushrooms too, that could help a lot with PTSD. And like Sean was talking about Ibogaine and stuff, but if you use psilocybin and you use it lightly, like one time I took one hit of LSD, instead of like major hits of it. And that one hit was all right. It took a little mushrooms. I kind of understood shit. But like right now, like I tell people, I won't take him right now because I'm in a place that I feel unsafe, like to take that stuff. But I do feel safe talking about it and my past experiences with it. Now I was fucked back in the day one time on drugs. I took mushrooms. I had a bad trip.
What?
But that bad trip actually helped me out. It kept me away from those drugs. And it kept me away. And like, I swear to God, like when people say like, you could see into the future and shit, I swear to God, I saw, like, I told everybody every deal we were going to get involved with. I told everybody everything. And like, I was just fucking on mushrooms. And then it actually happened. And people
thanks, Chad.
Like, dude, it really helps. It really helps, but what it helps with the most is PTSD. Because if you got to release it somehow, and without a release, when you have PTSD as bad as even me, or
Yeah.
somebody who's
Okay.
been through war, you need something to release that and release those memories. And
Yeah.
but you should be around safe people and people that know what they're doing. That way, nothing happens. It's not that you're going to go crazy or you're going to do something. It's just the fact that you could get out your memories, you could get out everything that happened as not testimonial as possible, but as best as to the testimony to your own self.
Cool. Hey, Chad. Thank you. We have another person who's come on, Casey, and he's going to talk a little bit.
Okay. Hey, thanks,
buddy.
Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey, do you want to go ahead?
Is that Carrie? It's not Casey, it's Carrie. Is it? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, Carrie. Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
All right. I don't know. I just got dragooned into this. I'm a retired lawyer in Vancouver where I've been doing family law around children's issues, which means I mainly act for fathers for about 40 years doing that. I got involved in 1963 with Timothy Leary and Dick Alpert, who then became Ram Dass as they were being fired from Harvard. So my experiences and knowledge go back that far. And the comment I would like to make that seems appropriate to what this discussion is, although I've only heard the last hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of some very interesting stories of men, is that I would like to be able to have been able to have MDMA or other pathogens to prescribe or to give or to steer people to men who are finding that the woman they once loved and has left them with allegations which are total bullshit, just as a maneuver to get the kids. And these men, it's living hell. When a marriage falls apart like that and you've got kids and you fear you're going to lose your kids, everything collapses. Your relationships with your family, with your workers, with your friends, with your job, with your health. And there's no question in my mind that any of these compounds or these medicines, first of all, as a lawyer, I would not be able to give them or to really promote them because some of them are still against the law. But before, in the last few years, there weren't people that were readily available to, on an underground basis, do the therapy, of which there are now many. I would imagine any city or large town on this continent has somewhere some skilled people who can do psychedelic psychotherapy. And while you hear that these medicines are good for an increasing variety of personal, psychological, and societal ailments, the one area where it doesn't get enough attention, in my concern, is couples therapy, or just plain therapy. And as I say, there is PTSD is a definition which is being broadly used now to encompass an increasing number of symptomologies. I was initially 4 or 5 years ago somewhat not keen to say that a man would suffer PTSD from being forced into a divorce. However, I've changed my mind on that as the definitions become more distinctive. So anyway, that's an area where I think it should happen. There's a lot of literature out there. There's a book called A Good Day by a woman who talks about microdosing. I mean, there's so much out there for those who are listening who have no experience with psychedelics. There's ample places to find it. And as long as you follow the golden rule of dosage and setting, you'll be all right.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm curious, you are saying this is so tragic for men who lose their kids and have false allegations made against them, but like, I see those men running to porn and running to affairs and running to hurting themselves with drugs and alcohol and overwork and losing their minds and going insane and all those kinds of things. But like, why do you feel like we fear as a society addressing that women can be criminals?
Well, two things. I've been doing family law for decades, and I can't think, maybe 5% of the fathers that I have dealt with, of the hundreds and hundreds, 5% or maybe just 5 have had any serious drinking problem, alcohol problems. And of course, the first thing I would do was say, forget about your kids, get your shit together and come back because they need a healthy dad. So the men that come to me, and the vast majority, as I say, do not pick up those addictions, whatever they are. And a lot of them are quite conscious of the fact that they shouldn't. Now, that isn't to say that a lot of men do that. I don't see them. I only see men who have two things. One, either some funds or a family that's going to hire me to fight for their kids, and they do it for the right reasons. I can't think of any father I've ever helped for whom getting out of child support was the reason. Not only that, on a number of files, I would have dads who would say, I will continue to pay child support even if I get half time. So I guess that's my response to your point. And I forgot what the second part of it was. Mad cow.
I asked you about our society seeing women as criminals. Like, if we can't see women as abusers of children or manipulators of information.
Okay, let me tell you my experience. If somebody then says that he's recently separated, his kids are 6 and 7, and his ex-wife is refusing to let the kids see the father, I'll hear him out, and then I will say, what happened to her in her childhood? Was she abused or abandoned? And 80% of the time, these men say, how did you know that? And so I've discovered that a tragic majority of the mothers that I find on the other side of my cases and they're tragic women. They've been abused, or they've been abandoned, or they have serious fears of abandonment, and they use their children to fill the hole in their psyche. The mother relies upon the child for the mother's emotional support, which I call emotional child dependence.
You cut out when you were saying that.
Of this, some of them are psychological. Go ahead. You're cutting out.
You're cutting out, and we didn't hear what you called it. Do you call it something abuse?
I call it emotional abuse.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, there's some of them who are certifiably have pathologies. And there are a rare few who just know what they're doing, and they're just mean-spirited. But I would wager that underneath they also have trauma in their childhood. And Gabor Mate, who is Vancouver, Gabor Mate and I went to UBC at the same time, and we were the so-called radical students in those days. He's come to a conclusion on wounds in the childhood of addicts. In the same time, I've come to the conclusion of the same wounding, this very same wounding in mothers who require their children and don't care what they do to get their kids to support them. And emotionally, as I've said, I don't want to make it sound like there aren't men out there who can be equally as psychopathic. I just don't know. I don't see them. I don't think so. I think women, and this is I may be accused of gender bias here, but I think, well, it's kind of no, women can be backstabbing and injure in ways that men have no idea. I see you smiling.
Well, I often talk about how women they're not given the power to be seen as powerful enough as to cause harm. So I feel like a lot of times we just dismiss their horribleness because it's like taboo to talk about, or we just can't envision women as predators or as, so I think a lot of women get away with hurting other people because they're women. But I think if we give women power, then we can hold them accountable for things just like you would hold any person accountable.
Yes, but I'm not quite sure what that would actually look like, because I think women, by and large, have a lot of power. In some senses, in the courts, they have more power than fathers, than men. There still is a gender bias. It's not as bad as it used to be.
No. They don't get to be the villain. Like there's lots of roles for them, maybe with power, like the queen might be an archetype they're allowed to have, but we don't, you know how you have like bad boy politicians that are always like squeezing the asses of the girls? We don't get to have that on the female side. We don't get to see the female as a villain in our society. So that was my point.
Yeah, could be.
Do you want to open it up to questions from other people, perhaps?
Oh, sure. I'm just sitting here doing nothing. I just recently retired. I love it.
Okay, can you talk about the book that you wrote and how it relates to men?
Well, I've got a book which is free. You can download it on my website, which is my name, CareyLinde, Carey Linda, and my website is Divorce for Men with hyphens, www.divorce-for-men, and somewhere in there you can get the book. It's called Dads Win Without a Lawyer. It's written for the vast majority of fathers who can't afford a lawyer, and it's a psychological primer more than telling you what the law is. It's basically explaining that if you are now down in the ashes, if you are down in hell because of what's happened in your family, you've got an incredible opportunity, which is now is the time to dig into how you have that's time to abandon what you thought was your hero complex. You know, kids think that, you know, when they're 10, they're going to be a fireman. When they're 20, they're going to be Bill Gates, all this stuff that you believe in. Some point in life, you come to the realization it's all a crock of shit. And your family falls apart and you realize that you've never lived who and what you thought you should be. And now's an opportunity while you're at the very bottom to build yourself back up for your own purposes. But more important, or as important, is that you will then come before a judge or be able to deal with the authorities in a much more sincere and real way. You won't come in there and be accused of being a philanderer, a drunk, a womanizer, all those things. You will go in there and speak on your own behalf with a sincerity of truth, and the judge will say, now, here's a person who is a really good potential or given fit parent, as opposed to guys who go in there without any feeling for that. Because it's true that, at least in my jurisdiction, half of the family law cases, the parties don't have lawyers. So that's what it's about. And it's a good book for women too. I mean, it just happens to be written for dads, but I get compliments from women because it's the same speech to either gender.
Do you have any thoughts on, as men are rushing to Proud Boys, right? You're familiar with Proud Boys?
I'm only familiar with Proud Boys in terms of what I see in the news. Several years ago, I did pay more attention to the groups. There was a group of men who just they didn't have any problems with women, but they weren't going to date and marry and all. I forget what they were called. They just decided to stay away. Huh?
The MGTOW movement.
MGTOW, men going their own way.
Yes, yes. And you know,
So anyway, the thought is that these men are rushing to these far right groups because they are desperate, like Joe Rogan, like they are desperate for leadership, right? So the idea is that these men are desperate for leadership. They're looking for who are we as men in this new world, right? And then where's the psychedelic movement with that? Like, does the psychedelic movement have its own Joe Rogans to say, this is the new masculinity? What does the new masculinity look like?
So are you suggesting that Joe Rogan is looking for leadership?
No, I'm saying Joe Rogan is maybe part of that leadership, but where do we see,
okay.
where do we see men standing up for like a new identity, and what does that look like?
Boy, you know, if people can look at Brett Weinstein, that he's a evolutionary biologist. He's got some shows, some podcasts, and one I thought was really good. I don't know how you'd find it, where he talked about when animals, in rat cultures and animal studies, when you take away certain aspects of self-governance, of esteem, of various things, they turn on each other, and there's a biological reaction for survival kicks in. The point he was making, and I've stated it rather poorly, is that when men are feeling abandoned without purpose, the butt of criticisms and these various things, biological factors kick in, evolutionary survival factors kick in, and subdue what we would call the rational stuff in the frontal lobes, and behave in a manner which is what we're talking about, become hardline Trumpers and right-wingers and fight and racists and all these various things. So that's something which I think is a phenomenon in society.
Okay, could we have someone else ask some questions, please? Danny?
Hi, yes, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a really important topic. I know Leo and I have actually had this conversation on Clubhouse. I think there is definitely a lack of balanced, healthy, masculine archetypes and role models in society. And I think what Leo said is exactly right, that when Trump or some of these characters, Andrew Tate, these types, show up and they're talking about masculinity and like making men again, and there's a draw for a lot of young men who don't feel that they have a home, right? They don't have like this, they don't feel accepted in society. Society looks at them, there's this term incel that's used, and I really don't like using the word because it sounds it's used so judgmentally, right? And the term is supposed to be involuntarily celibate. So, it's these young men, generally young men who, don't know how to relate to women. And, I run men's circles, and I had this young man show up to one of my men's circles, and he was expressing his frustration. He said, I'm angry because every time I try to talk to women, they dismiss me as a creep and as a jerk or whatever. And what I realized through having a conversation with him is that he was neurodivergent. I don't know if he was on the autism spectrum necessarily, but he definitely did not communicate in kind of the way, most people that would be considered in the mainstream do, right? And what I realized was, wow, someone like him is being labeled an incel and kind of cast to the side and being rejected before he even has a chance to relate to anybody. And so now, where is he going to go? Whatever group that will have him, whether it's the Proud Boys or, Andrew Tate looking to, there's a lot of people that are using these people to turn a profit, right? Like Andrew Tate selling his courses on how to get women or whatever. and then but I do think that there are healthy masculine archetypes, like they're just not quite as well known. Aubrey Marcus is somebody that I really love and respect, and he's maybe not quite as big as Joe Rogan, but he's kind of gaining some popularity there, and he certainly has a kind of a healthy masculine. But I think it's incumbent on all of us, especially those of us that are here, at this event. We're in the psychedelic healing movement, and we're presumably developing our own emotional intelligence. And I think it's up to us to be an influence on the people in our circles. I certainly don't have the reach that Joe Rogan does, but I do have my circle of influence, and I can encourage and help to spread the principles of emotional intelligence to the men around me, in the hopes that we can avoid people devolving into some kind of radicalism. So thank you. I just wanted to comment that.
Word. I really appreciate that. Was there anyone else who had any questions or wanted to bring anything else up?
Yeah, I'm happy to bring something up. I resonate in a sense with what Danny was saying. I also help run men's circles in like the Baltimore, Piscataway area. I think it's I see this trend of like seeing certain men as like monoliths, and I feel like when we start to move in that path, there is a lot of dangers within that, holding someone to some pedestal or some expectation or some standard. I will even take like Gabor Mate, for instance. His name is being thrown around so much, and yes, he has contributed something to the world of trauma, but the wisdom and insight that he brings, like you look at indigenous tribes, and people were talking about this way before, Gabor Mate was ever talking about it. You know what I mean? So it's like, we're still living within these, primarily white supremacist systems of oppressions, what have you, putting these white men at the top of the food chain or the pedestal, and like, not giving room for pretty much anyone else to kind of enter in, have discussions, what have you. I do think in some ways this movement, this men's movement, whatever, will only be facilitated within our own communities. You know what I mean? It's going to be mutual aid. It's going to be kind of like, I don't know, I guess from point of view of like an anarchist type movement. And yeah, it's how do we help our own communities first? And then how do we spread that out? And if we look at this from such a huge lens that we need to solve every man's problem right now, like it becomes so overwhelming. So, groups that like I help facilitate, 5 or 10 men, like we go deep enough, and like how are we actually spreading that out to other men within our lives? And it's really going to just start there. And also how we co-create that between each other. There is no hierarchy within anything, that we do, because we all have our own wisdom and we all have our own knowledge, and we're all bringing something, so yeah, that was probably just a lot of shit that I'm talking about, but yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yes, brother, 1000%, all of that.
There were, I don't know if anybody remembers Robert Bly. I am John. That's a good place to go to. Robert, there's two there's two things here. There's the Roots movement, which was Robert Bly and people before him on men's issues. And there's the rights movement, which is the law, divorce, fathers and children. So you got fathers and children, that's the rights movement. Then you got the Roots movement. People in the rights movement, I think, are less able to understand the Roots movement than people in the Roots movement who have a pretty good understanding of the rights movement. And Robert Bly was somebody I came across a long time ago. Warren Farrell is a bit in both, more in the rights. Well, I wouldn't say that, no, in both. So the question arises, are we looking for elder people, or which I think there are some, Jordan Peterson of his age. I'm not going to talk about the pros and cons, but he's there. I don't know how old Rogan is, but the younger ones that have been mentioned seem to be not the good ones. So I guess what's missing are some younger men who are on the right side of all of this.
Well,
Yeah,
I guess oh, go ahead, Leo.
Well, I was going to say that Jordan Peterson is interesting that you bring that up, because my reaction is kind of thinking like there's aspects of him that I really enjoy that I think are very matter of fact and Canadian and kind of just like make sense and are very based in practicality. And then there's other aspects that feel kind of like hating towards maybe people that are expressing sexuality in different ways or gender in different ways. And I think about Native Americans and how there's so many different, tribes that have different kinds of genders and maybe don't politicize gender and just, I feel like we get trapped in these wars, these political wars. And it's just very interesting because we're going to have people moderating that are very, anti-government and really feel like this government is like shit. And they don't buy into anything that this government is dishing out. And, that can be very radical, but I think the psychedelic community has the capacity to really bridge a lot of those different political spectrums and bring each other in a way that no other like political movement has, as in terms of like really joining people together, because we're also having like a conservative Christian guy who's on the SURSA board, which is a board that gives legislative recommendations, and and he's very young, but he's Christian and very conservative and, a Trump supporter and what have you. And I feel like that's the kind of person that needs to see themselves represented in our movement, because there's like a lot of liberals in our movement, but I think there's a lot of underground conservatives that don't feel like their voices are represented in the movement. And so I think it's just really important that we like bridge differences. And I feel like someone like Joe Rogan and someone like Peterson, they really do kind of pull people together in a way that, other than if you throw out like the transphobia and like the other like bullshit, I think there's some really decent leaders out there to kind of lead us in a new direction. But I think that we're going to see a time when people are going to have to lead themselves, Well,
the good news, the good news is that these medicines, however one wants to think the agency is, these medicines are becoming rapidly more and more available to everybody. So a fluctuation of time is going to answer some of these questions. I'm not suggesting that therefore we should all just stop doing anything else, but go back just 20 years, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. The psychedelic movement, quote unquote, didn't exist. And if it did, it was underground and it was very small. So there's been remarkable, I guess the word progress is appropriate. I don't think there's been much progress in humankind for millennia, but maybe here. So, that's just, I think there's some reason to be somewhat optimistic if you can forget about the rest of the world.
I think if we can surrender our judgments, right, that's really, really what it's about. If we surrender our judgments, which are all coming from our defense mechanisms, which come from, childhood traumas or PTSD, whether those are small t traumas, micro traumas, if you will, right? Just like defense mechanisms that we learned as children, those metastasize into judgment, and then we have judgments of the other, right? I judge Trump supporters, or I judge Biden supporters, or I judge trans people, or I judge straight cis white men, right? If we can drop all of those judgments because they cause more separation. And I think that's what these medicines really teach us, right? They teach us that we're all connected, we're all part of the same source. And we're just having different perspectives, like observing ourselves and observing each other, right? And if we can learn to have compassion, I have a lot of compassion for Jordan Peterson. I think a lot of his ideology is problematic. At the same time, I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to redirect this male youthful rage into something more productive, right? If you look at 12 Rules for Life, he's basically teaching these young men how to be productive members of society. Now, that's from his perspective, but I think we can all agree that hygiene, cleaning their room, all that kind of stuff, there is practical advice. I think where Peterson lacks is he's more in the head. It's coming from a psychological perspective, and he's kind of low on the emotional intelligence. And you can kind of see the way he communicates that he has a lot of unprocessed rage himself. But if we can just empathize with that and say, oh, you know what, there was a time when I had a lot of unprocessed rage, or I had a lot of unprocessed negative emotion, and I did things that were not healthy, and empathize with Jordan Peterson and try to see the good in him, then maybe he'd be more open. I think he's very closed, and I think a lot of the rage, and I think I'm kind of using this as an example archetypically, right? If we have people like Jordan Peterson in our lives, if we build a bridge with empathy, they'll be more open to hearing our point of view. When they're attacked, or when people who are conservative feel like they're always being attacked or criticized in the media, they're very closed. All their defense mechanisms are up, and they're not going to be open to hearing anyone else's perspective. But when you can empathize with somebody, one of my favorite stories to tell or to talk about is Daryl Davis. If anybody is not familiar, he's a Black jazz musician. And he decided to start making friends with Klansmen, with KKK members. And to this date, he has used empathy and convinced more than 200 Klans members, right? Now, these are like a real committed racist if you're a member of the Klan. And he convinced 200 of these men to renounce racism, and they actually gave him their hoods. They turned in their hoods to him. And he did it by just using compassion and empathy with them. So if Daryl Davis can risk his life and go into the living room of a literal KKK member, then we can have compassion for our uncle who loves Trump, or whatever else, right? Whatever judgment we might want to hold. So I think that's how we can, kind of move forward with compassion. At least that's what I feel like the lessons I've learned from psychedelic medicines.
Carrie, did you have a response to that, or did anyone else want to jump in?
No, there's no one way to look at this. That's for sure.
Okay, but did anyone else want to jump in with something or a question for Carrie about his book? Carrie, I'm very struck by your desire to put energy and time into giving a free book to people to help them fight the legal system on their own, and so that they don't get squashed by the legal system. I myself worked in the legal system for a long time in the courts, and I saw firsthand how it destroyed families. So, but like both genders, but just how daunting that can be. And I think it's very noble to try to help people that are feeling very stuck and hopeless. And I especially see men as being inept. Like when I worked in child welfare, I saw the men step out of the process because they every case was under the mother's name, which I found sexist, because like we're just kind of like automatically assuming the mother is the steward of the children.
Yeah. Well, if the problem with, that's another whole other subject, but the ministries of children, or the departments of welfare, if intact families, what we otherwise call healthy, intact families, had to parent kids to the standard that these ministries want single mothers or single dads to do, there would be no kids in intact families. It's outrageous. There's such an outrageous. Anyway, don't get me going on that one.
No, we have 8 minutes. You know, you could end the last 8 minutes for us.
Well, I don't know. I mean, psychedelics, it's interesting. In Canada, in the 1950s, both here in Vancouver and in Saskatchewan, at a hospital, there were some pioneers doing pioneering research with psychedelics. The Hollywood Hospital Clinic here in Vancouver, working with LSD and alcoholics. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the CBC, has a marvelous documentary on what was going on at the university in Saskatchewan with a whole bunch of now famous people who were doing all kinds of investigations. And then, of course, it all got made illegal and went underground in '72 when Nixon and everybody was afraid of that kids were getting intelligent and seeing the truth when they were, tuning in and dropping out, etc. And Leary and Alpert and all of that. So everybody went underground, and nothing really happened. And then about, 10 years ago, maybe, probably a little bit before that, some of the research that was being done, the Veterans Administration in Washington, D.C., came to the conclusion that they were spending literally billions of dollars in hospitals trying to help soldiers recover from PTSD. And lo and behold, some very brave people, a couple in North Carolina and then some research at Johns Hopkins, discovered that MDMA, ecstasy, for reasons which to this day we still do not really understand, was the closest to a miracle cure for hardcore PTSD. And as a result, the US government, through its various agencies, went out basically, and I'm saying it metaphorically, and said, hey, all of you people who are underground, come on up, help us. We want to get into the legalization. So the end result of that is things like Rick Dobbin in the United States, MAPS, and there's a MAPS Canada, probably this year or certainly next year. MDMA is going to be removed on the controlled drugs statutes in the States and in Canada and made available by prescription to help a whole vast range of things, not just post-traumatic stress disorder, but was what started it. So now, I personally, one of my very best friends who spent time in prison for being a LSD, et cetera, manufacturer, and these people are now running organizations, are up on top, making deals with the government, learning all of the food and drug rules, and going through clinical trials, in charge of $10 million operations who have to take the 3 stages of clinical trials. So the whole world is tipped upside down from the old days. And so, again, that's something to watch. And of course, along the way, just like marijuana, there's a lot of scammers who are coming in and trying to get your money to invest in some of these things. And, oh yeah, you invest in us and we're going to do these. And, 90% of it's bullshit. The marijuana industry is falling apart and cleaning itself down to those who can actually do it right. The experiment in Canada has been rather curious. It's still cheaper to buy things on the black market than through the government's pot stores, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there are some legitimate companies in the United States and Canada who are moving forward to certify that any product, any drug, whether it's cocaine or ibogaine or you name it, that can be used for research. And then the big question is, okay, and this is what interests me, if you have this available for therapy, who are you going to certify as psychedelic therapists? Because the problem is, they did some clinical trials on MDMA. One of them was here in Vancouver, 10 in the States, 1 in Israel. and trying to figure out how to train people who would make a good therapist to sit in a room for 4 hours, have the music set right, have all the medical information, have talked to this person who's lying there with a mask, have them chose their music. It's covered, everything's covered. And what do you do when you administer the drug? Now, people from the previous schools of therapy came forward to volunteer, but they all have an idea of their own. They want to ask questions. They want to talk about this, and to make it ridiculous, how did you get along with your mother? And the point is, none of that not only doesn't work, it can be dangerous. So you just sit there and you watch somebody lie down for 4 hours and take MDMA, who's had PTSD, and miraculously, without anybody having to do anything and not knowing exactly what's going on, you talk to them afterwards, and vast majorities, that's all it takes. Some have to come back. So that's the big question. Who's going to be permitted, and what's the cost going to be? Because it's going to be very expensive to get your hands on it if the government has to regulate it. How's that to end?
I have one more question for you, which is, how have you healed from your divorce with like any plant medicine stuff? You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to.
How have I healed from my divorce?
Yeah, with
Well,
like with
Well, I
healing.
didn't. I've separated from my wife just in the last 2 months on a very cordial,
I'm so sorry. I
friend-
didn't realize.
friendly
I thought your
basis.
book was about that for some reason.
No, the book is for people who are 3 stages of life. One is you're still with this woman and you know that you're going to get divorced. You're going to end up in court. Number 2, you're in court. Number 3, the court's behind you. How do you carry on? So that's what it talks about.
Do you have any advice for men who are separating?
Yes, very strong advice. Most men, a lot of men are AAA personalities. You know, they're go-getters, entrepreneurs. They work. They like the work ethic. They can do these things. They don't have much patience. You have to have a sea of patience in the court system. However, in the beginning, don't be patient. Don't fall for the line, well, why don't you move out and go spend some time with your brother for a few days? Don't do it, because you won't get back in. In other words, you want to be strong and not have much patience in the beginning. Nail down your rights. Once you get that established, then you can be patient. But don't buy into this thing. If your wife says, why don't you go and spend some time with your brother? You just turn around and say, why don't you go spend some time with your sister? I mean, it's really important to do quick things early on and establish a zone of particularly of time with your kids. And then afterwards, you're forced into being very patient. The court system is molasses, as you probably know.
Thank you for sharing. That's very vulnerable. I appreciate you sharing about your experience and what you're going through, and then also what like men can look to for hope in their process, because I feel like there's a lot of hurt out there in the world.
Oh, it's a lot of pain. A lot of pain. There's this, you know, you grow up, to go back to this hero, you know, the birth of the hero and the death of the soul. You grow up thinking you're going to be something and this and that, and the women do too. You know, the cheerleader wants to marry the quarterback wants to marry the head of the cheerleader. These obviously stupid metaphors, and you want to be this and you want to be that, and then you find out that your woman farts and she's got, you know, this and that and dirty toes, and so do you, and you just, it all comes in. I guess I can end on one thing. Never ever keep a secret if you want a successful marriage. Whether you don't want Tabasco on your fried eggs, but you don't say anything, say something. Because when you start to keep secrets, little secrets, which by themselves are totally innocuous, you get in the situation where you start to keep bigger and bigger secrets. And it's the exposure of things you've never said that cause chaos at some point. And I'm not saying that this will prevent that from happening, but it's unbelievable how many people you talk to whose marriages are falling apart, who can go back to a point and say, well, I should have talked about something earlier, or I should have brought this up and I didn't, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
No, that's very profound. So we have our next moderator joining us, but I just want to thank you so much for your sharing, because I feel like it's been a real honor to meet you.
Well, I want to thank Ezekiel, Dr. Z, for phoning me up in the middle of a massage 4 hours ago and telling me about this. Okay.
He's a wonderful person. So Danny,
Bye-bye.
take it away. Welcome, Danny.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carrie, for that presentation. I'm going to talk to you a little bit today about conscious relating. Hopefully we can avoid you getting to the divorce process. You know, as wonderful as I'm sure Carrie's book is, hopefully you won't need it if you implement some of the things that I want to talk about today. My advice for if you're currently separating is do some MDMA with your spouse, and see if on the MDMA you can talk through some of the problems that you're having and come to some kind of an agreement. That's how I saved my marriage. So a little bit about me. My name is Danny Panzella-Velez. I'm a psychedelic integration and relationship coach. And I didn't start out wanting to be either of those things. I was in a really toxic relationship. I had a lot of childhood trauma that I was not aware of. I was a borderline narcissist and a sex addict and a functional alcoholic before I got on the plant medicine path. And my first marriage, I was kind of a doormat to my first wife. We were high school sweethearts, and my mother and her parents, since I'm 16 years old, had been drilling into my head that I wasn't good enough for her and that I was going to have to work really hard to be worthy. And I internalized a lot of that. And then about 15 years ago, my mother passed away. And when she passed, I had kind of like a little bit of a nervous breakdown. You know, I was overcome with grief, really. And I snapped, and I went completely the other direction from being a doormat, like where I was kind of silently resenting the fact that I was a doormat for all those years. Then I went the complete other direction and became a total narcissist and a womanizer, and which eventually led to a sex addiction. I carried those behaviors into my current marriage. And one of the problems that psychedelics I was able to integrate through psychedelic use was my lack of empathy. So because I had no boundaries in my first marriage, and I just completely self-sacrificed, and that kind of created a lot of rage in me and a lot of resentment. That was subconscious. It was below the surface. I didn't realize it was there. But then when my mother passed away, I finally felt like I had permission to just be myself, right? I was no longer under the thumb of her judgment. And I was cheating on I came into my second marriage, and I was cheating on my second wife because I had the addiction of needing to find my mother's love through sex, which the mushrooms showed me eventually. Our relationship had gotten so bad that it was just constant chaos in my house. We were screaming, throwing things at each other. Neighbors were calling the police. One night I ended up spending the night in jail. And after that, we really just looked at each other and decided, like, we have to do something to heal this, or we have to just go our separate ways. And at that time, somebody had suggested psychedelics. So I had read an article about using MDMA for relationship therapy. So I said to my wife, all right, let's do this. Let's try it. We had a friend who she used MDMA recreationally in the club scene. And so she was able to get it for us. And we took it together and just for the next few hours poured our hearts out to each other. We went through so much. My use of MDMA really taught me how to get outside of my own perspective and really put myself in my partner's shoes and understand what she was feeling as a result of my behavior. I shared earlier in one of the sessions that I had always considered myself a very sensitive and open person emotionally, like vulnerable. I thought I was being vulnerable. In reality, what I was doing was just vomiting my thoughts and emotions on everyone around me, and I didn't care how it affected them. I just thought, this is my truth, and if you don't like it, that's your problem. But then what I learned was that's not true vulnerability, because vulnerability is not just about blurting out whatever you think or feel. Vulnerability is about having compassion, first for yourself, the compassion to be able to set boundaries, the compassion to be able to have the security of your own boundaries so that you can empathize with somebody else and not feel like you're giving something away, like you're giving any power away, right? Because you can give power away, but your power is always there, is as long as you're willing to hold it and protect it with healthy boundaries. So MDMA really taught me I like to say it taught me the vibration of empathy. And it helped me to understand that I was safe to be vulnerable. I could share things with my wife when I was rolling on MDMA that I was too afraid to share because of my insecurities when I wasn't. And so after a few times, and I think this is what they're showing in the trials, the MAPS trials are showing that after only 3 sessions of MDMA paired with talk therapy, that people have been, I think the trial ended about 1.5 years ago. And to this point, it's like 1.5 years of them not relapsing into depression. So, I mean, that's huge. And I know because I experienced it in my life. Just kind of accidentally, right? I kind of stumbled through it. We just were here sitting in our bedroom and taking MDMA and then just pouring our hearts out to each other. And we worked through so many of our problems. And what happened is that insecurity that I had, that feeling of I'm going to be judged, right? When you grow up feeling like you're being judged by your mother, who's kind of like this archetypal projection of the feminine aspect of God, and your father would be the masculine aspect of God, right? As a child. And when you grow up feeling like you're being judged by your own mother, then you fear everyone judging you. And so the MDMA taught me that, oh, wow, I can be vulnerable and I'm not going to be judged. I'm not going to be attacked. It's just love. And now we've developed those skills that we no longer need to be rolling on MDMA to empathize with each other. Of course, the mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms helped a lot with helping me uncover that trauma with my mom. You know, I was able to learn to empathize before even realizing and being able to trace back my trauma to the root, which was my relationship with my mother. Me feeling like my mother didn't love me. She was constantly judging me. I wasn't worthy enough for her. And psilocybin also helped me have a conversation with my mother, or the spirit of my mother, or maybe just my subconscious projection of my mother. I'm not sure that it really matters. But I was able to work through a lot of the things that I was not able to work through with her while she was here on Earth. And I always felt like there was no closure there because she died so young and we really didn't have a great relationship when she passed, that I actually avoided grieving her for 10 years. I would refuse to think about her. I would cry once a year on her birthday, and that would be the end. I'd shut it down for the rest of the year. And it wasn't until getting on the plant medicine path that I was really able to work that out. And now I'm in a place where I really can appreciate and love my mother. And I can see things from a different perspective now. You know, things that my young brain didn't understand, some of her behaviors that I could not understand at the time, and I interpreted them as her not loving me. Now I can see them from a healed perspective, and I can have compassion for her. I feel like I'm going all over the place, but hopefully this is resonating. This is how plant medicines have helped heal my life and my partner's life and our relationship. And so then that's how we kind of got into the coaching, was because our friends and family saw how we were, we would be at family parties drinking and screaming at each other. And then we a few years later, after doing a lot of this work, we're in bliss. And they're like, they started coming to us when they were having problems in their relationships. What can we do? This is what we're experiencing. How did you fix it? And so then we started teaching people how they could use not just psychedelics, but integration techniques, because as I'm sure much of this community already knows, the psychedelics are great for getting you to the epiphany, right? They help lower your fear center in your brain from a kind of a biochemical perspective, so that you can be more open, you can be more objective when looking at your own traumas, looking at what you're going through. But it's the integration techniques. It's taking those things that you've learned during the trip, taking those epiphanies, and then integrating them into your daily life. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, let me just grab my notes. I wanted to talk about a little bit about some of the things that I guess I would say they're what people need in a healthy relationship. And I have a list of 10, but I'm not going to go through all 10 because I do want to be able to make this into a conversation and bring other people in. But one of the core needs that I experienced was the need to be able to express a problem or an issue or a concern without being shamed, invalidated, or dismissed. And this kind of goes back to what Carrie was just saying about, don't keep secrets, right? When you keep secrets, you don't share things, you're not vulnerable with your partner, it can come back to bite you years later sometimes. Sometimes years later, you express something and your partner's like, I never knew that. You never shared that with me. And in my case, I was afraid to share some things because, again, that fear of being judged, right? And what does that do? That puts up a wall between you and your partner. One of the metaphors that I like to use is that it's almost like there's a piece of glass between you and your partner. And every time there is a problem that is not dealt with, or emotions that are not properly processed, it leaves a little smudge on the glass. And eventually the glass becomes so dirty, you can't even see each other anymore, right? So we kind of refer to it as when we're working through something, we call it clearing a smudge on the glass, right? And this goes both ways, right? You want to be able to provide your partner with a safe space to be able to come to you vulnerably with any problem or issue that they might be having, whether it's a quote unquote complaint about you or something they are experiencing in the outside world. You want to be a safe space for your partner, right? Going along with this is the need to be accepted and loved for your authentic self. If you feel safe, if you feel like I'm loved for who I am unconditionally, then I'm safe to share anything. And that was one of the things that MDMA really helped us to get into. Being in that state where the MDMA is lowering the fear center in your brain, you're not having that fear of being judged. So you can just be open. You're also having the flood of serotonin and oxytocin. So you're able to be in this loving space and just share from your heart. And your partner can also respond from a very loving and compassionate space, which makes it a safe container for dealing with those type of problems. Again, this is why I believe that MDMA therapy is so powerful. But honestly, there are just some very basic things you need to learn about how to use MDMA safely. To be well hydrated. You don't want to use it more than every few months because it can cause issues with your natural serotonin production. If you use it too often, you don't want to mix it with alcohol. There are some basic things that you can learn, and then you can do it yourself. You don't need to pay 2 therapists to sit with you in a room, especially if you can't afford it, right? These are medicines that we can be using. They don't necessarily have to be used in a medicalized setting. And I'm afraid that the kind of medicalization is like a new form of colonization, where they're going to take these psychedelic medicines, especially the plant medicines, and they're going to turn it into something where there's a lot of gatekeepers involved. And that's unfortunate. But I also think it's important for the medical industry to do their research, because it will reach people that might not be open to these type of medicines. Sometimes people need to see that kind of research before they're willing to go into it. Obviously, I wasn't. I was so desperate to save my marriage that I was willing to try anything at that point. What were we talking about? Not being shamed for being your authentic self, the need to feel emotionally, psychologically, and physically safe. And I feel like all of this really comes back to loving yourself. One of the things I like to say is love yourself first. And that basically means like you want to provide yourself with compassion and also boundaries that protect you, that like kind of house that compassion or that your emotional state nature, right? There's a great book called Warrior King. Wait, what is it? Sorry. I think it's King, Warrior, Magician, Lover, I believe is the title. And it's about the archetypes that we all kind of carry within us. Somebody mentioned earlier internal family systems. So it's related to that as well. So it's this idea that we all have these different aspects or archetypes within us. And sometimes, depending on what we're experiencing, different parts of ourselves are wounded. And we want to speak to those parts to bring healing, speak love specifically. So for me, when I have a moment of insecurity and maybe I want to do something that is unhealthy to soothe that insecurity, I can express, hopefully I'm observing it before I actually move into the behavior, an unhealthy behavior. If I observe it, I can express love to myself and to the part of me that feels insecure, the part of me that feels unworthy or undeserving of love. And I can express love to that part of myself to soothe it instead of going into an activity that might numb it, like avoidance, like through sex or drugs. Even psychedelics, there's a lot of bypassing, even in the psychedelic community. I see a lot of people who are chasing the experience, but they don't take the time to integrate what they're learning in their experiences. So before moving into like a numbing or an avoidance activity, to just sit with the feeling, the discomfort of whatever it is you're feeling, in that case, for me, it was insecurity, and speak love to yourself. And that's part of loving yourself. Another part of loving yourself is to set up those boundaries, to communicate to your partner or anybody when someone is harming you or is hurting you, is expressing something maybe in a way that's that doesn't feel good. Be vulnerable. It's weird, right? Because we generally tend to think of or conflate vulnerability with weakness, but vulnerability is actually bravery, right? You're having the bravery to speak your authentic truth, knowing that someone may reject it, but having the confidence to do it anyway. Vulnerability is such a courageous act. And I think a lot of times in kind of unhealthy, especially unhealthy masculine circles, there tends to be this idea that vulnerability, and even a lot of women, I see a lot of women influencers or feminine influencers talking about like not being vulnerable. And I think, vulnerability has to be balanced with the boundaries, right? And that is all of that together kind of encompasses a self-love practice, in my opinion. Yeah, I think we went through that. The need not to be blamed for someone else's emotional state or to be responsible to fix someone else's emotional state. And again, this goes both ways, right? Your emotions are your domain. This is your energetic body. Your partner cannot cause your emotions. They can do something that you may not like, but you're still in control of your emotions. If you allow a trigger to let you fly off the handle or move into an unhealthy behavior, that's still your responsibility. Our triggers are our responsibility because they come from our history, our emotional history, our traumatic history, whatever it is. So therefore, it's our responsibility. It's also not our responsibility to fix someone else's emotions, right? We can hold space for someone else's emotions. We can be a safe place for them to be able to express themselves vulnerably. And this is one of the most difficult things, I think, to integrate. It certainly was for me. For a long time, my wife would express things to me and just emotions. She was feeling depressed or this or that, and I would take it as something's wrong with me. I did something wrong to make her feel this way. There's a lack here in me. I would take it personally, and sometimes that would make me go into it would make me restrict and kind of go into myself, like out of like shame. And other times it would make me lash out, like, it's not my fault, you're feeling this way, right? And I would lash out in anger or resentment that I felt like I was being blamed. And the truth is, in many of those cases, she wasn't actually blaming me. She was just expressing what she was feeling. So what you feel when somebody expresses something to you is your responsibility, and what they feel is their responsibility. So you're not responsible to fix their feelings, but as a partner, especially in a romantic relationship or even in a friendship, and I really try to do this with everyone that I come in contact with, is try to be a safe space for someone to express their emotions. That doesn't mean you have to take it on. You don't have to make it your own. You don't have to internalize it, or if they're depressed, you're going to become depressed as well. You want to stay in your own sovereignty, right? That's part of having proper boundaries. You want to have the boundary that I understand that this is their feeling. I'm not going to take it on, but I am going to sit and hold space for them with compassion. And I'm going to give them that opportunity to be able to unburden that. And I think that's an act of service. And it's a beautiful thing. And I think that's when we can be vulnerable, when two people, or even more than two people, can be vulnerable with each other. That's when there's true connection and true intimacy. Vulnerability really is the foundation of intimacy that you can build on top of that. All right, so we're about halfway through, and I would love to open it up for any questions or discussion. If anybody has any comments on anything that I've said, I would love to hear it.
Hi there. Thank you. I jumped on, and I'm just so grateful that I caught all of what you just shared. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Thank you so much. I really needed to hear that. And it's directly reflecting in my life in the exact now moment. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'd love to hear what resonated, if you'd like to share.
Yeah, what resonated was about taking responsibility for one's own individual emotional experience and not projecting that, and anywhere really. But you specifically mentioned partner. And yeah, I'm currently living in a community, and in this community today specifically, it seems that emotions are being a bit projected outwardly as the responsibility for others. And I've done this also in my past as well, specifically coming out of a traumatic experience, and then making it the responsibility of a partner, and then later hearing his frustrations around that, and his energetic drain on that, and his challenge on that, where he wanted to be present for me, and he was present for me. And honestly, if he wasn't in that moment, I may not have been able to traverse the trauma that I was going through, but he had a limit, and I was pushing beyond that limit. And within that pushing, I felt, a bit abandoned a little bit, but also understanding, because yes, people have bandwidths. And so in the realms of men's stories, yes, this is the case where a man was holding this space for me. And often we hear that men are not holding emotional space for the feminine. So yeah, I feel inspired to reach out to him and just reflect what I've heard in this moment, the impact that that had on me, hearing it after I'm now, you know, I'm more regulated, I'm more healed. And so I'm not so much needing that, but then also seeing in the reflection of the community, how it's happening in another scenario. And now I'm seeing, you know, a reflection of my own behaviors. And yeah, so that was a little deeper on my gratitude of why.
Beautiful. Well, I'm so happy you joined us and we're able to get something of value out of it. Thank you very much for sharing that. Yeah, community, it's you bring up an interesting point. I do some work for a company that teaches how to build intentional communities. It's basically a school for building intentional community. And one of the things that I see a lot breaking down in intentional communities is this very thing. The emotional intelligence or the willingness to be vulnerable, right? A lot of these communities are focused on sovereignty, right? We want to start these intentional communities because we don't like what's going on in the world. We want to build something very intentional with our values, where everybody kind of is on the same page or the same frequency. And so often what we see is that there's a breakdown because when there's an issue that comes up, a conflict that comes up, we're not willing to meet it with that same vulnerability. It's hard enough, right? It's hard to meet it, even just in relationship between two people. It's difficult. And then it becomes even harder the more people you add to the situation. And a lot of times the bonds are not as strong as, for instance, with a partnership, a romantic partnership. So a lot of that stuff tends to fall out and break down. And that's why I said earlier, I really try to apply these principles to integrate it into the entirety of my life holistically, right? Not just how I treat my wife, but I endeavor to treat all people this way. And I fail a lot, but I continue to work on it and try and really become a more expansive and compassionate person and release judgments. I mean, it's a daily practice, right? We all have judgments. There's nothing wrong. I mean, we don't want to indulge those judgments, but it's a natural part. I mean, honestly, we live in a really fucked up society. And so it would be very difficult to live in this society and not carry judgments and not carry traumas that want to then build defense mechanisms, which may end up manifesting as a judgment, right? So yeah, it can be very difficult. But I think it's worth it because what I find is even with total strangers, I can have these beautiful, amazing conversations that I walk away from feeling inspired and empowered and like, oh, wow. Like sometimes I'm at a client's house and I have this beautiful conversation and I come home, I'm like, I tell my wife about the conversation. It's like, it was so beautiful. And so I feel like it makes life just so much more of a pleasant experience. Is there anybody else that would like to share? Does anybody have any questions?
Well, I would like to discuss the idea of bad mothers, that I think sometimes we deify mothers in this society and we don't allow, I just noticed that men that have had complicated relationships with their mothers have some of the worst relationships. And also that I don't see men being able to talk about sexual trauma in childhood, and that it's often seen as like an active initiation into adulthood and like, well, you should be glad you got raped at 12, Tommy. And so I think men get such mixed messages. And I just think it's very sad. We have like a sports culture that's very much like built around, being masculine is defined as being, like a rowdy cowboy that drinks alcohol and numbs out. And for me, that's like not necessarily an advocate for equality. That's not necessarily someone that cares about the environment. That's just someone that's like checked out of society and just a consumer. And And I do think that there's a lot of division that is like specifically bred into the community, whether it's bred in by natural forces and humans are just difficult, or it's bred in by outside forces that we don't understand or that are beyond our capacity to understand. Like, I don't know, but I just feel like there is a lot of division in the community. And I think that patriarchy does a disservice to men and women. And I see a lot of division between men and women when I have men that have treated me much nicer than some women have. And I have had men stand up for me against women that I thought were abusive. And so I feel like, you know, there are male allies out there for women. I feel like there are some men that do better with women than they do with men. And there are some women that do better with men than do better with women. And it doesn't always have to be pathologized. So I think it's interesting because I once knew this guy who supervised all women, and he really like, they raised them up, like they all succeeded him and went up to higher positions. And I said, you know, you're really someone who's clearly good with women, and you're good at leading women and encouraging women. And so I feel sometimes like we don't even honor and recognize when there's a woman that's good with men. We're like, oh, she can't work well with women, instead of like, well, maybe she's just gifted with men. You know what I mean? That we have to kind of, and the same for men, like, why can't we say he's really good with women? Because sometimes I feel like we're like, well, that's like a creepy guy who's like always good with women. It's like, that's not necessarily creepy. We don't have to always pathologize that. Maybe he understands the female spirit. So thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Well, I'm certainly an expert on having a poor relationship with my mother. So I can certainly speak to that. Yeah, I think certainly in my experience, having a poor relationship with my mom definitely affected both of my marriages. I think as children growing up, you know, our parents are not going to be perfect. My parents were boomers, right? I mean, the boomers did a lot for, you know, women's rights and civil rights. But the boomers have a lot more work to do, right? And we can be compassionate, right? We can be grateful. I can be grateful to my mom that she gave me life and that she cared for me and raised me. And maybe she didn't have the perfect parenting skills. Not maybe, she didn't have the perfect parenting skills. But I can still appreciate and love her and understand that, you know, she had her own set of traumas. You know, my mom has a crazy story I could tell as well. And the only reason I'm not going to tell her story is because the story is irrelevant. Whether the story is dramatic or she suffered, you know, such crazy traumas that, then I can understand why she was a bad mom, right? We're all going through things that to us seem like the worst thing. And, you know, we don't want to kind of get into like comparing trauma, right? Because it's not about the event per se, but it's about how we react to the event. So I can look at my mom's parenting and say, okay, I can see now I have a lot wider perspective. The plants, mushrooms especially, have really helped broaden my perspective on not just on my own trauma, but on the trauma of that people are carrying around me. I've started to be able to see the patterns, right? And so when somebody reacts a certain way or says something in a certain way, oh, yeah, I can see where that's coming from a place of insecurity, or that's coming from a place of feeling unworthy. And that's not for me to be like judging, like, oh, this person they don't feel worthy. What an idiot, right? No, I want to have compassion and say, oh, I know what it feels like to be unworthy. I've been in that place where I did this because I felt insecure. And so I can now have compassion for that. And I think if we take that and apply it to everybody in our lives, then again, we're living a much more compassionate life. And that's how we bridge gaps. And that's how, like, you know, we were talking about Jordan Peterson before, talking to someone who's that type of archetype, right? Someone who may be closed-minded on certain issues or very rigid and conservative. But when you allow them to express their when you can hold space for whatever they're feeling, you create an empathetic bridge. Now there's a connection there. There's vulnerability and intimacy. Now, when you're in that space of intimacy, you can communicate, hey, this oversteps my boundary, right? So if you have a bad mom or a bad parent, you can come to them from a place of compassion, allow them to express themselves. And then once you've developed that intimacy, Mom, when you say this, it makes me feel this way. When you told me since I'm 16 years old that I wasn't good enough for my first wife, and told me that for the next 15 years, it really harmed my my security, my what's the word? Self-esteem. That really harmed my self-esteem. And my lack of self-esteem caused me to be a doormat to my first wife, and then caused me to be emotionally abusive to my second wife, because then I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. The constant putting my own needs aside for someone else, right? It's not a healthy situation, no matter how you react to it, whether it's to shrink or to become aggressive, either way, it's unhealthy. Trying to remember some of the other things that you threw in there. I don't know. Do you remember, Leo, what was some of the other stuff you wanted to address? Unless anybody else wants to reflect on that.
Oh, I said sexual abuse in men is something that's not talked about. And then I talked about men that are really good with women and women that are really good with men.
Yeah. You know, I always, I have not experienced any sexual abuse, so I really don't feel like I can speak to that. But I am someone who was, I would say, not traditionally masculine. I was more of like a nerdy type. I was into comic books and art, and I was a little bit more creative. And since I was very young, I used to like to dress up in costumes and pretend I was an animal. And you know, my mom had a Playboy bunny costume when I was really, I must have been like 7 or 8, and I took it and I was wearing it around the house, like not the leotard, but just the ears and the tail. And I was shamed. Some of my uncles who were weightlifters, you know, hyper masculine, shamed me for it acting like a girl. So, you know, I was shamed for some of that stuff. And because of that, as I got into my teenage years, I always felt more comfortable around women and feminine, more feminine people. I felt safer because around hyper masculine men, I was treated like I was less than. I was a girl to them, or I was girlish or gay or whatever they wanted to use. So I always felt safer around women. But I think there came a time when I kind of made that transition from being a more passive person into becoming aggressive because of that resentment I built up, where I started to use that the being around women to, I don't want to say be predatory, but, you know, to try and, I did want to, you know, at that point I was in a sex addiction and looking for my mother's love through sleeping with women. So I would use the comfort that I had with women to develop a rapport to be able to have sex. So there were definitely, not that I necessarily violated anybody's consent, but I wasn't being authentic. If that makes sense. So I think I can see this from both sides, right? That certainly there can be men who maybe are a little bit more on the feminine side and maybe can feel safer, or women who are maybe have a little bit more masculine energy and feel safer around men. And then there's also the shadow aspect where then that can be abused as well. So yeah, it's very complex, right? Being a human. But I think that's why we're here, is to have all these different experiences to, you know, I don't think that being enlightened means that you're never going to have a bad experience again, or that the goal even is to not have a quote unquote bad experience or an experience that makes us uncomfortable. I no longer believe that's the goal of enlightenment. I think that's kind of like, I was going to say, I think that's a kind of a Christian idea or a Judeo-Christian idea. I was raised as a Christian, so I guess maybe that's where it came from for me. I think we're here to have these difficult experiences, right? I love what Alan Watts says. Alan Watts tells a story where, he talks about the Hindu concept that, this dimension, Earth, or human life is the drama of God, that God chose to come down and become human so that we can have all these fucked up experiences because God was tired of being just in bliss and love all the time. Right. And I really like that story. And I think that resonates with me. So I think we're here to have these experiences, but also transmute them, not to stay in the misery of it, but to experience it and then work through it, integrate it, and then come back to a state of oneness. Does anybody resonate with that? I see some hands going up. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love if anybody else, we're getting some amens in the chat. Thanks, Jared. Does anybody else want to share anything to reflect on anything that I've said? Yeah, come on up, Matthew.
Yeah, I think largely my entire life I've kind of been a person who felt more comfortable around women, had a more, art focus, kind of feminine energy, more traditionally feminine, like interests, I suppose. But I've, from like 10, 11, I've been like this 6 foot tall guy who, even if I'm doing everything I can to kind of hide away from the world, I'm like almost instantly perceived as this masculine figure. And I feel like just that kind of conflict alone has caused me to, I deal with a lot of depression and anxiety and substance abuse. I'm in recovery. And I feel like that constant conflict that I've kind of felt my entire life, being forced into sports, football. I grew up in a pretty like conservative household, and like was forced to reenact World War II, in like that really early age range, fucking 11 to like 14, I think. Never really wanted to be there and was exposed to a lot of, just getting yelled at by grown men dressed as Nazis for like not taking a game seriously, right? And I think, I was called gay my entire life. I remember like on the playground early, hugging one of my best friends, and then from that day on, like we were gay, and it was through, I deflected that by embracing, homosexuality, but also deflected with, homophobia, just like a lot of people did, I think, back in the 90s. And it wasn't really until I had, grown older and experienced a lot of drug use, but also psychedelic substance use and abuse, which I might get on about later on into the event. But it was through that I was able to come to terms with like a decade plus of kind of closeted bisexuality, and recently in recent time have found, hey, raise the roof. And I remember, I abused acid for the better part of a year. And I think if I came out of that really disillusioned, and I think one of the main things I brought out of that was just like coming to terms with my bisexuality. I remember being on acid in these like really intensely homoerotic situations, like at various different like, sex spots, and just being, like, wow, why, I've never told anyone about this part of me, or maybe one other person. And it was kind of after that I really started to, kind of break down crying in front of some of my closest male friends and being like, this is me, so yeah, just a lot of what you said with the experience of like feeling feminine in a largely masculine world, it really resonates with me, and probably a lot of people in these spaces. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That's really vulnerable. And yeah, I'm in a similar space where, I'm 45 years old and just coming to terms with some some of the things about my own sexuality. I was, like I had mentioned earlier, that I was shamed from a young age about acting feminine. And I also suppressed a lot of things. And now here I am, 45, and finally, thank you, plant medicine, because I finally feel free enough to start. And I will be vulnerable, and that I'm taking it very slow and baby stepping, very cautiously. But yeah, I finally feel free enough to be more expressive, and more authentic. So yeah, thank you, plant medicine, and thank you, Matthew, for sharing that. I appreciate that. Does anybody else like to? Would anybody else like to share anything?
Can I share something?
Of course.
So I was really thinking about something you said, or something we were discussing made me think about how I don't see in our culture a place for romanticized love that men get to grieve in the same way that women get to grieve. Like, you look at popular culture and there is like women that are like throwing themselves on the bed and they're like crying and there's tissues all around them and they're like, oh, and I'm broken up, or he broke my heart, or whatever. But we don't talk about men's heartbreak. And I feel like men have a lot of heartbreak. And when I think about heterosexual men and relationships with women, I feel like, wow, like, where's the place where men get to talk about, like, she really broke my heart, or she cheated on me, or, she used me, or just whatever. And I feel like a lot of that turns into very angry stuff, but not like the beauty of the heartbreak, the way it's romanticized for women, where you see her like on the bed with the tissues all around her and the big tears and her eyes are glistening and we're like feeling so sorry for her. Like, I feel like we don't let men show heartbreak like that. And it's very sad to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, just in society at large, there is absolutely, it's much more acceptable for men to express anger than sadness or even depression. And, Sean mentioned earlier the men's suicide rate. And I think a lot of that is due to that, because it is difficult for men to feel that freedom to express. And, also going back to what Astaria shared earlier, about her partner not being able to, he was able to hold space, but then he had a point where he couldn't anymore. And I think that the point I would like to make in reference to that is, we can't expect always our partners, and especially in the case of a breakup, you lose that connection. And now, where do you go? Who do you turn to express your depression or your grieving over the relationship? So I think it's important to develop other relationships, whether they be friendships or, there's a lot of the poly community is growing. And I think a lot of people are coming out of the closet about that as well, which is beautiful. But I think you need to have other spaces. I run men's circles, and I think for me, men's work has become so transformational for me. The first time I went to a men's circle, this guy who looked like Captain America, so really masculine guy, one of the guys that would have been the one to bully me in high school, that archetype, was sharing some really vulnerable things about his own insecurities. And I was like, wait a minute. You look like Captain America. How is it that I was the geek and you're Captain America and we were both feeling the same thing in high school? Like, what? So that, just like in that moment, we were instantly connected. I knew exactly what he was feeling. The language he used resonated with me. So I was just like, oh, wow. And that changed everything for me. That one interaction, like, just opened me up, like, holy shit, all of these guys that were expressing anger towards me, maybe they were just feeling the same thing I was feeling. And like Matthew was saying before, right? Sometimes you may want to deflect, if you're being called gay, I'm not gay, you're gay, right? Like that kind of thing. I certainly experienced that, where I reacted that way to things in the past. Or it may not even be about sexuality per se, but just in general, like, a person is experiencing insecurity and then wants to project that onto somebody else, right? And take it out on them. And so that changed everything for me. And so now I feel like men's work is such an important part of my life, because I can share things with other men that maybe my wife won't be able to empathize with as deeply as another man might, especially another man who's going through the same, feelings or things that I am specifically. So, yeah, I think developing other relationships aside from your primary relationship or your romantic relationship, where you can be that vulnerable, is so important, because then you have some place to go, even if it's just to one other person. You'll have some safety to be able to express. And look, I've been there. I've been through breakups where I spent 6 months in bed. I couldn't get out. I luckily at the time I was financially stable that I could afford not to get out of bed for 6 months, but it was difficult. So I've been there, and I had people that I kind of shared things with, but no one that I really could connect with and really be vulnerable, where I felt there was true empathy, where it helped lift me out of it. It took me a long time to get out of that depression. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, I can really empathize with a lot of what everyone has been talking about. Yeah, I was also, I don't know, sensitive kid growing up, big emotions that I was shamed for, and learned to shut them down. And yeah, and also kind of the way in which through society, whether through school with teachers or whether through just other things, yeah, some of the masculine, the healthy masculine aspects are. We learned to shut it down, and there's a book that was very influential to me through this kind of healing work. It's called No More Mr. Nice Guy, and it talks about just generations of men growing up without healthy masculine examples to follow, or shame for having needs, shame for having their own needs. So we learn to put on these masks that are designed to be a version of what we think other people want to see from us, instead of expressing our true selves. And yeah, that takes a toll for a long time, and it's actually not a successful strategy. Like, when we are constantly having those masks up all the time, it is not a recipe for us getting our needs met or getting what we want. And yeah, I think for me, yeah, a lot of that healing did happen with plant medicines. First on, it was mainly cannabis. That's when I was I was often able to feel the feelings I actually had going on inside that didn't rise to the surface otherwise. And later on with more psychedelic plant medicine, other plant medicine exploration, it's a journey about getting towards our true selves, and like recognizing the masks for what they are, and being able to let those protective mechanisms go. And yeah, through men's work, men's circles, all that, there's a tremendous tide of healing rising, and it's a very exciting time to be part of this. Yeah, I'm just starting my journey. I'm in a psychedelic integration, psychospiritual and addiction recovery coaching training program now. I'm actually going to be hosting the 9 p.m. Pacific hour tonight. Very excited about that.
Oh, awesome.
And yeah, thanks, Danny. I've really liked your presentation, and yeah, thanks to everyone and Leo for putting this all together. And yeah, thanks for your session today, Danny.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your reflections. Yeah, absolutely. Patty, I see you have your hand up.
Hi. I just wanted to touch on something that Leo mentioned. And, I also just want to call attention to the reality that it's often men that are suspected of sexual abuse. It's always men that are accused of, potentially or desiring to harm children. And as a early childhood sexual abuse survivor myself, I just want to say I was abused by a woman, and that does happen. And that I know personally relationships where it was the woman being the physical aggressor towards a man. And that these are stereotypes that are perpetuated by our society, that are fueled largely by the patriarchy, but also by the fact that these are just societal wounds of unhealthy human psyches, that until we all sit back and really reflect on how society has wounded all of us as individuals in a collective way, these are going to be things that are going to be hard to overcome. And so I just wanted to put that out there for you guys, for you gentlemen, you know, who might have, you know, in any situation where you're struggling for custody of your child, custody of your daughter, and, you know, someone weaponizes sexual abuse against you and makes an accusation that you're hurting your child, when nothing could be further from the truth. I've witnessed that as well. In my romantic relationships, I dated a guy who, you know, during the time that I was dating him, I had the opportunity to observe him with his little girl, and his ex was making these accusations about how he was harming her sexually. And it was just the most absurd thing that I could ever, and I could just see how much that hurt him, you know? And so I just want to put that out there for you men and for some of you women, to, you know, call attention to that and shine a light on that, and just say, you know, there's some validity to it's not all men, but it's also not, it is sometimes also women, you know. It's just it's a human thing, you know, and it's unfortunate.
Thank
So anyway,
you for that.
That's it.
Thank you for that deeply vulnerable share. Thank you for trusting us to share that with us. We appreciate that. Yeah, we're all wounded. And when we're wounded, we can do things that are, you know, on a spectrum from unhealthy to what some people might call evil. It's a heavy, heavy topic. But my time is up. So I just want to thank everyone for giving me the space to chat with you guys, and for everyone for being a part of the conversation and joining in. I did have another thought, but it slipped away. I'm going to share my social media in the chat. I would love for you all to give me a follow, and, you know, so we could stay connected. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny. Our next presenter / moderator is Joy Bun. And I just want to welcome him to the stage, and thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. And, you know, of course, the usual, right before I'm getting on, the camera disappears and doesn't work, and Zoom won't let me in, but I won't be deterred. So how you doing? My name is Jovan. I am the vitality philosopher. I am a self-mastery coach. You know, it's interesting, when, you know, I was originally given the opportunity to speak at the summit, I was excited because I was going to get to talk to people about, you know, what it is that I do, and the work that I'm looking to put out into the world. And then upon hearing, you know, the foundations of creating a space for men to be emotionally vulnerable, and to, you know, rewrite this narrative that men have to be these emotionless strength characters, that, you know, if we cry, we're weak. If we don't cry, we're inhuman. And, you know, I'd like to start off with a little bit about my backstory. I come from, you know, the West Coast. I'm about an hour east of Los Angeles, in a place called San Bernardino, California. Gang infested, high crime. And it's a rough neighborhood to grow up in, when, you know, 18 isn't expected or guaranteed. And if you do make it past 18, you know, you're more likely to get a record than you are to get ahead in life. And when you grow up in that high stress environment, you grow up with parents who they need to instill compliance, and when you're in a survival situation and compliance is what it's a very authoritative, totalitarian type of parenting. And so there isn't a place for friendship. How many people can resonate with the thought of like, I'm your parent, not your friend. And then the parents get surprised when you get older and you don't talk to them no more. Well, we're not friends. What are we going to talk about? But, you grew up in this relationship where they have to crack the whip and crack the hammer on you, because if they don't instill this rigid discipline and this rigid life, then you're going to go outside and who knows what's going to happen to you. That being said, though, my childhood was a bit typical for my area. I was a part of a single parent household. So my mother had to be the disciplinarian, not the most nurturing type. But she herself was a victim of trauma. Her mother died when she was 2. And so she was raised by her stepmother who, was vindictive and abusive and, in everybody's face was he, ha, ha, was the greatest mom. And then, when nobody was looking, she was ready to do all sorts of heinous things to her. And so, when you get somebody like that who has their confidence broken, a lot of times what happens is, they recycle that trauma and they provide their kids with what they needed rather than what I needed for my life. And so, she needed to be a hard worker to provide these things. And, a little bit more about my backstory is I was born with a hole in my heart. So, I had a young mother who had a child with, health issues and things that they needed to take care of. And so she was bouncing from job to job. And so I had to go to daycares. And in the daycare, I was a victim of sexual abuse. And it was under the guise of, one of the boys teaching me how to be a man. Now, once again, when you grow up in an area where people do go to jail, when you had some sexual abuse and some sexual trauma, and then people describe to you what a quote unquote bitch is, you have some reservations because technically, I've had my space invaded before I had the opportunity to defend myself, and that led to a lot of trauma and a lot of turmoil. And so I was looking to define who I was. And so a lot of us end up defining ourselves based upon either your career, your finances, or your social life. And I think that creates a lot of confusion around young men, because if you're not a breadwinner, what are you? Right? If you don't have a fancy title or status, well, what are you doing? And if you aren't all the craze either with the other guys or with the girls, then who are you? You're a loser. So like men have this such an uphill battle that when do they get to take the armor off? So you go into a world that's full of bullies and tough atmospheres, and then when you get to what's supposed to be a safe space at home, that's not safe either. So where do you turn to? And so one of the things that I ended up looking for in myself when I was trying to develop who I was is I wanted to get away from what do you do, because that's such a loaded question, because that's under the false pretenses that your occupation defines your status in our society. And that's unfair, because some people and most people get jobs due to network rather than actual merit and skill alone. So people look at you funny though if you go up and like, who are you? Well, I don't know. This is my name. And so, I started to look into, okay, I don't really want to know what it is that I do, because I don't identify with my jobs. I don't identify with how much money I make. So who am I? And I didn't quite know how to do that, because a lot of times in our childhood, you are raised pretty much to make it more convenient for your parents, because children are challenging, right? So your parents need some sort of sanity and some sort of safe space to be able to create an environment in which they can have you grow up, be a productive individual, not have people judge them or ostracize them about their parenting choices and behaviors. And then you could eventually get out of their house, so one day they could be free again to be who they were before they had children. And if you have siblings, compromise and sacrifice is all the rage, right? Mainly to quell and squash fights, but compromise and sacrifice. And it took a long time to realize that, you know, regardless of whether you were selfish or selfless, you have to put yourself first. And so along my journey, you know, I started to further question, you know, what I wanted to do and who I was. And I went through several different stages of, you know, I have to do the most extreme thing to be of excellence. And eventually I got into medical school, and I studied and wanted to become a physician. And my ultimate goal was to be a pediatric neurosurgeon, right? I would max the supreme of my finances, my education, my social status, you know, and I did a lot and I sacrificed a lot to get there. And it was kind of funny because, you know, once I got into a place where this dream was attainable, I realized that what our healthcare system is now is not really what I wanted to be a part of. It's a lot of placing biochemical band-aids. I'm not saying or knocking anybody, you know, in the field, because I do know physicians who are well-intentioned and great individuals, but systemically, it's groomed more towards biochemical band-aids to curb symptoms rather than actually get people healthy. And as I participated into it more and more, like, it started to further and further, you know, distance itself from what I claimed I wanted to be and who I wanted to be in this world. And ironically enough, you know, I had a few experience with entheogens before I got into where I was at. When I was in college, I went to school in Humboldt State. If people don't know, it's like 6 hours north of San Francisco, a couple hours south of Oregon, and it's an interesting little environment. And I believe I was a freshman in college, and some of the people in the dorms, you know, they had took some shrooms and were watching The Hills Have Eyes. Seemed like a horrible idea for me, for your well-being, but you know, I decided to be a babysitter. I made the mood light. You know, we had a great time, and everybody did their thing. A couple years later, you know, I'm in a New Year's Eve event, and I'm in the square, and somebody offers me some chocolate. And it was like the most delicious chocolate I've ever had. So I ate 2 to 3 of them. Then he decides to tell me after I ate them, well, you know, welcome to the shrooms. And I don't know what happens. I black up. I wake up in the hospital. They pump my stomach, you know, say they found me in a puddle of my own vomit. And I'm like, wish they could have rolled me on the side, because this is an expensive trip to the hospital. And I hadn't known it at the time, but I started to look at life way different. You know, I woke up on my 23rd birthday, and I was asking myself, you know, if I was to die today, what would be my crowning achievement in life? And I was stunned. I couldn't come up with one. And everybody kept asking me, you know, like, well, what's the big deal about it? You know, you're still young, you still have all this thing ahead of you. And I'm thinking to myself, well, first, I didn't think I'd make it to 18. Then I don't have any guidance, you know. So then they stick you in college. I'm first generation college. They stick you in a field full of ologies, and they expect you to find out what you're going to do for the rest of your life. So that's a lot of pressure. I'm not quite where I want to be. You know, I'm making the moves that I want to make, but it's just not seeming like it's fulfilling, and none of it's becoming fulfilling. And so, you know, you have these battles off and on, and I got heavy, you know, I was depressed because, you know, at this point in life, I thought I would do something. I thought I would know where I was going, but still nothing. So I attempted to take antidepressants, you know, and that got me to a place where, you know, I was in a Mustang, you know, looking at the edge of a cliff. And I tried, but I just couldn't. Either I could put it in first, but I couldn't hit the gas, or I could hit the gas. I just couldn't get myself to put it in first. And after that, I quit the antidepressants, and I was like, you know what? I really got to get my life in order. Like, something has to change. And that's when I started to pursue my dreams. But no matter how much closer I got to it, it just didn't seem like it was meshing. Well, fast forward, you know, my wife tells me, at the time she was my girlfriend, she tells me, you know, she's pregnant. I don't know what to do, but I'm excited because I didn't have a father. So, you know, I get to be a father. She told me I had too much baggage about not knowing my father. So she made me go find him. And I find him. I listen to his side of the story. I feel bad for the guy, you know, because like, I can only imagine at 19, you know, not really knowing what was going on. Him and my mom had a situation. They had a falling out, and he didn't know what was going on from there. I asked my mom about the situation. You know, she, for the first time, felt like she needed to backpedal. And that was a weird situation, you know, as a child, when you see your parent backpedal and they become eerily human. And so then it became like a draw on that relationship, and then draw on that relationship became a draw on my intimate relationship. And, you know, we started tossing back and forth because, you know, life changes when you become a parent. And as a man, it's hard to understand because you want to go back to the life that y'all had before kids, you know, like, okay, cool, you're not pregnant anymore. Okay, cool. The baby's not a baby anymore. Like, when are we getting back to our life? And, you know, it wasn't until the world shut down during COVID that, you know, I had to actually be at home all day, every day with my daughter and see what, you know, my wife was going through on a day-to-day basis, and, you know, see the challenges of, you know, taking care of a little one that is taking far more than they're giving. And seeing, you know, the challenges that come with still trying to create space and time to advance your career while still managing the presence and the attention needs of children. And it became a lot. So, you know, we kind of had a falling out in our relationship, and we got to a point where, you know, we didn't know whether or not we were going to continue. And we ended up going down Peru to do an ayahuasca ceremony. And this is, you know, my first intentional sitting with, and, you know, with the entheogens. And I remember we did the ceremony, and my biggest fear was to have somebody spill their puke bucket on me. I just thought that was the most disgusting thing ever, that you're going to sit there with your puke bucket. Somebody's going to smack it over, knock it over, do something, and it's just going to be disgusting. It's going to mess up my whole time. Now, mind you, when the ceremony first starts, we get in, you know, they light the Palo Santo, and this giant spider just from the top of the roof, boom. I'm like, what in the world? So I'm like, okay, you know what? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We get to the ceremony, and everything is going good. My ayahuasca tells me, you know, I've given you everything you needed. So the only thing you want for it is what you want. I'm like, okay, I like that. I don't know how to take that, but I like that. So I go to get my puke bucket because I'm going to purge the rest of this. And I feel something crawl on my hand. And as I feel something crawl on my hand, I leap up, and the puke bucket spills all over me. And I was so afraid of spilling that puke bucket that I'm the one who spilled the puke bucket on me. And it was at that moment that I realized, you know, we manifest whatever it is, whether it's positive or negative. And I was like, okay, so if I'm that afraid of what I want in life, it's going to come to me regardless. And right after that, we had it was a circle. And it was the first time that the curandera had ever done a circle, but we came together and I listened to other people talk, and I saw just decades of family trauma and generations just fall off from the wayside from the work these people were doing. And it was at that moment that I knew I could never do that in a white coat. I could never do that in a white coat. But I didn't know what to do. And so at that point, I was ready to kind of stay and learn and you know, see if you know, a shamanistic path was my calling. But it wasn't in my cards, and the curandera told me, you know, go back, you know, you have your time. So I come back to the States. You know, we go, and I move from Florida to Chicago, and I start my rotations. And as I start my rotation, you know, my wife had gotten us into, you know, psilocybin, and so we did another journey together. And you know, a lot of what had happened, I couldn't be a part of the system anymore. I had become a doctor, or I had wanted to become a doctor so I could help from the inside. But one of the things that I realized was there was so much opportunity cost to become a doctor that I'd have to turn a blind eye to so much that I had to question, when would that become my actual perspective? You know, because you can only turn a blind eye for so long until that's actually what you see. And so I knew I couldn't do it anymore. And so, you know, we had done a couple more journeys, and it was still the same thing. Like, I can't keep doing this. This isn't the way I want to go. You know, and as fate would have it, um, I was no longer eligible to get funding for, you know, my financial aid. And they told me I could continue medical school if I came up with 30,000 every 3 months. Now, I had to tell them, if I could find something that gives me 30,000 every 3 months, I mean, it's ridiculous to go back to medical school. But, you know, we left and we went to Mexico. And in Mexico, you know, we went down, and, you know, we did mushrooms in Mexico, and it was a beautiful scene. It was one of the most beautiful starlit nights that I'd ever seen, and life had slowly started to kind of come together. Like I knew I needed to get in touch with something. I just wasn't quite sure what it was or how I was going to get there, but still searching, still searching. And then we spent some time in Guatemala and then came back to Mexico. And at this time, my wife was pregnant. And so we were headed back to the States. But before we went back to the States for Beltane, we decided to do a ceremony together. And so we could, intimately, intimately share kind of some of our most, I guess, subconscious moments. And what ended up happening was, I got to watch kind of her internal state of being. And I think at that point I knew, what my role is. My role is to be, soft. My role was to be gentle. My role was to be nurturing and caring. And that in itself had so much strength that it went against everything that I thought. So then we came back and I had took a health coaching journey. And as I was taking a health coaching journey, I learned something called the circle of life, where many people focus on one part of their life and they attempt to label themselves with that identity. And so when we label ourselves with one identity, we kind of hide ourselves to kind of protect that energy around other people. But it's the act of hiding that will drain our energy. And I don't, if anybody has ever felt one of those nights where you have rested for 12 hours and you still wake up completely drained and you can't understand why, take a step back and look at, where are you not being yourself? And so I started to adopt a practice of looking at where I'm at on the 12 areas of primary food rather than, focusing health so much on, what was on my fork. And those 12 areas are joy, spirituality, creativity, finances, career, education, health, physical activity, home cooking, home environment, relationships, and social life. And we become part of a world that's so specialized that, we often overlook the interconnected nature of who we are as a being. And I think a good practice is to get to a place in which, you identify where you're at on each of these. And that in itself will allow you to look at who you are as a whole. And when you learn you as a whole, you learn how you can interact with other people. You identify triggers and traumas that weren't yours. You are able to, end relationships that are no longer productive, that are more draining your energy. And one of the biggest things that I learned was, the questions are far more important than the answers, because as we progress daily, we gain more knowledge, and with the more knowledge that we gain, answers change. And so, I believe that a specific question is far more clarifying and more beneficial than an answer, and so I remind people when they go into a journey or when they're using tools, I would lump entheogens in the spirituality category. And I think an issue that a lot of people have is they're looking at entheogens as the answer instead of a tool to improve, what questions they're asking and what areas and where they can place that energy. And it's the oversimplification of utilizing entheogens to answer everything in our life, to answer what's going to make us happy, to answer, because if you notice, I said joy and not happiness, because happiness is fleeting. By definition, happiness requires an external influence. So if we are searching for happiness and success, which are very vague terms that we throw out, in this day and age, that you're looking for something that requires a carrot or a stick, whichever, of the side of the spectrum that you're into. But joy is an eternal creation. And so that is the creation of intentional vitality, utilizing who you are as a person to place that energy to ask more questions, to gain a kind of idea and a roadmap of who you are in this moment, because your past has already happened. Your future is up for debate, your present, that's the only thing that actually matters. So who are you now? And then you can utilize who you are now to make decisions going forward. And that is what intentional vitality is about. That is what, you know, I hope to share with others, is learn who you are and learn how to be able to decipher who you are in a current moment, because that rotates, that it's not fixed, it's dynamic. And because I come from a background where specialization was a normal process, you know, I wanted to create something in which we had ideas and we had, you know, they're kind of borders, but like that's why I like the circle, you know, because you can't really ever tell where circle begins or where it ends. You know, it's just kind of a spectrum. And with that, I'd like to open it up for some discussion and kind of just see, you know, if anybody has any questions, if they have some ideas of you know, where they're at, or if they would like to kind of go through, you know, some of the areas so they can utilize how to approach the circle in their life.
Jeremy, did you want to contribute to the conversation? I know that that you just shared a lot in terms of your story, Joyvon. So I wanted to thank you for that. I know that Jeremy has experience with, you had mentioned a lot of different subjects, but he has experience with discrimination. So I wasn't sure if he wanted to add something to the conversation. I was crying when you were talking about the child sexual abuse. That was a little bit too much for me. Just intensity was just too much. So I'm a little bit like cried out right now, but I was hoping Jeremy could say something.
Sure. I came in at the tail bit of it. I had to run around today, kind of like against my will. You guys can hear me though, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I guess my whole bit, at least, I guess because I got thrown into this with the discrimination. It's similar, but it's different. It's more of like a giant mental fuck, like kind of growing up as like in like a Jewish way. I mean, especially now, like where anti-Semitism's on the rise. I mean, like Florida is just absolute crazy at the moment with like DeSantis and the Goyim Defense League and all this other stuff. I mean, personally, it's like I said, it's like a total mental. It's a total mental mindfuck. It's like, yeah, you look like these people, but the background and the behavior is different. One of the guys who I'm working with, who's like really involved in the CD in the local African American neighborhoods in Seattle. Like I'm also a jazz musician, so I've always kind of like always thought I was immune and whatever the appropriate terminology is now. But it's weird. It's really weird. And Leo just asked me to turn on my camera, so. Hey, how you doing? yeah, no, because I've been raised by the way I grew up is that you look at somebody's actions, and so like when 2020 came, it was just like seeing, like I knew there were bigots around, but I didn't realize how widespread it was. And of course, when you're Jewish, it's like you're always like in between stuff. So yeah, and I think because I'm working with this old head. He's a jazz musician, and he said, I mean, he pretty much explains it perfectly, which is that like when even if you look like them, if you're an outsider, they're going to be watching you, and as soon as watching you with the stereotypes in their mind, and so that way if you just take that one slight step off the line, or you let like for lack of a better term, or if you code switch, like I'm fluent and you code switch and you speak in a way that's not in their perfect English, they just are willing to come down, give you a hard time. You say anything that goes against like any preconceived notion, or will put you in a box for a stereotype, they will do that. Like professionally, one of my big things was trying to talk money while doing freelance work. It's always just like especially with people that, I mean, like when you're forced in a situation, you have to, and people get close to you and they say like, oh, don't Jew me down, bro. Come on. Why do you have to be so cheap? Or don't be a stereotype. We'll spend the extra money, when really like the best way to do it is a certain way. It creates a whole kind of like crazy clusterfuck. And then everything always ends up turning into an Israeli-Palestinian conflict kind of thing. And then you get into all this like extra crazy shit, like that came up with like Kanye and all this other stuff. So it's weird. Day-to-day life, and the one thing from being observant and actually going and talking to rabbis and stuff is, and even through like going through like the entheo process and playing with the spirits of the mushrooms and Mother Ayahuasca, and essentially trying to get you to the like one divine source that we're all chasing after, right? It takes many, many different forms, but it's all still part of like the same greater story. And so to bring it into like the whole entheo thing, with my personal deal to deal with it, it's like, yeah, you see the discrimination, you see stuff. Like, I mean, there's a lot of grants, like, well, I'm not even going to get focused on that part. There's a lot of crazy things afoot. The healing aspect of the plants and the plant medicine and what this whole movement is about is to get us all to sit down and realize that we're all like more the same. It's funny. I just got engaged. My partner is Mexican, and I went to some of her events. And what was funny is that like when I went to her cousin's wedding, there were like 150 people there, right? And her sisters and everyone were saying, "Oh, this is so small, so small." I go to like the reading of the Megillah at my mom's rabbi's friend's place, and the wife of the rabbi, the Rebbitzin, says, "Oh, we just went to my cousin's wedding down in Mexico." It was small. It was only 120 people, and I just had to start laughing. It's just it's just like keeping that mindset that you can realize when you're going into gnosis from like either doing the microdosing and having a really nice spiritual guide, or just having a good, well community where you guys can actually see past our flesh suits. That is the big step, and I mean, at this point, I just live day to day with everything. It's like, yeah, I know this stuff. I know these things are going on. I know this shit exists, and I know there's some really nasty, evil people. But, and this is like the blessing of doing like a deep dive into Torah. Also, Leo just texted me about like being a feminine man. So it's weird. I'm going through this whole like, all right, to try and segue into that. Universality, seeing stuff. Because I got the text about being a feminine man. As we all know, being dudes, it's like when you're going out, you're hanging out with people. It's like you gotta be tough, you gotta be rough, you gotta get the jobs done. Everybody wants to look for like Mr. Man. I got my spreadsheet all worked out, bro. Come on, let's go watch some football, pound some beers, bang some bitches, and like just completely crush this shit. But I mean, at the same time, it actually takes more strength to be able to walk away from that situation, or if like somebody tries to confront you because they didn't like what you said, it's harder to just go and walk away and just be like, just throw your hands up and just say, you know what? You want to be mad, we can talk about it tomorrow. Because it's too easy, especially when you're around like a lot of testosterone, to just go and get and keep that going. I've been blessed with living, I guess, with my dad, and also being kind of a little bit on the, well, one blessing about being Jewish is that you have a mother that whenever you go and try and actually show any kind of Yiddishkeit, they're always saying no. Because of the Holocaust, they say no, hide it. You gotta blend in, you gotta blend in. And after a certain point, you just realize you can't blend in. I mean, and of course, this is like millennium old thing. Like, you can go to the Tanya, which is the central text of Chabad, which, and like in the very first chapter, it talks about a Jew is a Jew, which is a Jew, and when a Jew is a Jew, they feel like they're a Jew, and regardless of how much they try and suppress it, they're still going to be a Jew, and even if they've never gone to synagogue in their life, if they end up showing to like a random Purim event or anything, and you hear the Megillah being read or the blessings being made at a Shabbos dinner, they're going to have this very deep emotional connection to whatever it is. And I use that as justification to say, if I get hit, I get hit, but it's not on me at this point. It's the entire, it's on the other person because they have such rage going on for whatever thing, whatever deal. Like, I got a lot of flack. People tend to roll my eyes within like some of the musical communities I've had to engage with. Engage with, because I've made a lot of comments about what's going down in Florida with the Goyim Defense League, where you have a bunch of bored, trollish white dudes just standing outside of synagogues, like spreading Nazi talk. And it's just like, they get paid to do this. It's like, you have to be incredibly bored to be able to not only believe that, but to go outside and actually act on it. Anyways, I got to bring it back to being like more of a feminine man and just saying walk away. It's like what you see a lot of Jews do, and it kind of led to the stereotype of a lot of Jewish people just kind of being weak because they're not getting up in these guys' faces, they're not throwing the first punch, they're not doing things to bring charges to them upon themselves, because they were taught that like these are words will lead to actions, but until somebody actually does something threatening, it's easy to just kind of walk away, and so on and so forth. But like, which takes a lot of restraint. And I mean, I think with mushrooms and like in the research into psilocybin, is definitely going to lead us to a place where we can all just kind of like sit there, look at each other, and say, how did we get here? Where's the root of this? Did you see that crazy shit on the wall over there? Did you feel like some kind of weird presence and stuff? And
Jeremy,
I also, yeah.
Can I ask you two questions?
Yeah, go for it.
First being, where do you tie the difference between spirituality and religion? And the second being, how do you feel that identifying as a feminine man has affected your relationships or social life?
All right. Okay. Thank you for bringing me down to earth. So the difference between religion and spirituality, as I dig deeper, I find that religion is more based off of, in my mind, based off of deity worship, right? Or it's this non-tribal associated spirituality. Like, one of the big things I say when I get into arguments about being Jewish as a religion, it's Catholicism, Christianity is a religion. You can be part of any kind of nationality and be a Christian. You can be any nationality and follow Islam. You can be a pagan and go to Burning and be anywhere in the world and practice those things. You don't have a completely genetic tie to it one way or another. Like, to be Jewish, you have to be a Jew. Anyways, but before I go the other part is between spirituality and religion, and is a central place to worship. Islam has the Kaaba, it's the shrine that holds all these deities from the Arabian Peninsula. The Catholics have the Vatican. Pagans have Burning Man. You know what I mean? It's like a central place where everybody comes together and they can go and they can worship. Spirituality is, in my mind, is like, it's the pure connection to the divine energy that's all around us, the narrator that blesses us with being able to wake up in the morning, right? It's like, you can be spiritual and not be religious, because you don't have to create a shrine. You don't have to essentially teeter on the idea of idolatry. You don't need to like, yeah, there's maybe some rituals, but it's not required that you have to do something in such a place in a certain place, right? And with religion, it's more there's more uniformity with it, and whereas spirituality, it's just kind of a general sense of coexistence, and where you can and it leaves you more open to go and think of things in a more analytical way. It's tricky to define. It's like, yeah, they're both pretty much dogmatism is what defines religion for me. In a whole roundabout way, the dogmatism and strictness of following rules for where spirituality, you observe the things, you're aware of the traditions, but you're not required to actually to do them. Yeah, it'd be nice if you did it, but you're not but there's no threat of anything if you don't do it.
Do you feel one is more accepting of a man in a feminine energy than the other?
Yes, the spirituality sense is that being spiritual is definitely much more accepting. And to lead into your second question is about being a feminine man. Like you said, it's a spectrum. It's a total spectrum. When I'm hanging out with my guy friends, or when I was growing up and hanging out with like a bunch of dudes, yeah, it could be a little tough when you're more sensitive than other dudes, because as you know, you get called a pussy. You're like you have to always feel like you have to show something to get people to not like pick on you or to look at you as being weak. Like there was a point in time where I would try and drink like the strongest alcohol and get the most loaded, so that way people like would just kind of leave me alone and not just like pick on me or start saying that I'm sweet and all this extra stuff. With romantically, I am very blessed to be straight, and being extra sensitive to my partner's needs and having a lot of like essentially having a harem of a lot of women friends has been really beneficial. Professionally, I edited like it allowed me to edit the Strong Women in Psychedelic Politics podcast with a really discerning ear, and it's being more on the feminine me. I mean, again, I think feminine is probably the wrong word. I would choose to describe myself. I would choose sensitive. Feminine, I see as somebody who's more on the gender spectrum, like somebody who's more gender fluid, somebody who would be more who's either bisexual, who has a bi to pansexual, somebody who wouldn't mind dressing up in somebody who wants to cross the gender boundaries a little bit more, as somebody who I define more as a feminine man. But the sensitivity is still kind of and like heightened awareness of your sixth sense is what I see more with being feminine. And it can be great as long as you don't have to like hang out with a bunch of dudes in like a rough neighborhood or go and play sports and like worry about getting your head caved in.
And so when did you ever get a sense to where like you ever got to be who you are like authentically, or do you still find yourself kind of tugging at the strings of when to put up enough, testosterone built masculinity versus like that's not really what I would do, but to kind of like I feel like I need to kind of create this shield. This is what I'm doing.
I'll tell you in about 5 years.
Okay.
And I've definitely had to go super aggro on a couple of people last week just because I don't know. The issue with being, as you know, like being with a feminine man is sometimes without putting up your shield, you get knocked around. And people think they can be super, they can be mean, they can be extra rude, they can be straight up disrespectful, and so sometimes you just have to bark back.
So another question I would have for you is, what do you find is your biggest challenge to be able to set boundaries or terminate relationships?
Setting boundaries I've gotten better at, because I've always attributed myself to being laid back and cool. The terminating relationships is the toughest thing. I'm horrible with endings.
What is it about the ending of the relationships that causes you some apprehension?
My biggest goal in life is to make people happy and to make them laugh. And the utter hell is knowing that I was responsible for somebody experiencing emotional pain or crying.
I can understand that. And I agree. It was, it was a challenge for me. The way I grew up, I was an honors kid in a school that had we used to have race wars every year at my high school. And at some point they would come in with the tactical gear and tear gas. And so, you didn't want to be the target, because if you were the smart kid, you got picked on. But I was confused in a lot of boxes because I was a smart kid that played football. I played football, I played basketball. So I hung out with the jocks, but I was in the honors classes. So like I was kind of the in between. Like the honors kids didn't really accept me because, at any moment, like I could be a stereotypical jock. The jocks didn't really accept me fully because they thought I was looking at them like they were, less than. And so it was a fine line of learning to kind of like blend in, with not really being able to be myself, because, if I kept a conversation at too high of a capacity, people were like, yeah, that's not. And, when you get as passionate as a person who plays sports, people who aren't used to that testosterone filled environment are very uncomfortable, because like your voice is at an octave that makes me sense danger. And I'm like, oh, I don't mean to. Like, I'm just excited. Like, I don't know how to share it. And it's kind of funny because I also had a job in which, I worked as it's called a child welfare, domestic advocate. So like women that were in situations of domestic abuse who were losing their children, they used to come talk to me. Now, you have these women with bruises all over their face and whatnot. And so like I had to learn to shrink myself down to make them feel okay. And it led to kind of like a really awkward situation where I wasn't really able to be myself because I was attempting to lower the threat level for everybody else. And so like they made me really timid and passive, which is something that I'm not really, but I am a people pleaser, So like it was such a I don't even know the word to describe it, but there was a lot of dissonance because I wanted to just tell people about themselves. I wanted to just tell them, but like I didn't want to be an aggressive, I didn't want people to feel unsafe, because I got to see the epitome of what unsafe really looked like. And I was like, no, I never want to be the one that provides that. But what I also learned though was, if at some point you have not poured into yourself, like how can you authentically pour into others? And so that way you're always at an energy deficit, and at some point, it doesn't matter what entheogens you turn to, like it can give you all the answers, but if you just don't have the energy to put that in place, because boundaries are most importantly to protect your energy, and so like if you're not doing what's hard to make your life easy, the easy way is going to make your life hard. And so boundary setting is very hard to do at the beginning, but just like any other skill, because I think we don't look at a lot of things like that as a skill. Boundary setting is a skill. Communicating assertively without being an asshole, a skill. Allowing people to understand, I don't like what you're saying to me. I'm going to walk away, not because I'm afraid of you, just because this isn't worth my energy, effort, or attention. And, I don't say it as like I'm preaching from the mountaintop, because I know how to do it all the time. I just offer it as friendly advice for you to take into your perspective.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And also thank you very much for letting me kind of babble on. Leo has this great habit. I've known her for like at least 5 years or so. And every time I get into an event, she'll just throw me in the as like a sink or swim thing, just like, oh, here, ask the questions you were talking to me about, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah. But yeah, any other questions you got, or anything you want to say? Because I do feel that it's important, to create a space for men to be able to be vulnerable and to be more sensitive. I think it takes more men to be sensitive around each other and to build more spaces where we feel safe to be in a place of vulnerability. And then we can switch the narrative to vulnerability being in place of strength when the numbers reflect that more men are willing to be vulnerable.
I was just actually about to ask what you were talking about, with men being vulnerable, and how are we able to, as like a community as a whole, as humans, how can we go and actually be able to get into a room and talk about our emotions without having somebody just kind of like put their guard up because the situation's too intense, or because they're not used to being able to talk about their feelings or communicate things in a very like in a calm manner.
I believe two things. One, learn to effectively request a safe space to whoever audience you would like to reach out to. And two, become completely transparent with yourself, because a lot of the biggest things in the fear of vulnerability are shame at the pieces of vulnerability that you've let go coming back to you in a way that was never accounted for. So once you reach a level of transparency with yourself, like, yo, I'm putting this out there, I know this about me. People are going to have their opinions, people are going to have their perspective, and the crazy thing is life is so bio-individual that people can share an opinion. It could be parallel, but it can never overlap. Your perspectives will never overlap. And so just understanding that you see the world how you see it. If you are willing to share a piece of information with someone, one of the things I used to do when I was at work, because people used to get all surprised when things around from work got back to them. When I first got to a new job, I would share little trinkets of information to individual people. And I would wait to see what pieces of information returned to me. And once they returned to me, I knew who had loose lips and who didn't. And that was my small way of testing, what spaces I had that were safe. Because there's nothing worse than thinking you have a safe space and it's not. And I think, once we get to a place where I think we're afraid to verbalize and reaffirm that, like, look, I'm coming to you because I need. One of the things I saw that, me and my wife are attempting to work on is like, do you want comfort or solutions? When you're speaking to someone, do you want me to just listen to you, or do you want me to try and solve it for you? And if we don't address that to somebody, sometimes we come to someone that we just need them to listen. And they're attempting to give you solutions and fix your life. And that's not what you requested. But because you haven't effectively communicated what you need for them to keep your space safe, they don't know. So they're just doing, because they're flying off the seat of their handles, because they don't know how to emotionally regulate themselves either. So now you have two unregulated people trying to make a peaceful situation, and both of them are highly stressed. And so, this is one of those things that I think needs to happen. Another thing that I see is, as research and legalization has occurred, bidding's gonna go to the highest dollar, in the entheogen space. Being in the medical field and seeing some of the research, I got to see a lot of how the trials are run. And one of the things that always blew my mind is that when you get one of these schools that get approved to do psychedelic research, somebody had to already be growing, because they had to get approved by the government. So who the hell got the approval to grow something illegal? And it's just okay. It's like, yeah, we know you're growing it and it's good stuff. And pretty soon you're going to be the standard if we do decide to legalize it. But up until then, you keep doing what you're doing. And then you go around and, now you have some, you have mushrooms on you, or, you got a little LSD, and all of a sudden now you're doing 10 years and you don't know why, but somebody's growing a whole farm in a factory, and it's just okay. I think the way that it's being done to be utilized to get biochemical isolates is a horrible idea. I think part of the medicines is the totality in which they work, because the medicines work at a holistic level. They're not aimed at isolating one chemical in a key component to the brain. I think it's the whole experience. A lot of times when you do a religious ceremony, or where I shouldn't say religious. A lot of the times when you're doing ceremony, you have a protocol in which you're going to nourish your body, you're going to get rest. And a lot of times, if you go somewhere else to do a ceremony, or, if you have an opportunity to do a ceremony at your house, you have planned to take off the next day. You have planned to, just get yourself in a space. But when people are going in to lock themselves in a room in the dark, which for me, I think in a medicine that comes from nature, to isolate yourself in a dark room, horrible idea. Artificial light, horrible idea. Repeat music, if it's not yours and you didn't pick it and you didn't connect with it, horrible idea. But what's going to happen is it's going to go to insurance, right? And once it becomes a matter of insurance, we kind of know who's going to have access to that, who's not. Working in the hospitals, I got to see how bad the difference in treatment is between somebody who has insurance and somebody who doesn't. You'd be lucky if you get somebody with a complete blood count if they didn't have insurance. Like when we looked up their names in the computer, it's first name, last name, age, insurance. So that is one of the key components in how you get treated. And I just see I see a lot of spaces that it's interesting, when you think of like a lot of the cultures where the medicines came from, they weren't as Western as the movement to legalize the medicines, and so I don't want to have fear in my heart for where the entheogenic space is headed. But I do think that, we need to get to a place where people understand that there's all sorts of differences, that people live different lives, that people have different, I think the best way I can describe it is I think the growth cycle is tragedy, trauma, victory, success, and like life just runs on that loop. They look different, like if you come from wealthy parents, tragedy may not look like you're on the streets, but tragedy may be like, they're never there. They're never there. Or tragedy may be, your parents' business went under, and now for the first time, you don't know what it's like to live check to check, and to somebody who grew up in the area I grew up, that's wild. Like, that's your trauma. But then I had to learn that, trauma is never comparative. Tragedy is never comparative. Like what a person is experiencing and the issues that they're going through, that's real. That's real. That's theirs, because that's their life. Their life is something that I can never understand. I can give the best advice, but I do think, we should use the entheogenic space to be able to build bridges so that communities can access it. I think I just watched something in Thailand where they, not too long ago, legalized cannabis out in Thailand, and they're going out to the farmers in some of the poor villages and the poor areas, and they're the ones growing the cannabis. So now they went from like they had nothing to they have a sustainable income. And I think that would be an awesome method to kind of incorporate in some places like the States, where, you have climates that are great for growing, and you have people who already cook stuff up in a lab, and just let that be accessible and, have something. But I think that's my biggest concern right now when it comes to like classism and racism in the psychedelic community is I think people get to comparing traumas and tragedies. And once you do that, it's hard to understand that you have a common ground. Is everybody's seeking more. right? Like, I don't think I've ever met anybody who has intentionally done psychedelics a second time. You know, first time you might be like, hey, why not? But I don't know anybody who's done it multiple times who is looking for belonging and understanding. You know, I would say it's pretty universal that everybody's looking for acceptance and belonging, whether it's their self, their social circle, their community, their environment, their atmosphere, their stratosphere. You know, and I think that's where we should head, is understanding that we all have common ground. We all want better. We all want improvement. We all, you know, want to build skills. It's just, how do we do it together?
Um, the thing that concerns me the most about the future of the entheo space is a lot of times when you get into these shamanistic rituals, you usually have to have some kind of guide, right? And I remember having this point as soon as I like started editing episode number 4, where not Leo and Nadia Doe had this incredibly long conversation about the guide and how, and I think that it was even in like some episodes that haven't been published yet with like the lady at the Vancouver, Washington psychedelic church, where I mean, yeah, the whole monetization and the way people acquire the medicine is important, but the people that are guiding and leading people could very easily pull like a Charles Manson kind of deal. You know what I mean? Where they end up creating a cult and brainwashing people to go one way. It's like, how if it becomes more, what was I gonna say? What's the training process going to be for the people that administer the entheogens in a clinical way? Like, is it going to be still out of like the whole Skinner model, or how are we going to integrate the more shamanistic kind of like indigenous people's philosophy, or the priestly way? Like, you know where I'm getting at?
Yeah. I mean, my time is done, but before I go, I wanted to respond to that. I don't think you could match psychotherapy with entheogens, just because the indigenous way to do it was to do it in community. You know what I mean? The psychotherapy and the most of the therapeutic models are aimed at, you know, individual like release, and I think there's something lost when that circle is being held, and you know, you have a shared experience. Don't get me wrong, you can do too much. You know, I know there's a place in Orlando where there's like 50 bodies and they're all doing ayahuasca at the same time, you know, which I think is a horrible idea. But you know, there's something to be said about the nature of an intimate group that is there for the collective healing, because I think ultimately the medicines are for the collective consciousness. So removing that individualistic therapeutic model of I'm the expert, even though they still just listen to your problems, right? Removing that I'm the expert, this is what you need for your problems to reside, this is the path we're going to go on. I think you just get that group and you let people kind of just release, and then they talk to each other about what that release brought to them, and then that sense of community, I think, moves it forward.
Yeah. No, I can see that. I can see that. I've always got that extra fear though that the community in itself could be flawed. You know, which brings up the classic push and pull of like tradition versus progress, right?
I mean, until you can eliminate incentive, you're always going to have the potential for bad apples, because you know, when what's one of the most easily incentivized things is to diminish what people are already afraid of. They have no direction, right? And that's why I wanted to kind of create the system that I created, is which, you know, I think it's important for people to find a foundational blueprint to figure out who their core essence is of them at that moment. Because a lot of people looking for something are lost, either don't know where to go. Somebody told them to go into direction. Now they've accomplished that. They've already reached the job, the financial means. Now what? They've done the social life. They've been in the relationships, you know, so they're just looking for something to fill them. But that is my time. It was, I want to thank everybody for, you know, being here, and I'll go and pass it back to Leo.
Thank you so much, Jovan. You've been amazing. Thank you so much. And I'm so grateful to meet you. So grateful to hear you speak and have you lead us for this last hour. Thank you. So up next, I just want to look at my just one second here. Go ahead. Ray, it's Ray Lanier who's the next moderator, I believe. So Ray, take it away.
Are you sure? I thought I had traded with.
Oh,
Danny.
I apologize. I
Gonzalez.
apologize. I apologize. Just jump right in, Ron.
I didn't mean to take anything away from you, Ray.
No, I don't. I think he's next. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Is that
Yeah,
cool?
I was expecting 8 o'clock, but I know there were some shifts, so I better get myself in gear. But now I can
Just
relax a little and I'm not on the spot. It's Ron's up. Hey, Ron.
Okay. Before we start, I noticed, Patty, that you had your hand up. Did you want to say something from the last conversation?
I did. I wanted to kind of touch on a little bit that had specifically to do with, was his name Jovan or Giovanni? The previous moderator. I grew up in a very similar kind of setting, in Oakland, just really intense violence between gangs and police, and just a lot of drugs, and it's just a really it's a unique, I think, American experience in a lot of inner cities. And one of the things that it breeds is a kind of contempt for vulnerability. And I just wanted to, kind of commend him for, moving past that and recognizing that. But I wanted to ask him, specifically about how that has, kind of how, if that flavored some of what he experienced as a young man, as a young person, as a young father, as a young husband, because he's obviously evolved emotionally and psychologically and spiritually through all of that. And I guess I could just put that question out to the group at large, or men in general, in the group, about, that kind of contempt we have for vulnerability, and how the psychedelic space kind of helps to bridge a space where we're allowed to be vulnerable. You're allowed to cry, so anyway, that was what I wanted to say, but it doesn't seem as relevant now, but maybe it is. So
No, it seems very relevant. They've been doing some work in prisons. I heard secondhand that they were working with Brazilian prisoners with ayahuasca for the transition. And there was some experimentation in the 1960s with the Harvard Psilocybin Project. They used synthetic psilocybin, and they were working with prisoners to encourage them to get to terms with the problems that had led them to prison, and dealing, some of that I'm sure is stress and deprivation of being marginalized in the society. But Joyvon, did you want to comment on that? Are you still here with us, or is that something that?
I'm going to try to connect the two of them, but I think he dropped off the call. So
Okay, I just saw his box there. All right, so well, I'm going to do an introduction. I'm Ron McNutt. I help administer the Nashville Psychedelic Society. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm an attorney, and I've done litigation, which is trial work, for almost 40 years, and I'm in the Psychedelic Bar Association. And I have participated at Soul Quest, Ayahuasca Church of Mother Earth, that was just mentioned as a place where there are lots of people who drink ayahuasca at a particular time. I have not been outside of the United States for ceremonial psychedelic practices. I haven't had just a ton of extra time, and I have a family, and fortunately my kids are growing up, so I'm becoming much more active. I'm in the volunteer space, volunteer journalism. I volunteer with the Psychedelic Bar Association, and we're putting on an event on the 25th. I was inspired by my 5-year anniversary with ayahuasca, and invited a couple of clergy to my church to speak about religious use of psychedelics. And Hunt Priest and Doug Lynham are going to be coming into town, and I'm going to speak along with Lindsay Weiner, who is an activist and psychotherapist, and she's from the Jewish tradition. I'm a Christian. And Doug is a former Marine and was a Benedictine monk for 20 years. And now he's an investment counselor focusing on sustainable investments. And he also has an entheogenic church. That's my primary interest. I'm interested in entheogenic religions, not necessarily people of a particular denomination. I like the idea of people coming from different religious perspectives to engage in sacramental use of psychedelics. I tend to use the major serotonergic psychedelics, LSD, psilocybin, San Pedro, peyote, individually. But I find with ayahuasca, it's so challenging that I really need the support of people who are experienced facilitators. And I have studied the indigenous traditions of psychedelic use. And I want to discuss some of that. I'm trying to think of how to incorporate the theme of male identity, male practice. I participate in the men's integration group Brotherhood, Sacred Brotherhood. It's an integration group online at SoulQuest. So there's a wonderful Colombian anthropologist and archaeologist named Gerardo Reichel Dolmatov. And he studied a Tucanoan group of people called the Desana. And interestingly, the great ethnobotanist Richard Evans Schultes also was primarily in Colombia. And the Colombian traditions, and they call it yahe. And yahe has the ayahuasca vine, and some groups just drink it by itself. But usually it's with shagropanga, which is very much like chacruna, but it's from a different family. Well, he said that the Desana would drink the ayahuasca and then they would dance together, and the men would dance and the women would be watching. And I read in the Wizard of the Upper Amazon, it was just an amazing account of a boy who was taken into a group of indigenous people in Peru, and they call themselves the Hunicui. And there is a large group in Brazil now called the Hunicuan. And my understanding is they accept people from other cultures to come and live with them. But a lot of the groups, the indigenous groups, are somewhat isolated. But Richard Evans Schultes said that they were uniformly the gentlemen of the forest. And if they said something, if they promised to meet you at a certain time, then they would meet you. They would meet you, and he never carried a gun, and he was always treated with respect, and he showed respect back. I also read about this group of people called the Kashanawa, also called the Hunikuan, I think, and the Sinoan, and there are feelings. The part of their belief is that there are spirits, and that each sphere of life has its own spirit, and so you don't want to encroach on the goodwill of the spirits by overhunting or using substances in violation of their what do they call? They're very strict beliefs, like taboos, about when and how you hunt and your relationships, and it's harmonious. It tends towards harmonious relationships. But I think that what we need to understand is that we don't really know what it was like before the colonial powers came in to these areas. There probably was a lot of warfare between these different tribes. I know that there was in the United States. In fact, there really was not an established peyote tradition north of Texas. It was only after the ghost dance and the massacre at Wounded Knee that it was the Comanche and the Caddo, and it spread throughout North America, and it was part of bringing the spirit of the American Indian back to life after having suffered so much. So the irony is the deprivation of culture eliminated the intertribal warfare that allowed the Native American church to spread. Experience of the rubber boom, which caused the virtual enslavement of indigenous groups of people in the areas of Brazil and Peru, was the experience that led to the spread of the ayahuasca religion from the Western Amazon through Brazil. And so the early 1900s, the Santo Daime religion grew. There was a very large, imposing, wonderfully beautiful, illiterate Black man named Irenu, who started the Santo Daime Church. And then in the early 1960s, the União do Vegetal Church started in Brazil. And there's another one called the Barquina. There was a lot of opposition to the ayahuasca churches because it was unfamiliar and it was a Catholic country, and the Catholics had been involved in the Inquisition, which directed its opposition to indigenous use of these sacred plants. But because the church, the Santo Daime and União do Vegetal churches, had attracted people, particularly in urban settings, and had also started in sustainable communities. They did an in-depth investigation and they found it wasn't really harmful. And so that's why ultimately there was a terrible decision by the US Supreme Court in the 1990s that did not recognize the religious use of peyote at all. And it threw out decades of case law, and it was just a result-oriented decision, and it was absolutely terrible. But the good thing is that conservative and liberal forces joined to try to get that changed. Well, you can't change a constitutional interpretation with a statute, but they did it anyway. And the Supreme Court looked at a case, a Unio do Vegetal case out of New Mexico, and they said, yes, ayahuasca is protected in the context of this religious community. And where it would be protected is where there's harm reduction, preparation, integration, sincerity, no diversion. But there was opposition all the way, but it was a unanimous Supreme Court case. 2006, which was also at the time the Johns Hopkins studies. There were a couple of them. And they showed the effectiveness of psilocybin to address problems such as depression, but also to bring about healing mystical experiences. So that helped lead the way toward the psychedelic reemergence. I was very fortunate to be part of the tail end of the original psychedelic era in the 1970s. And I had some mentors who were able to help me understand the sacred nature of these substances. And, despite the reactionary obliteration of all the potential progress that we would have made, there were some glimmers that remained, giving hopeful embers for the future. And so I thought I'd tell you a little story about the McKenna brothers. They went down to Colombia. They had read a little flyer that Richard Evans Schultes had written about an orally active dimethyltryptamine that he had discovered in use in that area of Colombia. It's Varola, the Varola bark. It's scraped and suffolated, and it's very much like the yopo seeds, the Anadenanthera peregrina. So anyway, they went down to La Chorrera to try to find this, and what they found instead were fairly indifferent indigenous people who didn't trust them because they were, young hippies and from another world. But the missionaries had established these pastoral areas, and they were loaded with mushrooms. And so they experimented with the ayahuasca vine and the mushrooms, and they came back with the idea that they were going to teach people how to grow psilocybin mushrooms. And they did, the Mushroom Grower's Guide. So that helped people understand that not all people associated with psychedelics wanted to change all the institutions. And that's what I think would be a good place for us to begin a discussion. What about, when you think about how we're approaching society and how we're approaching the communal or individual use of psychedelics, is it going to be something where people who take psychedelics feel estranged from their society and how are they going to navigate that? One of the experiences that I had is, I always wanted to believe that society had my best interests at heart. I put myself into the competitive world of law practice, and I knew that there was something, messed up about our society and how competitive we are and how we're always judging each other and ourselves. And I ended up doing civil rights work for 10 years. And then I brought cases against police officers and public officials and, jail officials, and I brought discrimination cases. But I've basically come to believe that we live in a very, very toxic society, and I'm worried that it's getting more so. But I don't really think that it's productive to think of, eliminating all of our institutions so much as trying to help revive or bring to life or find some sustainability in them. One of the things that we often do is, we meet people, or particularly guys, so we try to impress each other. And it seems like that's the wrong thing to do. What we should try to do instead is to connect with each other. And even if somebody's like angry and espousing some sort of hateful ideology, maybe there's something in that person's experience. Maybe that person suffered so much that that's what's causing this, that anger is manifesting a basic sadness that people are having. And I know if we're approaching the subject of psychedelics, some people are going to recoil in horror and say, oh, you just want to live a totally different life. And it's not really necessary, I think, to live a totally different life. I mean, some people will take psychedelics and they'll want to change everything. They'll think that they discovered it for the first time. And other people, they just want to live like with more vitality. So I think I've talked a lot. I have a lot of other stuff to say, but why don't I open it up and see, is there anything that I've said that or a thought that you want to share at this time?
Well, I thought, it was interesting. You went over am I being heard here? I unmuted my mic. Mic test. 1, 2, 1, 2. So you were talking about the South American uses of the substances in places where there was a historical use for these plant medicines. And, it's something that is really lacking in our United States culture. We really don't have any initiation rituals. But I will say that Terrence McKenna and his brother writing that book, for me, that played a huge part in my self-directed, it's sort of self-directed study. To learn how to grow them was sort of my first initiation into a sort of a new era initiation. You learn how to nurture these spores and learn something brand new like that. Especially at that time, it was literally the growers guide. I think that was even pre Paul Stamets's Mushroom Cultivator book. It was literally the first book.
I think it was 72 was the first edition.
Right. And it was done under a pseudonym, so like the whole secret society thing had already started, like we've got to keep this secret. You're really initiated into this whole hush hush. Let's do this low key and kind of under the radar, and initiation into this sort of the new American religion of the UFOlogy, you know, like these mushrooms came from the stars, and like, man, you read that book and you were learning to grow them, and you really felt like, man, my relationship to the greatest aspect of the transcendental cosmos is real. And I'm playing the whole fact that they were the spores, this invisible thing, like you're taking two invisible items that you literally can't see with your naked eye, and bringing them together to spawn an exponential growth rate of this amazing neurochemistry elixir that's going to transport you into these transdimensional realms where you can get downloads of machines and buildings and, you know, beautiful examples of life in all its manifestations from some inner dimension. It was an amazing process, and I felt connected to also that the South American culture of ayahuasca, the whole thing. It really was an initiatory process, and then, you know, from there getting into all the book, the heroes of the sort of our history in the Western culture, like Richard Evans Schultes. You know, you'd get these books before the internet. You'd have a little stack of books, and most of the people, and it was funny that most of the psychedelic people you would run into were sort of imbued in the same canon. You'd see their books were your books, and I really I miss that about sort of the 80s and the 90s. You know, in the early days of my own little psychedelic revolution and initiation and learning. So a lot of what you said just stimulated me. Maybe other people have similar experiences with that particular kind of initiation.
Dennis McKenna just re-released his book, Brotherhood of the Screaming Abyss, about his life with his brother. And one of the things that I thought was interesting was that somehow Terence McKenna had convinced himself that the end of the world was coming in 2012 at the end of the Mayan calendar. And there was a bit of the showman about him.
He was responsible for all that, like the whole 2012 like pandemonium.
I don't know if he was. I don't know if it was his original idea, but he was a leading exponent of that. And I had always been. Well, I had really loved the way he spoke, but I thought that he made too many connections. Like there was like a little bit too much about psychedelics. I mean, people have spontaneous mystical experiences, and they have for years.
If I could interject really quickly, the great Rebbe Nachman of Uman, may his memory be a blessing. He has a section where he talks about especially in Hasidic culture, where people would use herbs and plants to like ergot and stuff for healing. But his whole thing was about you can use it it'll get you to a certain step, and then you kind of have to take over on your own. Otherwise, with all Hasidic stuff, it always says if you don't like go and pay attention to how you're feeling and check in on where you are in existence here and now, in your relationship to the universe, then you'll be swallowed up by idolatry. You'll be swallowed up by the spirits and the plants and everything.
You know, that reminds me of the wonderful account when Ram Dass had become a devotee of Neem Karoli Baba, who was a Hindu yogi. And Neem Karoli Baba was sitting with Ram Dass, and he said, "You have medicines. You have medicines. Let me take some of these medicines." And he said, "Well, what are you talking about? Do you mean my LSD?" He said, yes, medicines. So he wanted to take his medicines, and he took some of them, and he put his blanket over him, and he kind of took it off after about 30 minutes and had like a weird expression on his face. Then he put it back on, and then he was fine. And Ram Dass always wondered if he had really given him, I mean, if he had like cheeked it or tongued it or something, but because it was very powerful and it hadn't had much of an effect on him. And so then when he came back, he sent him back to the United States, and then he went back to India, and he brought back, I think that they were like they were like 500 micrograms a piece. And and this time Neem Karoli Baba made a big point about putting them in his mouth each time. And he made a similar point. He said that LSD is good for the world, but he said it's not spiritual. It will take you to the places where the disciplines will take you, but it won't show you how to get there. So that's where, the idea is of developing a practice around it. But what he also said was I find interesting is that in the centuries before the people who came to India had something very much like this, and that it was from someplace in like the Himalayas, which would explain how, in the Rig Veda they talk about soma, and then no one knows what soma is. To this day we have no idea, and whatever practices the Indians have, they're not using psychedelics, unless it's just like very recently. They had a whole rave culture in Goa, and in the Eleusinian mysteries in Greece, for centuries, it was actually went from it was like BC, like 1300. Okay, it went from 1600 BC to 392, and there were these annual pilgrimages where they would go just outside of Athens. You could only go once in your life, and only if you'd never killed another person, and you would have this experience that restored your understanding of the eternal, like reviving of life. And why it ended in 392, I don't know whether it was the end of the Greek. It wasn't the end of Greek civilization, but then there was something you could never reveal what the libation was. They called it the kykeon. And Albert Hoffman, who synthesized LSD from ergot, which is a fungus, his opinion is if you eat fungus of rye, it causes your blood to clot and it can kill you. People's limbs fall off and they go crazy and think their bodies turn black. So ergot is poisonous, but ergot can be synthesized into LSD, and they still make LSD from ergot. But he said that there was either a grass that didn't have those toxic properties, or a water-soluble ergot of barley that would have grown in there, and that would explain why they had these traditions. But at any rate, European society, they had henbane, mandrake, and belladonna, and that was like a subject of oppression by the Inquisition. But really, after the Inquisition, we didn't grow up with these traditions. And in fact, psilocybin was so obscure that even though the Aztecs had written about it, they didn't believe that there were psychedelic mushrooms until it appeared in Life magazine in 1957. So the next thing I wanted to mention was how psychedelics can really be perfectly consistent with the deepest teachings of the great religions. And when Ram Dass was getting his orientation from Neem Karoli Baba, he sent him to this inscrutable yogi who was silent. He wouldn't say anything, but every once in a while he'd write down a little lesson. And one of them I thought was really interesting. He said, when a thief, a pickpocket, sees a human being, all he sees are his pockets. And that reminded me of some of my early impressions from psychedelics. It's like we see people in a sort of a utilitarian way because, and I don't know whether it's human nature or maybe more so our society, but how is this going to help me? So I might see somebody, let's see, this person, maybe he could get me a job, or look at this woman, she's really attractive. And it just gets tiresome that we do this, and then we do it to ourselves all the time. So what sort of impression am I giving off? Anyway, that was something he was supposed to meditate on for a long time. When a thief sees a human being, all he sees are his pockets. So it brings up the whole thing about identity. And when Ram Dass had his first psilocybin experience, it was just like, I'm peeling off the layer. There's this layer. There's that layer. There's this layer. This is me, the professor. This is me, the family member. Okay, Patty, what did you want to say?
I just, I saw like a little blip of a gentleman. I don't know who it was talking, and I wish that, it's like a little Facebook thing. It's like this reel, and somebody had attended a talk and they shared like this little portion of it, and it had a really profound effect on my perspective of self-identity and when I look at other people, and it was. He said, what's the first thing that you say when someone asks who you are? And he says, it's obviously, usually you start with your name, but your name is not who you are. Your name is a word that we call you because someone who had never met you before, or maybe only knew you for a few moments, made the decision that this was what you should be called. But that is not who you are. That isn't who you are. Just like I am, my gender isn't who I am. Your gender isn't who you are. What is at your essence? And I think that is, that is at the heart of what we are searching for a lot of the time when we start, embarking on these, seeking out these experiences and seeking out mystic or seeking out even religion, and we all, have the potential to arrive there, in different ways. But that what you just said there about looking at people and just seeing them as these, here's this exterior. You're just like walking around a library and saying that you know what each of the books is about because you see the cover.
Yeah, I think that there are shadows in our experience. We talk about peeling off the layers of our identity or the self proclamations of our identity, but then we also have to pull off. It seems to me that there was one of the benefits of psychedelics is that there are these layers of resistance and these core experiences from childhood, and I find that in my own experience. That ayahuasca is particularly helpful to me for that. So it's like you can have this, you go into like a cloud where your identity is not really that clear, and then all of a sudden there'll be this clear vision. And one time it was just like knowing the minute you start to pass judgment on somebody else, it starts this whole chain of events. It's one after the other, after the other, after the other. And it creates, when I realized that I had done that to my children, but, just by living that reality, it was just, the ayahuasca, it keeps you from metabolizing your serotonin along with the dimethyltryptamine. And so you can forgive yourself, despite all the physical distress. It can be a very, very beautiful experience. What do I think about demonic activity? I think that this is a serious problem for people who are drawn to the indigenous traditions. I think it's also a serious problem in Christianity, institutionalized Christianity, because there's this whole thing about witchcraft, and I think it's in the book of Mark, not allowing witches to live. I mean, this has happened in Salem. They accused people of witchcraft, mostly women, people who were starting to do well, financially, because there was a very prosperous port city, Salem, and unconventional people were making money, and the old farmers who used to have, the big farmers, well, then they have families and they divide it, and then pretty soon they're poor. And we have the same experience now where, some of the have-nots are becoming the haves, and some of the haves are becoming the have-nots. And when that happens, people start getting all sorts of horrible, witchcraft type beliefs. And I think that witchcraft is a terrible thing. I think that anything that smacks of malevolent forces and trying to send negative spirits is absolutely horrible. I don't want to have anything to do with any of those traditions. And that causes me some concern, because there's this whole thing about brujos, and choosing the path that leads to benevolence and choosing the path that leads to evil. And so I'm a Christian. I think of Ephesians. Our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the powers and principalities of darkness. And principalities of darkness in our society are the institutionalized biases, the forces that are hierarchical, the corporate greed, the ideas that end up being, profiteering, and dividing people from each other. To me, that's the demon of our society is the idolatry and the false gods, and racism and sexism. So we look at the psychedelics as what are the beneficial fruits that come from it? A mindfulness, a spiritual practice, an attitude of gratitude, forgiveness, a recognition of abundance, sharing, generosity. These are things where we peel away, we can, with the benefit of psychedelics, peel away our resentments. And then we realize that it's not a loss at all. If I'm judging people, it's because I feel weak and I feel cowardly. And if I feel that way and it causes me to judge you, and I can forgive, I can release my resentment, and I can understand and embrace you and connect with you, then ultimately it's only going to make me feel happier. It's going to make me feel the joy of connecting with my own soul. And so I do see this as a path toward restoration, renewal, and greater aliveness in our institutions. And I think that religious experience is what these substances can bring. This most transformative experience, certainly, reliving trauma and finding the vitality that's behind the trauma, that's very valuable. And just creating greater connections, greater love. It comes, reverence. If I had not experienced reverence and transformative religious experience, I never would have kept up, this practice of using psychedelics. Yes, Henry, did you have something? You're on mute.
Hi, Ron. Thanks so much, man. What a cool talk. I just wanted to chime in here for a second. But I lost my thought trying to find my mute. So hold on, I'll check back in.
Okay. Anybody else have a thought?
Well, I've got one just where you left it off. It's really interesting that these psychedelics can go. Like I can see it like okay. How do I want to say this? The Aztecs would take these mushrooms and do sacrifices of people, like they would actually use them and then eat hearts right in front of massive crowds. So there is a precedent for psychedelics to go into some areas that we probably don't want to choose to go as a society based on our values right now. But it seems to be a very common thing for people to eat the mushrooms and to come out of it raving about we're all one and everything is love and love is the answer. You come out so often and so many people with sort of like this standard, I call it the standard issue enlightenment for the mushrooms, and it usually sends you on a mission where you're going to start an organization or get some land and, have everyone come and have a center to grow your own food. It's just funny how it pushes people into a value structure that I find to be really good, a healthy, good thing for a being. Beings should come together and be and love each other, whatever that means, however you want to define that, but usually like taking care of people and creating more joy and less pain. And we can define those are real biochemical things, pain and feelings of openness and pleasure and happiness and growth. Those are real things that you can tangibly build upon from such what people call the ineffable states, something that doesn't really fit into words, but man, we do fit in a lot of words that are appropriate and a lot of actions. And, just hearing you state those values centered around love, something is like, it's kind of, you really, it's very hard still for me as a man to talk about love as a primary motivator. It's kind of like, I'll be weak if I talk about love somehow, like, the old guard, love was not, let's not consider love. Let's not consider the value of that because it's vulnerable, it's a vulnerability to let down your guard, and you're in charge of keeping the monsters at bay and fighting the wars and defending the territories and expanding the territories. So anyway, just an interesting thing I felt from your statement. And you're talking about like a potential really negative use of psychedelics, which we know can happen and probably should be guarded against, people using that enhanced power to do harm. A lot of gurus fall into this trap of like, taking the psychedelic attention and power and using it for manipulation for personal power. It can happen. It should be watched out for.
Yeah, just a couple thoughts, and I'll ask Henry what he was going to say. But the whole thing about men viewing love as weakness, when you mentioned that, I thought about Jesus Christ and how all he talked about, the basis of his teachings was love. And then when the Christian church was established and it became a male-dominated institution, which it hadn't necessarily been, it was all about warfare and, force and domination and stuff. And the other thing I wanted to mention about when you said about love coming from the mushrooms, I wanted to talk about Maria Sabina. Maria Sabina was a Catholic, but when the people of her tradition believed that the mushrooms had the Christ spirit, and that the spirit came to them especially because they were poor. And she had an experience where she was brought up into the heavenly realm, and these beings that she called the principal ones gave her the book of life where she could diagnose illness. And her teacher, the first person that Gordon Wasson ever was in the presence of who consumed the mushrooms, was Don Aurelio Carreras, who was the teacher of Maria Sabina. And Don Aurelio didn't give the mushrooms to the people he would sit with. He would eat the mushrooms. He'd eat like 26 pears and then smoke a cigar. And then he would ask you, what's your question again? And he would actually give psychic answers. And the Maria Sabina, she could navigate the spaces and she would know where the negativity was. And she could tell people like, oh, this person is causing, this like malevolent thoughts. In her tradition would cause illnesses and things like that. So, but she, it's like, and the shamanism, Michael Harner, his whole tradition was contacting benevolent spirits, and that the benevolent spirits do not cause harm to other people. So I'm not saying, and this is like Ralph Metzner said, if you start having experiences with psychedelics, it's going to challenge your theology, because it's said that there are spirits out there. So I've never seen negative spirits, but I've seen spirits, and I believe in spirits. And I think that if you have an intention that you are not, no matter what, you're not going to be violent, you're not going to try to cause illness or affliction to other people. And it might happen to them from their own karma. And you can stand back and applaud karma when evil people are brought to account. But, this is something I've struggled with. I think we really have to work hard not to wish evil against other people. I'm sorry, Henry, I've been made you wait for a long time. What's your thought?
I kept getting information about something else every time I tried to click it. Sorry. Oh, I get confused when I think about psychedelics and recovery, and I'm impressed with the history lesson. I haven't gone anywhere near where you're going. For me, it's about the discovery process, right? Today, it's about the discovery process, only because there's word in our literature is a psychic change. And it said psychic change. Maybe I've been brainwashed by AA. I don't know. I can't get it out of my head. Every time I come to one of these meetings, I think the same thing. I'm using the psychedelics early in recovery or to bring about a psychic change strong enough to allow me to recover. The spiritual experience has been for me 4 through 12, and my psychedelics in recovery have been just journeys of discovery, some I hadn't found yet, but I certainly I was holding on to the center of the room for dear life when I came in here. I wasn't thinking about having psychedelics as a way in. So that's really different for me. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around that. That's an experience I would love to hear somebody share about how they were at the wall and psychedelics changed everything for them. The other thing I think about when I think about Bill and we were discussing, and I'm thinking about my path on recovery and the guy that I'm following, the guy that I identify with all the time, is that for 20 years, he had this baby of a fellowship that he had to take care of, and then it adopted itself. And what was he left with? Here's a flim flam man, the coolest flim flam man around. He, gets tight all at the wrong time and does all the things, and he has all the vision and he can't put it together. And then he comes up with this thing, and it's crazy. For 20 years, it's amazing. All these people get help. It's the new, the good news and all this stuff. What do you do with yourself? So you're already a depressant kind of guy, and everywhere you've gone, you're a hero. People want to touch you and talk to you, and you've lost your ability to fellowship, really, right? Who's he going to talk to? I don't know if anybody ever talked to Mel B, but Mel said he worked in the office with Lois and Bill, and that Ebby was always his sponsor. And I think about myself clinging to somebody I knew when I first came to recovery, or somebody who shared a message with me. If they were out using and drunk on the corner, would I go and get them? Would I go and rescue them? And I put myself in Bill's shoes, and I think a great love, a great communicator. What was he holding on to with Ebby? What couldn't he let go of? And where was he able to find relief? In what form was he able to find it in? And I certainly see the psychedelics as a good way to find relief and to break open and to, I mean, I've had experiences with the reliving, well, I don't know if they were childhood traumas or not. I guess they were, but seeing details I hadn't seen before, being able to identify people on the edge of the memory. Excuse me, the cough.
Well, I think we're just about at the conclusion of our time.
Yeah, we're at 8 o'clock about, so you're right, Ron. Do you want to close with anything?
Yeah, I would like to close with thoughts of well-being. In the Buddhist tradition, what we do is we sort of affirm positive thoughts of well-being for other people. So let's send out positive thoughts to the people and the beings, the plant beings, the animal beings, the spirit beings of the Washington State community and the communities of everybody who's participating on this call. And thank you very much for letting me participate today.
Yeah, thank you. So next up, we have Ray Lanier. I believe you say Lanier.
I say Lanier, but I wish I said it like the French, because then my name would rhyme and I would feel really cool. But it is pronounced Lanier. It should be Ray Lanier. But
oh, that would be nice, huh?
That would be nice. So, you know, like just know that it's in there somewhere. Ray Lanier is really Ray Lanier somewhere. But yeah, here I am. I'm ready to engage. Let's engage. So you're am I still connected? Are we?
Yeah, you're good, man. Take it away.
We're go. I would not mind talking about this initiation thing that came up during is it Ron McNutt? Is that Ron? Was that his name? Ron. I think so. Anyway, last week.
Yeah, Ron McNutt.
Ron. And you know, he really, while he was talking, got me thinking about this initiation thing and being a man and really having no set initiatory there are no leaders that initiate young men into the psychedelic life.
No rite of passage.
There is no rite of passage. We have made them up. Like, I do think there are rites of passage, but there's no initiatory rite of passage. Like, we make them up. Like, you get a car, and there are standard ones. We don't have much of a history in this culture. We're an industrial revolution, technological information revolution culture built on things mainly that are so current. You know, they don't have thousands and thousands of years of patterning in a societal way to, you know, to develop a culture that would have an initiatory, especially because we've lost psychedelics into a psychedelic. I get, you know, in the past it would be your religion, your view of the spirit world, but I'm not even sure what it is now. We've made them up. Like for a lot of us, it's learning to grow mushrooms. That's one of the things. You know, you kind of initiate yourself. You might take a large dose of mushrooms at a festival. That might be part of it. But there are really no set trusted trainers. No older men or women that can take young people, and I'm thinking as a young man, like there was nobody to take a young man into a use of the psychedelics. Like, how much do you take? You know, what do you do in your bad trip when it goes awry? How do I hang on? You know, like, and you know, you find the best of your friends that have had experience to guide you, but they most of the ones that I really respect have learned from their own mistakes and experiences, very much self-induced. And I just would like to, I guess, talk about that, like maybe some of the things that we've done and figure out what our initiations have been. For me, a lot of it began with trips. I would say like trips to the bookstore, oddly enough, like before the internet, and going to a bookstore and sort of letting synchronicity decide which book would light my fancy up on some spiritual matters that would then connect into psychedelic teachers like Aldous Huxley and Timothy Leary and Terrence McKenna. Even though I didn't know it, Terrence McKenna wrote that book, the Magic Mushroom Growers Guide, under a pseudonym. So even when I heard about him later, it was a while before I connected the two together. But maybe somebody could talk about what do you think initiated you into using psychedelics? And yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Just on the topic of initiation, anybody have anything that pops to mind? Or any ideas about, like, any opinions about that? Am I wrong? Do you think like there's nothing yet that brings us into it?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, at this time, there's no, hold on one second. There is no like initiation. Unfortunately, like looking at the other side of it, like street drugs, I feel like in circles of people who run together and do like illicit substances like coke, heroin, etc., there are initiations or rites of passage as you kind of progress through your use,
Right.
So but that's the only place I've really seen it, and in this culture. But as far as psychedelics, no.
Well, it would be nice if that what's happening now, everybody's coming together. There's the decriminalized nature movement that's taken root, and I'm sure that people are getting together and it's happening in groups more and more. I know it is. Outside of sort of the I guess the especially in Atlanta, Georgia, where I grew up, the other substances were worked into psychedelics, which kind of before I found sort of the spiritual connection from the older first explorers of psychedelics in the Western world, you kind of lump them in and you're like, oh, those guys are out of control and they're baked out of their minds all the time, like, and they're taking pills and they're doing heroin and they're doing LSD. And so, until that there are these positive benefits. I mean, Ron was talking about, or Henry was talking about AA, and Bill, what was his name? Bill Wilson, the guy who started AA. I think he really attributed his breakthroughs in spiritual connection with LSD to his ability to stay off of alcohol. Like, he directly attributed LSD as a main reason that he kept away from a substance of abuse, mainly the alcohol there, which I don't know how many people know that, but I think that's just very awesome. That it was such a big thing.
Yeah, I think that was that was really cool. I just learned about that probably like 2 weeks ago. I'd always heard rumors like he did mushrooms or he did psychedelics or something, but I actually heard I go to a psychedelics and recovery meeting, and that's kind of where I heard the real story about it, But another question is, like, we're talking about like rites of passage in the psychedelic world, and what does that look like? You know, we live in a society where we don't really have rites of passage for anything. I mean, you mentioned the car, you know, getting a car, turning 16, getting your driver's license, etc. I just think as a civilization in America, we don't really put much like just we don't put much weight in that, I guess.
Well, definitely not when it comes to psychedelics, but certain things like, you know, for the society, going to college is another one. But then that's dissolving. Like all of the old stuff is dissolving, and even the car is probably going to dissolve. Like I know like the coolest people I meet that are young people in the cities, they don't drive cars anymore. They Uber around, they've got their little scooters or bicycles. They don't even live in houses like we used to. You know, they got their pods, like, oh, you know, and I'm talking like some people that I really admire. I don't know if everybody's doing this, but like I've met so many young geniuses, literally like kids with brains that are just bulging out of their skulls and it's like squirting through their ears. There's so much intelligence, and they don't care that they don't have a mortgage payment or a car, or, you know, they're sleeping in bunk beds in warehouses and like going to community bio labs and like self-experimenting with DNA in their own bodies, and like, you know, like extracting DNA, like putting together code for the next revolution in social media and artificial intelligence. You know, there's just like, so even the house, even purchasing in a house when you're adult, like all of these old initiations, even for the regular folks, are kind of going not psychedelic, but a very psychedelic like state where there's just no coherence according to your old pattern. You can see patterns emerging that, you know, it's only chaos by perception. There's an order to what's going on, but like a lot of our initiations are just gone, even the old ordinary non-psychedelic ones, and it leaves men and women, I'm a man, so I feel it as a man, vulnerable. Like all of those old stories of being a man and being successful and good have flipped on themselves. They're either impossible, or you see through the illusion of it. Like that is not really something that you want to go towards if you become a certain amount aware. Like I just, you know, I don't really need to climb the top of the corporate ladder, especially when the banks are failing and the corporations are just obviously not going to be able to fulfill their promise of taking care of me when I'm not able to take care of myself. And, you know, the corporations were able to do that for like 70 or 100 years or so. It's just not able to do it anymore. And we are in essence lost. And that's why I think like taking psychedelics helps you, one, get very comfortable with getting lost when there is no pattern to see, and getting really good at sniffing out the new patterns. Like, whoa, I see this fractal turning into a face, you know, like I see the face of the new pattern. And it becomes really fun, you know, like when you're able to jump into the unknown. It's an explore thing, you know, we are the Magellans, right? Like, oh, somebody has his hand up. I'm not. Do I choose them now, or can they go ahead?
Oh yeah, that's just call on him. That's Makulu.
I did not see I didn't see the hand because my picture was over his hand.
That's okay. Can you hear me?
I sure can. How's it going?
All right. You know what? I just found your topic kind of fascinating when you're talking about the ritual, or, you know, the ceremony when we become of age, because, you know, I mean, like I became of age, I guess, you know, at graduation was between 72 and 74. And when I look back at my own life's experiences, by the time that I did graduate, most of the men in my life are gone.
Right.
So it was me and my mother, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, there was no rite of passage, but it was at that time that I became exposed to LSD, because at that time I was playing music in a band. So I was out in the party scene, and a lot of things are happening in the area where I grew up, which is Tacoma. You know what? There was a lot of drugs floating around, like mescaline and LSD, and a whole host of other things were going on too. But when I started getting into mescaline and LSD, of course, after taking them, the first thing I'd do was, like you were talking about earlier, is I'd go to the library and I'd find a book on it, you know? Right. So I'm reading a book like John C. Lilly, you know, Center of the Cyclone. And I'm like, oh my God, this is some great stuff here. You know, these people are experimenting, they're learning about themselves, and they're being facilitated and on and on. And I mean, it's like great. I'm like, so I had the chance and the opportunity, because I was alone most of the time, to do my own experimentation. So it really, really made a, oh, okay, I can do that. So I hope that works, Leo, by the way. So I know my mic might be a little hot because I got a lot of equipment tied to my computer. But any rate, yeah, I read on it and I experimented with it, and then I realized the positive aspects of it. And just when I felt like I could have really used more was right about the same time Nixon had outlawed it. So now you can't get it anymore. You know, they shut everything down, and I'm like, oh, great. You know, I guess that's the end of that, you know. But as time went on, I'm so glad to see that we're all back and able to have this discussion about rites of passage, the whole question of masculinity and what it is. Well, for me, I'm a self-made man. You know, there was nobody around to tell me anything, so I had to figure it out as I went. But I had to use the obvious things that we all deal with, which is our outward appearance and how we're affected in the world by our outward appearance. So, you know, we get labels wherever we go. Everybody's telling us what we are. Then nobody asks what you are. Nobody asks what you think. They always tell you what you want to think. And that's American society. It doesn't really matter what's going on. So we have to filter that information. And it's maddening, even at that period of time, to try to filter that information and try to make sense of it when nothing really made sense to me at the time. So, but at any rate, I think the LSD and the mescaline and the other psychoactive drugs were, and I don't want to call them drugs, but they were very, you know, they raised your awareness. You became aware of something larger. And then when you became aware of it, it's like, oh, okay, now I think I can understand. I need to make some changes in my life. And I've made very dramatic changes after using LSD and realizing that I needed to change something. And it's either an attitude that you have that's really bad, or a perspective that you have that's really bad. You got to look at it from another direction. And it's so hard when you're locked into this existence by trauma, because we are all traumatized by our experiences. So once we get blocked, it's like we want to unblock that, and it's like, okay, now we can open up a little bit more and be a little bit kinder to everyone, not just, you know, people, but we still need to judge when we're in a dangerous situation, and we need to know how to extricate ourselves when we have ourselves in a bad situation. And I think that's really what it amounts to. That to me just means being a person, because we're all in danger of some sort of being, you know, falling for some deception or something that just doesn't seem right, or we're being exploited by someone because someone wants to exploit what it is we have, you know, whether it's a talent or an ability or just your skills as a worker. You know, we're really being exploited. So it's a lot to work with, but we have to spend a lot of time connecting the dots. And I think that's where LSD comes in. It helps you connect the dots so you can get a better sense of what you're looking at. And I think when we do that, we all kind of work, you know, we work a little bit better, you know, because we can't be judgmental of everything and everybody. I mean, it's so draining. My God, you could, you would be so depressed every day. It's like, my God, what's going on with the world? But we do have to open up and realize that we have a lot of power as people. And we give up our power when we decide to look outside ourselves for the answers.
Well, I tell you that thing about the danger, if you don't mind me interjecting this, so when I'm bringing it back to this initiation thing. I'm going to gnaw this bone a bit. I hope you don't mind. When you're self-initiating, like, and this is the beautiful thing. I think I would have wanted, like, if I came to Earth, and I'm probably here for that reason anyway, you know, like, I don't know where I made this decision to get here, but knowing me the way I do, I would not want it any other way. I wanted to take that risky self-initiation path. I would prefer not to have a selected teacher. I want the synchronicity to run me into a person on the street and have a little conversation, and that little snippet that they said, or, it educated me. I want to randomly take the drug and have a bad experience. The wreck is my lesson. And for me, it definitely happened that I was with a bunch of wild kids that didn't have observant parents, and we were out taking heavy doses of LSD, and it was reckless. It was reckless, and people got hurt. People absolutely got damaged. I was one of them. I think from a certain perspective, I've had friends of mine tell me, like, you're a really beautiful example of that acid story where someone just like, not the equivalent of jumping out the window, but you're kind of an acid casualty, my life would have been very, 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 very different had I not eaten heavy doses of LSD. And had I had an initiating culture, I might have been able to integrate into, like maybe I could have taken LSD and still become the lawyer or super real estate salesman instead of running off to the equivalent of India or whatever, instead of like spending 2 years alone in a room meditating or whatever, something. But I think that it is dangerous. And I'm glad for me that I got to experience the risk and the adventure of having absolutely no teachers, trying to figure it out for myself, reading, tomes and books. I mean, there's just something beautiful about, right? You went to the library and you were digging through some books and, you came across John Lilly, who had a great quote, by the way, like in the province of the mind. I can't remember exactly how it goes. Like in the province of the mind, what you believe to be true is true. I'm going to look that up for a second.
Well, there were certainly
little things like that. I'll tell you, when I ran across that quote from John Lilly, it was one of the things, like, it's like you get a key, a little quote from somewhere, and it's the bright spotlight that shines the way forward, and you're on to the next thing. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, there was a whole lot more than just those books, but incidentally, there was a lot of books on Hinduism and Buddhism and altered states, and I was really digging deep because I had already made a choice that I was never going to lock down my mind on a concept without researching all other concepts of that same variety. So when it comes to something like, per se, religion, I have to look at all of them. I have to see the whole story or the big picture, which really kind of set me on a quest to go back as far throughout history, especially being a person that's melanated. I have to look at that history. And when I started looking at that history and it went back far enough, then, oh my God, a lot of the answers just started popping up. Amazingly enough, the internet was real instrumental with the algorithms, because it starts to push that information towards you when you start looking at it. It's like, oh my God, is this professor and this professor, they went back 20,000 years. This one went back 200,000 years. And here are these books that are written that are telling the story that has been missing from academia throughout this country and a whole lot of other countries. They won't ever tell you these things. But once I found it, then I said, oh my God, you know what? This is it. So my own rite of passage was going through the LSD and also going through the books and also understanding the truth of what I'm living without shutting down to any idea. So that's just me, because I'm a born skeptic. I don't believe anything. It has to be backed up by solid and tangible evidence, and it has to be historical and, thoroughly analyzed from a lot of different perspectives before I can say, okay, it sounds interesting, but I'm just looking at it as having knowledge of it. I've never been one to want to need any type of religious ceremony, but even now I'm starting to realize that in ceremony is important and ritual is important, and those rites of passage are important. But how can you have a rite of passage if you're not getting the truth of your existence? And that becomes a little bit more difficult, because every group, every ethnicity, every country has a different paradigm that it places on their citizens when you're born. Like if you're born into a Christian community, you're Christian. If you're born into a Muslim community, you're Muslim. If you're born in any other community, you are what they are, or you are what your king is. If he's a Christian, then everybody else is Christian. So this whole thing with religion and labels has been something that's been going on for so long, but it's confusing. When do we all just become human, right? And when do we all earn the respect of living here and having respect from everyone else without having to jump through all these labels and these hoops, or to identify, oh, you must think like this, or if you don't think like this, you must be ostracized. That kind of behavior is the danger, really, that I speak of. And, yeah, sometimes it becomes violent, I mean, you look at the Crusades and people trying to force beliefs, because there's a reason why a belief is forced upon you, as opposed to allowing you to question it to its finality, and question it till you get the answers that you're looking for. Sometimes people shut you down. And we're seeing that nowadays. They want to shut you up. Oh, no, don't talk about that. Oh, no, don't go there. And it's like, everybody gets upset all of a sudden. It's like they have this collective, I don't want to say amnesia, but a collective fear. It's like, oh, my God, if I go back beyond 2,000 years, what's there? Well, maybe that was the golden age of the mushroom that was actually people were practicing, and they were able to create that golden age because everybody knew they were connected. That's what was happening. But it got eliminated through the process of all the years of invasions into Africa and the conquest and the coups and all the political upheavals and the Conference of Hague, where they carved up Africa. Everything's carved up now, and everybody's doing their thing, but they're trying to build what seems to be a global system of domination. I mean, so if you don't buy into it, oh my God, what's wrong with you? So it's been an interesting experience for me, but that's my 2 cents worth, and I don't want to go on too long. But
well, in that, because I agree with you. I mean, we have got a domination culture established, and that's what it does. But there is this spot where we're able to wedge ourselves in and create sort of new initiatory patterns, is what I'm hoping. And one of those things is, and we can open it up if anybody else wants to raise a hand in there. I'm tuned in now. But is what I wish I'd have had is someone that I could have been going through these experiences with, tripping with, that when I came upon that confrontation with death the first time, there had been a better preparation. Just one of the things I'm thinking about, like, what would I do if I had a group of young men? I mean, I really enjoy the tripping around my male friends, because there is a certain elevation of personal power that can happen when you're tripping with the opposite sex, where things can get very confusing. And I mean, I found that, like, the more your energy accelerates and your ideas get flowing fast, women will be very attracted to that. And it kind of gets in the way, it gets in the way of a pure exchange. So I wish I had a man there when I confronted my death and disillusion and the non-existence. That is very scary. There's just parts of that are very terrifying. And if somebody could have said, just sing right now and breathe deep right now, and I didn't have to lock up and grip myself in terror for those hours. If I had somebody that was like, go out for walk this off, just like if your coach saw you get hurt, and knew that it was probably okay, but you needed to just walk that off, like move, get some movement, breathe. I wish that was there for me. I think that the transition could have been smoother. I'm glad, though, that I was able to hit those limits and suffer through the pain and keep going. There are a lot of things like, man, that was traumatizing. I don't know, am I going to ever do that again? And then you figure it out, you wrestle with it, you integrate, and then you go back to the playing field and throw the spores, or again, even if LSD. I love the fact, just as an interjection here, and away from the initiation thing, is I really love the fact that LSD is derived in its best, I guess the best LSD, because you can make it from other sources, but is a fungal base. That to me is just another wow, oh man thing. Because I think when I first was doing LSD, I certainly didn't know it came from a fungus. And even after I was into the mushrooms, I was like, oh, I love the mushrooms because they're fungus and it's natural. And, you know, but then when you realize like, oh, you know, the LSD too is fungal in nature. And
of that type of chemical structure, not only in LSD and mushrooms, but also iboga and another host of those psychedelics. They all end up having very similar characteristics in how they make you feel. For instance, iboga is known to cure any addiction practically overnight, but it's a plant that comes from the bark of a small tree in West Africa, and that's, I think, the only place that it comes from.
Right.
So they have used these in rituals, once again, for thousands of years. They know about these plants and they use these plants and they know what they're for. So when you have these problems of addictions and problems of stuff, you go to that shaman, he puts you through a ceremony, he administers the iboga, and lo and behold, you come out and you're reset. That is what the description is. You know?
Well, I tell you, Eric Swinson is raising his hand here, and I'm going to call on him. That.
Thank you. I've been working with iboga since 2013 when I learned about it, when I organized.
Here's the latest into this concept that the law of unintended consequences really is a thing. Well, college campuses have been bastions of progressivism now for decades.
Okay, where is that coming from?
Taken on a more perverse form. That includes an obsession with microaggression and of course shutting down speech. So progressives probably hope that their new tactics would be
someone help us there
that
shut that down.
anyone stepping outside the liberal orthodoxy would just end up relenting. Eric, it's somehow coming through your computer like your computer's bugged or something. Super weird. I don't know if you want to try calling in on your phone and just leaving your microphone off, but it seems to be coming like through your internet, which just means that we're really fabulous and maybe some agency wants to take us down. I don't know. So I can try to unmute you.
A video might have been playing on his computer. He might have been.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it was.
Okay. Well, there's that too. I'm just constantly paranoid.
Probably. Okay. It's not. It pays to be paranoid.
I don't know. I've got major psychotic issues.
Mic okay, by the way, Leo?
Yeah, your warble seems to be a little bit less warbly. I was just concerned for when you're moderating. But anyway, Eric, can you try to unmute yourself and we can go again? I'm sorry about that. We were enjoying what you had to say, and unfortunately there was that feedback.
Yeah, that was.
So, Sean, do you want to help with the conversation until Eric can get unmuted?
The right.
If I was on mute, why was it still coming from my machine?
It's not coming from your machine when it's off, when you're muted. No one else hears it.
Well, oh, good. Okay, I would like to jump in on ibogaine. I've been active on the ibogaine front since 2013 when I organized a conference on psychedelic healing and learned about it. And what the previous speaker said about ibogaine, I simply have to say is not true. It is one of the more powerful medicines in our psychedelic medicine cabinet. But there is no, first off, it is almost impossible to have a cure, so to speak, unless there's specific aftercare, a considerable amount of integration. It's not like it all of a sudden resets your brain and you're no longer addicted to drugs. That is not how ibogaine works. And ibogaine also comes from a plant called Bocaconga. So, what the previous speaker said, I just needed to correct immediately. It does have wonderful powers. It either eliminates or considerably reduces withdrawal. There is some resetting that happens, and it can eliminate cravings for up to 4 months, usually 2 to 3 months, but up to 4 months. If the person, the addicted person, can take care of integration, reconnecting to a community or connecting to a community that is supportive, then they're well on their way becoming an ex-addict. But there's no overnight somehow transformation that takes place. Does not happen. It takes work.
Probably still a very amazing experience to, and a serious asset to someone trying to break addiction, though, right? Like, like you got a really good.
It also does not work well with meth. So opiate is the thing it works best with, for starters, it begins with an 8 to 12 hour waking dream. And the people who've gone through this experience, this is after a flood dose, the people who've gone through this experience say that psychoactive, psychospiritual waking dream is what really kicked them into action. That 8 to 12 hour immersive experience in a dream that features you is followed by up to 20 hours of contemplation where you are just reviewing what just has passed before your eyes. So it's a powerful, powerful medicine, but not as powerful as the previous speaker indicated.
Well, yeah. What was your experience like initiating? Like, what do you, if you've done it, you initiated yourself or someone else initiated you, Eric? How did you come to it?
Well, I must confess that I was in another Zoom meeting and came back into this one midway, but are we talking about the initiation into psychedelic experience?
Well, I mean, I don't think I defined it so well, but I would say, yes, that is what I'm saying. And that's what I wanted to talk about, especially for men, because this is a men's thing. And as a man, I did not feel there was a place or men that I could go to. I came from my mother to learn to be born, and then to be born again. I really desired a man, and I did end up finding a teacher, and that's just a whole nother thing. But and I sort of had an initiator person that did not use drugs, but definitely was probably coming from a place where psychedelic consciousness, he had gone there. But the initiating with yourself or a group or whatever into the psychedelic, thing, and talking a lot about how we don't have one. There is no established psychedelic initiation. A lot of people just by accident at a festival or through after school drug use or whatever, they discover psychedelics and have to learn the hard stuff on their own.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, I'm 80 years old. So my first psychedelic experience was in 1965 with LSD, 3 years before it was made illegal. And it happened, I went to my favorite bar at the time. I was a graduate student at the University of Washington. I played a game of pool with a gal that was there, and she took a shine to me. She invited me home for sex, drug, and rock and roll. We played the Beatles all night. We took acid, and we had sex. That was my initiation. I had never done anything besides smoking dope before that.
Right.
Yeah. So that was my psychedelic initiation, and I became a very serious student of psychedelics after that. But if you're talking about a more kind of serious initiation where we're actually more consciously focused and trying to have a intention, for instance, that didn't come until much later in my life. I mean, I would define myself as I guess in those days, a recreational user, but I always thought it was a wonderful way to explore consciousness. But the way I would say I didn't come to a true initiation until maybe the past half dozen years or so, when we got when we started seeing, I at least did, started seeing the whole psychedelic experience is different from just doing a mind trip or just having psychedelics with friends. And I'm much more serious and much more discerning about it and much more careful about it now. And so I feel like the initial initiation is so far in my past and so different from how I treat these sacraments as I see them now. It's a world of difference. My head's changed about what I'm taking them for. So I belong to a psychedelic church, and I take them in that context more than trying to explore my conscience. So
when you're taking them in that context, do you not feel that it's an exploration of your consciousness? You sort of draw.
I do, but it's in a different context to my mind. I mean, I see these prior to this. I would not say I saw them as sacred, and now I do. I mean, it's very important to my my development as somebody who can feel the sacred and can feel the divine. To me, that's what is happening when I do psychedelics now, is to connect with the divine. And I must say that while I was connecting to oneness or whatever, the sense of divinity, the sense of sacred, it wasn't there. It is now. So I think that I had levels of initiation.
Right. And so my hope is that we're heading into the territory for our civilization, the global world civilization that we've got now, where organizations like your psychedelic church and others are creating safe initiatory patterns that can get people into a much deeper relationship much quicker, with a lot less wasted time and a lot less casualties, because I definitely, like, as much as I love psychedelics, and I mean I love psychedelics.
Yeah.
Like, honest to God,
yeah.
If I could not have built myself without psychedelics. Like, I do not think I would be me without the psychedelics. Absolutely no. Like, I needed protein to build my muscles, and I needed psilocybin to build my whatever, the higher circuitry needed to have something to build it. I needed that nutrient, right? Anyway, I'm just hoping that we are headed into a place where a lot less casualties have to happen. Like I said, I know the dangers of them. I've had a lot of friends who have just wrecked their surfboard bad and not come back. Like, you can have a traumatizing experience when you're not on psychedelics that will ruin your life. And you can have a lot of unplanned, really intense experiences if you take psychedelics in an unguarded fashion and you're experimenting. Like, you might take 1,500 mics and walk yourself out into the streets, and who knows what can happen. And a lot of times you can be traumatized. And I think just spending a lot of time in a bad state, for a long, especially an LSD trip, in a really, really intense, agonizing mental state can scar someone for life. And that just doesn't have to happen. If you have people there that know how to treat the bad trips and how to prepare you and initiate you through maybe smaller doses to larger doses and get your wings, before you start flying a jumbo jet, you get your training.
Yeah,
I'm excited about the day when people can accelerate their consciousness into a broader, bigger expansion.
I believe it's coming. Yeah, I do. Now, would anybody here know whether I can post a document on the chat? Because I have an important document that came my way. I can look how to do it so that I refer you. It may take a little bit of time, but can I post a document on the chat? Because it's called The Risks of Psychedelics, and it's the best thing I've read on the subject.
Right.
I mean, you all know the benefits of it, and this one concedes the benefits, but is the one of the more articulate arguments. And what anybody who's coming into this for the first time or an early user, they should read this. Can I post a document on the chat?
You'd have to get that. I'm sure you can, but I don't know this program very well at all. I'm not a Zoomer.
Anybody else? Patty? Patty?
You're muted, Patty.
So I know, yeah. So Eric, the way that you would do that is just touch the screen, not your face, touch someone else's face. And then if you're on a phone, are you on a phone or on a computer?
I'm on a computer.
You're on a computer. Okay, so on a computer, you know what? How about this? Do you still have my email address?
No.
patricia.schumann@gmail.com, I think was what I sent to you. If you email it to me real quick, I will post it for you. And then,
That's great.
Yeah, that'll be the easiest way right now to do it quickly.
We can get on another hand.
Yeah.
Patricia.human at
Patricia.Schumann, spelled like the composer, but with two N's, SCHUMA, Schumann. Patricia.Schumann@gmail.com.
Okay, I'll shut up now. Do that, and
perfect. And I'll open up my computer and grab that and post it
Thank
into
you.
the group for you,
And-
Eric. Thank you.
Joy Vaughn has his hands up.
Hey, Jovan, or is it Joy? How do you say your name?
Jovan.
Jovan.
Like, yeah,
Hit us
just ignore the I.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my mom found some French musk cologne, which is how the spelling came about. But
Although
about your initiation,
I must say, I'm gonna interject. Like my name I'm Ray Lanier, but in the French it's Ray Lanier. I think when we get together for our meetings, when we have them, we should be Ray Lanier and Joy Vaughn. We could be like bring the joy to your name. Anyway, go ahead.
when it comes to initiations, I think we should go back to like the grandma dosing. I remember, we were in, what was it saying? I forgot that. Now, of course, I forget the town now in Mexico. It's the mushroom capital, right?
Oaxaca.
And that's the state, but it's San Jose del Pacifico. And we were down there, and we got some mushrooms down there as a family, and my daughter wanted to try a stem. And so, she ate a fresh stem and went through the whole process. And it was a beautiful process because, at one point she pulls the covers back on her head and like, yo, I want to get back to my dreams. And I think, we've come so prudish and so far removed from allowing children to experience their connectedness with, higher consciousness that, first we put them in this box where all they can do is play. Then after they're in this box where all they can do is play, it's like, okay, now it's time to grow up. Okay, what do you want to do? So we squeeze it all out of them. And then we become adults looking to come into connect with that inner child all over again until we're lost and we're confused. And so a lot of us are doing this, trying to repair voids created from people attempting to make us grow up too fast. So I think we should go back and hold space for our young children, and instead of looking at them as the children over there, adults are doing adult things, create a space in which they learn to connect with themselves, and that they have a sense of community in which they can come to and say, you know what, the last time that I looked upon myself, I saw A, B, C, and D, like I'm looking for guidance in how I would talk to that. I think that's a far different conversation than, you don't know much about the world. Like, use love, for instance, right? A young kid in love, half the time you dismiss it because you're just like, your hormones are going through, you don't know what you're talking about. And yet you still have adults who are having the same conversations about love because nobody ever instilled that as a child. So I think when it comes to initiation, I think we should kind of gather the holistic being of the youth and attempt to guide them, to be able to kind of ask more questions for themselves, instead of attempting to give children answers. And I think that creates a system in which, people are more comfortable coming to you, so same way as like when you were saying you wish you had a initiation for the LSD, if you had parents that you could tell, I'm not really sure where I'm headed right now. Like, I'm kind of experimenting. I want to know where that goes. Like, how awesome would that be if your parents would create a space for you to have that journey at the house? Imagine the connections and the principles and the values that you could grow if you could sit at home and say, like, I want to sit here and find who I am. Can you please hold space for me? And we're not able to do, our parents weren't able to do that for us. It's kind of frowned upon, but it's like that little middle spot right now where, like, DCF might be at your house if you tell everybody this is what you're doing with your kids, but I think that's the direction we should probably start to trend in, is like, how do we incorporate the children and their holistic being in this so we can be guardians of their consciousness, and that'll help us create a safe space for initiation.
Sure. I think when you do the psychedelics around your children, if you can find that space, they're feeling it. They're getting it. So you start out by like letting your vibe them. I remember my daughter came up to me and I did not say a word, man. I was working in the garden and she came up to me and said something. I don't remember what it was, but I looked and I was just like, man, all my chakras were shocking it, and I was just like shocking. I was like, I could feel it myself. And I looked over and we had a few words, and then she turned back to me and just like, and probably was only like 7 or 8, and said, "Cosmic ray," not a word discussed of like I'm in a state, but I could just tell that I had transferred that vibration into her, and she had been there with it. Maybe that's how it starts, is like you're vulnerable enough and you're brave enough to have that vibration happen. You can eat, a small amount. God, I hope Leo's statement of the paranoia is like, you don't want to say like, I've never done this. Let me just preface that. I've never, ever tripped around my shoulder. And that was a made up story, but it would be cool in an alternate universe if you could take psychedelics around your kids, small doses, what is a grandma dose to you, by the way? You had mentioned that. What are you calling a grandma dose? Like a stem would be like a 1/4 gram or half gram?
I mean, it was a fresh mushroom, I mean, the actual stem itself was this long, she had like a bite, maybe 1/4 of an inch.
Right. So we're talking like anywhere from like 1/10 of a gram to 1/4 of a gram. Not very much if it was dried out.
It was fresh.
Right. But still dried out, like something that size might knock out, depending on the fatness of the stem, of course. You might hit a half a gram. You're not going over the half a gram mark.
Yeah. And then we had a journey, and she had woken up because she was talking to me, and her 3 eyes had come in here, and like I'm sitting there trying to keep a straight conversation, and then with just so much love, she's like, I just want you to know I love you. And I'm like, oh,
right. And the funny thing, a child would have much easier access to their unlimited mind, so it probably does not take much. They're already so close to being in that zone. Any amount at all is going to help. I have a friend who really has talked a lot about this with children and psychedelics in the place. And in Mexico, there's a lot of use. Like the whole family will go out, I guess, and everybody eats it. The kids and everybody.
It's such a bonding experience, because everybody's in their own path, but it's all linked, and it's one of those things where, you talk about your journey, you talk about what you went through, and it's judgment free, but it opens up the door for, much tougher conversations. And I just imagine like what benefits would young men have if, during that rite of passage, and instead of teaching them how to get laid, you sit there and you allow them to process like, what does life mean? And like, you don't need an answer now. Like I'm not going to pretend to you like I had the answers. I'm still figuring out every day. but
Right.
learn how to ask these questions, and this way you always have a way to tap into source before everything else in the world. And I'm curious at what the trajectory of development of men would be if you started their initiation, not about how many girls you get, not about how tough you are, just about like where you feel your place is in your own skin.
Right. In that own skin, because the sports are still something that young men can do. Like there is a psychedelic connection to physicality, like you get out there, like a lot of people are into martial arts, but I know when I used to trip in my younger years, man, getting out with any kind of ball, like shooting basketball or kicking the soccer ball or throwing that football became a really amazing experience. And say the psychedelics didn't enhance your real abilities. Maybe that was just in my mind, but it made me feel that way. And doing that physical stuff, like playing football and kicking soccer when you're on the mushrooms, it reminded me of an earlier part of my childhood where I could wear some Keds or whatever, the zip shoes, and I really ran faster. I really did, And when we ate those mushrooms, dude, I would be so hyper focused and into it because I thought I was experiencing heightened physical performance, And so like it doesn't have to be anti-sports, because I think I got into that when I was a kid. I was tall and big and they wanted me to play ball. And I was like, nah, I don't want to do that because those jocks over there. But man, I wish there was initiation that could train you into, physical excellence, not just mental understandings, all the circuitry. Like we could really learn to use our bodies in that heightened awareness way. And yeah, these are great conversations, everybody. I really am enjoying this. Thanks for, I'm getting near the end of my time. I got 6 minutes. If anybody wanted to add in before I went away, that was great, Javon.
Leo's got her hand up.
Who's got the hand up?
Leo,
go for it.
Okay, well, I just put it in the chat because I didn't want to take up time with it, and I thought I might like start crying or something. But my teenage son was going into hard drugs, and his dad had been a drug dealer, and I just felt like there was like a history of kind of like replaying our child, like our parents' bullshit in this life, and I was like, fuck. So my kid's going into getting into trouble, and initiating himself into adulthood with drugs. And not in a ceremonial way, but in a way that we treat boys to be haphazard with their bodies and be rough on their bodies and not treat their bodies as sacred. And I was really like so fucking upset and just felt out of control with him. And it turned out later that he had some trauma that he hadn't told me about. So, I mean, there's lots of ways that maybe it's just hard to dig into a teenage boy's psyche. And so I had the brilliant idea, and I'm not sure looking back, because I think every parent like looks back on their rearing of their children and they're like, oh, and I fucked up there and I fucked up there. Oh, look, I fucked up there, But looking back, I actually think this one was like, okay. I don't think this one was like terribly traumatic for him. But when he was around 14 or 15, somewhere in there, I brought him to a combo ceremony, right? And he had like a older man that was a ayahuasca or whatever, like he was in the Santo Daime church and he was like head guardian for the Santo Daime, and he had kind of taken him on and done like some like surrogate fathering to him or whatever. So he brought him like to the ceremony, and it wasn't me, and his mom wasn't like there holding his hand and so forth, but he did the whole combo thing with these like Brazilian shamans and curanderas and what have you. And I think it's kind of cool when you can meet a young man that says, I'm ready for that psychedelic experience. Like, I'm ready for it. I'm a man, and he's not a man, right? He's a child. But I feel like the medicine man or woman can like blow like hot smoke, like blow dragon breath on that early ego, like puffery, blatant puffery. These children pretending to be men. And so I feel like it was very powerful to have the shaman kind of shake him. Like, you really want to get fucked up, boy? I'm just going to like rattle you a little bit. Cause I think that kind of shook him and gave him some clarity. And he didn't go back into these other drugs right away for some time. And it seemed to be a very nice reset for him with that combo, and allowed him to not be seeking to check out constantly with these other boys that are like, hey, you want to numb out? Hey, aren't you cool? Let's numb out together, And I really felt like it taught him that drugs could be cool in another way. It can like wake you up, it can enlighten you, it can clean out your system, it can help you, it can heal you, it can pray over you. And so it was like taking the novelty of that drug and trying to make it into a manifestation of what we're talking about just now in terms of this whole idea of coming, to a place of initiation, that these young men and boys are looking for a place of initiation and that they don't have that in this culture and that they're seeking it. So I just wanted to share my story. Thank you.
That's great. I'm glad that it's happening. I think it is happening in these small ways, like advanced enlightened parents are doing it. I can see the world when that is more common than not, though. And that's what is really awesome, like especially facing the absolute tidal wave of change that we're about to go through, just technological information, quantum computing, revolution that is about to happen, or whatever you want to call it, like just the complete obliteration of the old, and that's why I think Terrence McKenna was not wrong. That Yuga cycle, or whatever, the Hindus called it Yuga cycles, the Mayans had another thing. It did end in 2012, and we are just in the shock waves of these changes that are really about to it's going to change things so much so that it's like a demarcation point in time. Like it will be before and after this thing that's going on here. And I'm so excited about it. And I think it is a more psychedelic future. I'm getting a question here. Ray, where do you think male identity is going with the AI revolution? I would imagine it's just bleeding out all, like, it's almost, for me, I don't, the current way to talk about this is like, I don't identify as nothing, man. Like when I am in my best zones, in my highest zones, I identify as particles and waves, like I am condensing and evaporating. And I am an open vessel for the container of the entire universe. Like I am all things. And that's just oh man, I hate this. I always cry. This is why I've never had a corporate job. They ask me who I am, and I know who I am, and I start talking about who I am. Woo! I just cry, man. It's overwhelming. Like when you connect to the everything, woo, it happens every time. I got fired from a job. I was invited to go to a psychedelic conference, and I would talk to people in the psychedelic conference, and I would start experiencing these things, and I was fired. Like that lady sent me home. She was like, "You need to go back to the hotel and just be by yourself." I mean, it is just like the ultimate energy for me is not male or female. I mean, it encompasses those, but it's so far transcendent above that. Yeah, my identity, where I want to live in the eternity is just like, it's way beyond that. And I'm really sorry. Like we should avoid the subject. Like we will go away from the subject. I do not want to cause anyone any uncomfort with my like overwhelming emotion on this thing. But yeah. Would anybody else like to speak?
This is the space where you let it out. Where if we're gonna create a space in which men become accepting and willing to become vulnerable, we have to have moments where we don't need to repress the tears, where it's encouraged and promoted to let them flow and be free, because it's cathartic.
Oh yeah, and I think, well, I honestly, I don't think this is the super appropriate space to really go through catharsis, but man, just the humming, vibrating memory of the times where I have, like, just, like, when it just cracks wide open and you're like, boom, and the tears flow and the laughter flows and the energy is just radiating out of every single nerve fiber and pore in your body, and oh my god, like it is just our human potential for understanding and feeling that understanding, like to experience it as this emotional feeling. It's just it is an amazing connection. And I pray that everyone gets to experience that before they die, like even once, just once. If everyone could touch that just once, the world would definitely shift on a better axis. Well, I bet you I've gone over by 3 minutes. And I would like to conclude by saying thanks for this opportunity. I've really made an intention to speak more. Like, I've really hidden. I've been afraid. I'm very terrified of opening up about my psychedelic life. I've hidden myself, and I'm really tired. I'm exhausted from hiding it. My energy cannot flow if I'm hiding. I don't want to lie, and hiding to me is just, it feels like lying, and I don't want to lie anymore. And I really want to find the places and the people that I can have these experiences with, in that, whatever the word is, community. I want to look around and see other people going through these things with me, and really like feel super connected in that expansion. So thank you for allowing me an initiation into the next phase of my life, which definitely will be running my mouth more.
Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you so much, Ray. You're from the heart. I just love you. And thank you. Chris Belsky is next. Take it away, Chris.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, this has been really wonderful. For the sessions I've been a part of, I've listened more than I've talked, which so I do have a tendency to kind of hide back until I have something to say, but this being part of this is part of my journey to really realize that I am ready to step forward and be a leader in these types of spaces, and create a safe space for others to have to be vulnerable and to heal. We got a good flow going. I want to keep that going. There's many directions we can go with this, but I'll just give you a short background of how I got here. It's been a long journey for me to get to where I am. I had a life where I spent most of my life until about 5 years ago, mainly focused on not really knowing myself, not really knowing my place, and kind of basing my decisions on what was expected of me in society, what was expected of me, or what doing things that I thought would get praise without really knowing myself and knowing my path. I had some psychedelic experiences when I was in college age on mushrooms that really opened me up a lot and kind of planted some seeds that would germinate later. I did end up, I ended up going to law school after I was out of college, and I worked in law, I worked in tech and media and politics, and I got to a point in around 2018 when really kind of started after I introduced mushrooms into my life for the first time in 12 or 13 years, where it triggered a spiritual awakening for me. And a lot of my career path and everything else was not resonating. And it was not easy. It was a lot of healing work and a lot of undoing, a lot of what kind of backtracking on the paths I had been on, and the journey to get to know myself. I'm lucky I had a little bit of support. A girlfriend at the time who was also on the spiritual awakening path that made me feel not crazy, but I didn't have a lot of other people in my life that I could share these things with. I've found my main support came mainly through listening to podcasts and listening to I don't know, kind of spiritual teachers, but it was just kind of one-sided. I ended up getting certified as a yoga teacher right before COVID hit. So I never ended up doing that as a career. I've since I got my permaculture design certification, and I have a business now that's installing, turning people's yards into permaculture gardens. And eventually I want to help build homesteads, but more and more I've been feeling called to share what I've been through in my spiritual awakening and plant medicine path. It's been in the back of my mind of that's something I should be doing for a while now, but it took to really give myself the confidence to really step forward on this path. Was really pushed forward by a trip to Peru I took last year. Went to a ayahuasca retreat that had 6 ceremonies in 12 days. It was really amazing, really beautiful, transformational. And I got so much encouragement from others in the group that guiding people through these types of experiences would be something I was really suited to. I did, as far as psychedelics and men's work, right before the pandemic, I was living in Portland and was a part of the Psychedelic Society men's group there, and that was wonderful. It continued. I moved back up to where I grew up near Seattle, and yeah, the meetings continued online for a while, but then they went back to in person. So I was really missing that, and I've gotten connected with some of the spiritual medicine community in Seattle, also connected to the ecstatic dance community, which has been wonderful. But yeah, I'm really feeling the need to kind of step out and be a source of support in the psychedelic space. As it's becoming more mainstream, we're still, like those of us here on this call are really, I know we're not the leading edge, but we're still on the leading edge of a tidal wave, which I think is going to transform society for the better. And I think we have a responsibility to share what we know and do it with humility and do it with caution and care. And yeah, I'm a little nervous still talking, like being the center of attention, but yeah, I am excited to go on this path. I recently started a psychedelic integration coaching and psychospiritual coaching program through an organization called Being True to You, which they've been doing these trainings for longer than just about anyone in the industry. And I love it so far. And yeah, I'm still on the journey, the plant medicine journey. Yeah, I'm excited about learning how to help others integrate these big experiences and be support for those having spiritual awakenings, which can be really destabilizing. I want to be careful not to put too much of my I want to let people have their own experiences and really help them work through with what's coming up for them without putting too much of my perspective into it unless that's asked. But yeah, kind of continuing with what the last group or what the last session was going. I'd like to continue the discussion of how psychedelics can help heal the masculine. Exactly. Yeah, just as Leo was asking. Yeah, I think psychedelics can help men heal by really connecting to themselves in a way in which is authentic. And I think psychedelics can really illuminate for people how they've been programmed by society and how what aspects of that are healthy and which they do want to continue, and which what kind of things that they've taken on as from the societal messages of what they've received from society about how to be a man, and give really give examples of what healthy masculinity is, as opposed to what shadow masculinity is. And yeah, it's an interesting space to be in. And yeah, my self-exploration has given me a lot. I've undone a lot. I think one problem that is really rampant that I fell into is, like, especially my work in politics, I was trying to change society and heal society before I really looked at myself and how to heal myself. And I really believe that for everyone, I think we have to heal ourselves before we try to project our wounds externally onto society. Let's see. Yeah, anger in men. Yeah, that is really that is an interesting space, because like I was an emotional kid. It wasn't necessarily anger. It was more I was easy to cry as a kid. I was sensitive, and I was given so much messaging that those types of emotions were not okay to show. And that really damaged me, I think. And I'm still healing from that. And I think creating spaces like this for men to be able to be vulnerable and is really important. And I think psychedelics and other modalities such as mindfulness and embodiment and all sorts of things can help men recognize their anger and take a look at it, and trigger an inquiry into kind of what the root of it is, where it's coming from. If a situation in life is maybe triggering some repressed trauma from childhood or any other time, and really have the space to feel it and examine it before reacting, which is often in anger. Yeah, and sometimes anger can be healthy. Anger will live in the body until it's released. Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah, as Leo's comment says, yeah, it's either shooting up schools, which is a terrible epidemic that is triggered by disconnection. And I think psychedelics help us come back to realizing we are all connected. And and drug addicts and womanizers, like, a lot of that is searching for something outside of ourselves to heal ourselves, or to an attempt to meet the need to heal the pain. And that can be done in healthy ways, or that can be done healthy ways, or usually conscious ways. And yeah, it can be conscious or unconscious. And yeah, I want to help people give permission to really get to know themselves and change their lives accordingly, as like I've done in the last several years. I am wondering, in one of the earlier sessions, the book Warrior, King, Magician, Lover came up, and that really talks about healthy, mature masculine archetypes versus that should be strived for, as opposed to the shadow side of the masculine archetypes. And also, at the same token, helping men recognize and embody and heal their feminine aspects as well, and the vice versa for women. I think all of us have a healthy masculine and feminine side inside of all of us, and when those are wounded, and it can cause real problems. Yeah, and as in Ray's session, I thought the discussion on initiation, and especially male initiation into mature adulthood, has been corrupted or absent in our society, and like a lot of what we see of these societal problems is a result of that. There's a lot of men and adult bodies that are still psychologically wounded children, and acting out of that. So yeah, I would like to open up the discussion and see what what other people think of helping this next generation, current adults, but especially the next generation and teenagers coming up. How do we help them be mature men and women, but men in particular? And how can we do that and help psychedelics, and help use psychedelics as a tool to help that? I see Makulu has his hand raised, and I will open the floor to him.
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment. I'm actually going to moderate here in a while, but this issue has come up to me. These statements about the younger generation has come up more than once, and the concern about their mental state as pertaining to what we're facing right now. And so, you know what, I really am trying to work within my own situation. I created a business to try to look more into this, and you mentioned that, Peter, also, it's like I've been talking to some people about doing events with natural healers and bringing more of this information to the forefront so we can look at it. And yes, mushrooms do play a vital role in that. And so we are all traumatized as children. It's unfortunate. We are. And, we kind of need to face that some days, and if we can face it sometimes head on and eliminate the fear that goes along with being traumatized, I think that's what we're really trying to deal with. Because if we can get beyond the fear, I think we'll be okay. But it does take older people who have been here through a series of events and experiences to try to expose this information to the younger ones who usually don't get exposed to it. So, and like I say, in my life, all the men were gone by the time I became of age, so I just had to figure it out. But fortunately, I live with a lot less fear than most people, interestingly enough. So I don't mind doing a lot of things that a lot of people are scared to death of. So that's why I just do keep doing what I do. I really dug deep into the psychedelics. I want to go further with it. I think it deserves a lot of investigation. Regardless of how we look at it, we need to understand it and control it. Obviously, we don't want to be taking large doses of anything without an understanding. But we still need to be able to utilize whatever it is we choose to without someone saying, oh, no, you can't use that because of this and that. We need to know why, all the whys, and make informed decisions on everything we do. But I do believe that mushrooms will help tremendously, especially when we start with small doses. It could be daily, small doses. It could be incorporated into your lifestyle. I believe that's where it should be. It could be used for ceremony. It could be used, but if it's used with intention and with love, I believe we will accomplish a great deal. Yes, Leo. I hope I can be heard, by the way, if I'm coming through okay.
You're coming through clear on this end, and
okay, yes. Somebody had sent me a message that said to turn my mic up, so I don't want to turn it up too much because I have a lot of recording equipment. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yes. And so anyway, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there a little bit, and just like I say, I'm going to be chiming in some more about that a little bit later.
Sounds great. Yes, I've heard those are all great points, and um, yeah, these medicines are very powerful, and we're not and I guess the 60s generation was the first generation really to have to experience and use these in Western culture. Of obviously, they indigenous cultures from around the world from time immemorial have had structures to integrate these kind of medicines into society, but any type of tradition that is in the Western society is very fragmented. The 60s left certainly a complicated legacy of tremendous healing of LSD in particular, in psychotherapy in the 50s and 60s to cure all sorts of things. Famously, Bill W. of Alcoholics Anonymous. His recovery was helped by peyote experiences and later LSD, but the whole Timothy Leary's legacy of the tune in, turn on, drop out. I believe that's the phrase, and how like the reputation that some of that has left tremendous damage, and also the public perception of what the Manson murders were and things like that really turned people off of in mainstream society in general of psychedelics. But with this new psychedelic revolution, really just people who have experienced healing, such as us in this call, we have a chance to be the new leaders and create the new traditions and create the new safe safe spaces for this type of healing and transformation to occur. And I think societal transformation will happen through individual transformation, and it's a really exciting and meaningful place to be. Yeah, yeah, and I think the medicine, these medicines, really do work on our individual psyches in the way they need to. Like, even during my ayahuasca journeys, I was expecting to, and even some of my intentions were to go deep into pain, deep into shadow, and I was asking the medicine to show me what needed to be healed, and I was expecting a lot of pain, and that a lot of people have very dark experiences, which end up being very healing and positive when they come out the other end of it. But my experience were predominantly filled with tremendous joy and gratitude and bliss and just gratefulness for, or gratitude for, even the most difficult experiences I've been through, and pretty much just joy flowing through me. And I think a lot of my integration has been to really remember that is that joy and bliss and gratitude for being alive really is at the core of things, and try to tap into that daily and learn how to spread that. Yeah, I can open the floor up to anyone. Yeah, I'm excited, or I'm curious to see or to hear from people how psychedelics have impacted their lives, or what types of insights that people have had that they have been able to carry through and change their lives, either through joy or through darkness. Yeah, if anyone would feel like sharing their experiences in that, that is one that's one way we can go. And also, like I said, another way we can go is, yeah, as the ones that are really creating the culture of psychedelics for this in this revolution. Yeah, how do you think we can either look to indigenous traditions without exploiting them, or how do we come up with a framework that really allows people to be themselves without or to discover who they are at their deepest core without projecting our experiences onto them? Because yeah, I think that is really where we need to go.
Yeah, I'll answer the question. I'll take the first question though, or the first topic, I guess. So just talking about how psychedelics have changed my life, you know, in a number of ways they've changed my life, but I feel like the most important way that I've gotten to get some not healing, but I guess change is, you know, every time after I do a journey on mushrooms specifically, when I come out of it, I feel a lot more clear-headed and organized, right? And so I work as I'm a manager for the Port of Seattle for like 4 different terminals. And so it's very important for me to be organized and like know where my shit is all the time and just kind of have stuff in line, you know? And it seems like that every time after I come out of a psilocybin journey, my brain just works better. I mean, that's the simplest way to put it. It kind of sounds silly, but it literally shit is just clear. My brain works better. I'm more organized. I'm more proactive about stuff, and a lot of times I'll get really good ideas, you know, when I do psilocybin journeys. But I guess an example of that is like there was this, you know, I've taken like golden teachers, but there was this other mushroom that I had taken a while back, and it was a cross between two of them. They say it's the strongest psilocybin in the world. Do you know what I'm talking about, anyone? It looks like a brain when it's growing. It does never make it to the shape of a mushroom. It just looks like a bunch of fungus.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, well, it did.
I think you mean Enigma.
Yeah, that's what it is. Exactly. There you go. So yeah, Enigma, I did some of those. And after the journey, you know, throughout the whole journey, I felt like it was very like, I don't know, it's kind of weird to say, but it was like mathematical, or like I kept seeing geometric shapes, and everything in my head was like all around shapes and systems and how things worked, and having these deep thoughts about just like production systems and ways of managing things and maintaining things. It was very, very interesting because I'd never experienced that, especially, you know, from a psilocybin trip. So, but definitely, you know, they do help me. I feel like in my work and just, you know, every day in life. But I need to do some soon, I think, because I've just kind of moved to a new office and I got a lot of stuff to do to get all set up there, and I feel like doing a journey would help me out immensely. So
yeah, it's do you know if, like when you've do you go in with a specific intention?
yeah,
or
yeah, definitely. So before I you know start, I usually smudge, and then I'll set an intention. And you know, the interesting thing about that is when I first got introduced to psychedelics or psilocybin, it was kind of just on a whim. I was 18 years old or 19 years old, and I just did it because someone had it, and I didn't know it would have such a profound impact on my life later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, mine was kind of the same. It was just kind of see what happens. And I remember, yeah, the first time I took them, it was just such a profound opening up of the conceptualization of the world, and that just the recognizing of different energies, especially later in the trip. I was around my drunk roommate came in, and it just seemed like the worst energy in the world. And it really made me realize what the energy of alcohol versus the energy of more uplifting and opening and enlightening versus dulling. Patty has her hand up. I will see what she has to say.
Well, I was a little reluctant to like chime in on a question like this because this is a space we're holding it for you gentlemen. But I for the first time, I took ecstasy. I took MDMA. And at the time, I didn't know it was a psychedelic. I thought I was just taking like a designer drug, and I felt like it was safe because I grew up around a lot of addiction. My family still struggles. My little cousin, a couple of months ago, OD'd on fentanyl. So we still have a lot of problems with addiction in my family. And so it was really hard for me to like make the leap to try a compound because I was a combination of a kid who grew up in the 80s and 90s under the rhetoric of the war on drugs. I had firsthand witnessed what opiate addiction and alcohol addiction and cannabis was always kind of wrapped up in there. And so even smoking pot for me for the first time was really very terrifying. But I was so eager to get relief from the emotional challenges of facing the world sober. Was what I kind of thought, that I was like, there's got to be something safe that I can explore with, that I can play with, that I could, do. And so taking MDMA for that first time, I just remember the profound sense of like forgiveness I had for myself. For all the anger that I had been carrying towards my mom and the fact that I didn't ever have a dad. I didn't know, my dad doesn't know who I am. I don't know who he is. I don't even think he knows that I'm alive. I don't think he knows he has a daughter, and it's probably for the better from what I've heard. But, like I carried around like a lot of frustration and anger, and was struggling with post-traumatic stress disorder, and MDMA really helped me. And then I proceeded to abuse it for a year, every weekend or so. It's between 6 and 10 hits a weekend. Over the course of the weekend, I was just blowing my brain out a little bit there, and got to a point where it wasn't effective anymore. It just started to feel really dirty. And so I just stopped. Easy as that. I just stopped. And then took the time to really reflect for the first time in a year. And I found myself back in a space where I felt really angry again. And not so much at my past, but at what was going on in my current situation, because I was putting myself into a space where I was super vulnerable to the desires of another human being, and everything that their motivation was for wanting to get me and keep me into that space, and the openness that I was able to have, and the forgiveness I was able to have for the abuse that I was enduring in that capsule. And so, like we've talked a little bit about, like touched on some of those issues of like, being in a psychedelic space with an abuser and how dangerous that is. And I found myself in that space, and I didn't even know it was a psychedelic. I didn't even know that MDMA was a psychedelic until Ray and I went to the school, the Center for Integral Study, the Integral Studies Center in San Francisco. I can't remember the exact name right now.
Yeah,
Center for
CIS.
Integrated Studies. Yeah. So we went there and heard Ralph Metzner talk, and he talked about MDMA, and I was like, "What the hell is he talking about? Ecstasy is a psychedelic," and then it hit me. And because at that point I understood what psychedelics were. I didn't even know the word psychedelics back in that time in the 90s when I was late 90s, early 2000s when I was doing a lot of ecstasy, and I didn't even know the word psychedelics. It didn't even enter. And actually, it's funny enough, I was terrified of LSD. Terrified of it because I still kind of believed that it could spin me out into a psychosis if I took too high of a dose because of the trauma that I've experienced in my brain as a result of the abuse that I endured as a child and as a young adult. So, I always kind of still feel like certain psychedelics are just really not for me, especially the ones that have a leaning towards any potential darkness. I try to be real careful in assessing which ones I'll take and in what company. But anyway, I just thought I'd contribute since you asked, and I didn't see a lot of hands up. And
Yeah, you're welcome to speak anytime, though. You know what I mean? Even though it's like a men's event, but women are totally welcome and welcome to speak at any time. So
I appreciate
thank
that.
you
Thank
for
you.
your input. Yeah.
Thanks so much for sharing, Patty. And I'm sorry about I believe you said it was your cousin's recent overdose. That's terrible. And your whole story there really reinforces the idea that we do have to create societal awareness of these substances. And that first MDMA experience sounds like it was profoundly healing. And it is no wonder why you were going back for it again and again, because that's one of the natures of addiction is like there's a reason why the addiction serves something, and it is creating a container for responsible use that's integrated, that I believe is our responsibility. Yep, I see Eric has his hand up, and as well as Matthew. We'll go with Eric first.
So Patty, I just wanted to kind of clarify. You're referring to MDMA as a psychedelic, and it's not. I know it's generally classified with psychedelic, but it's an empathogen, and it works differently. It's an amphetamine, and I think it's a hallucination or some of the visions or feelings that you get from a true psychedelic such as mushroom. But what it does and what it did for you, apparently, the self-forgiveness. I mean, it's the heart opener. And often, at least up here in Seattle, it's called the hippie flip, but we start with MDMA, and then maybe an hour or 90 minutes after the MDMA, take psilocybin. And some people really benefit from having the two working together. The MDMA opens you up. I sometimes call it our chat at the Chatterbox Cafe. It just does make you more vocal and more open. And then when you overlay that with the psilocybin experience, it sometimes can be a wonderful combination.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. That would be a really fascinating thing. And although I have to admit that recently I did learn about MDMA's relationship in the family to amphetamines, and it really was a big turnoff for me. Do you know the chemistry as to why it's not addictive, or if it is addictive as a result of being classified in that family? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not familiar with any kind of real. Well, I know people that have taken too much of it, like you did, and then it stops working, and it also can lead to depressive states. I mean, you're basically fucking with your system in there. So people often have, especially if they're using it too frequently, get into a depressed state. So that's the most common